Chapter 795. At the foot of one of the 9 peaks, Su Hui and the others led Yang Kai to a stop. Looking around suspiciously, Kai Yang saw a huge blue stone in front of him. It looked as if it had been cut flat and neat. The blue stone was covered with moss, and 2 majestic characters were engraved on it. Holy Tomb. This was obviously the entrance to the Holy Tomb. Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Although he couldn't see any clues, he could still faintly feel some hidden energy, fluctuations coming from the blue stone in front of him. Su Hui stepped forward and formed a few mysterious seals, causing the blue stone to suddenly become blurry. A moment later, a hole appeared in the center of the blue stone. Yang Kai was slightly startled and quickly called out, "A void corridor!" Su Hui gently nodded. "Yes, from here you will arrive at the Holy Tomb, the burial place of all the previous Holy Masters. It is a mysterious, small world independent of this world, and every Holy Master must pass the test here before inheriting the throne. Little brother, after you enter, you must be careful. In addition, no matter what, you must bring out the Holy Master spirit ring worn by the previous Holy Master. It is the key to my Holy Land's future. And no matter what, you must come out alive," Yu Ying solemnly exhorted. "The future of the Holy Land is counting on you." Changyu Tong lightly pursed her thin lips. Everyone else also wore looks of expectation and worry as they stared towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced over at them and grinned meaningfully. "I think you'd better pray that I don't come out." "Why is that?" Su Hui was puzzled. Yang Kai's eyes flashed like lightning as he stared at them coldly. "If I come out alive, I'll make you pay." Everyone was stunned, only now realizing that Yang Kai was still very disgusted with them for forcing him into the Holy Tomb. But before they could say anything, Yang Kai had already plunged into the void corridor. This future Holy Master, his tolerance isn't very good. Is he really going to settle accounts with us? Sure, Kuan frowned. Su Hui's expression also fluctuated as he sighed. A young man's temperament is still not mature enough. In any case, it's the Great Elder's idea. I'm just here to make up the numbers. If the future Holy Master really blames me for this, I'll definitely be punished. Great Elder will take care of everything. Meng Tianfei had a gloating expression on his face. Everyone looked at him with disdain. Within the Holy Mausoleum, as soon as Yang Kai entered, the void corridor behind him closed. His surroundings were filled with green fluorescent light, as if he was in the mortal realm. A chilly wind blew past his ears, and he could vaguely hear the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves, which made him shudder. It wasn't very bright. He could barely see, and the heaven and earth energy in this place was unbelievably rich. It had almost condensed into snow-white clouds that were as thick as cotton wool. This mysterious small world was quite a magical place. Yang Kai had never seen a place with such rich world energy. It was almost comparable to the best earth veins. No wonder the old Holy Master of 9 Heavens, Holy Land, chose to enter retreat here. With such rich world energy, there was no need to take any pills or use crystal stones. All one needed to do was open their bellies wide open and absorb it. This was indeed a cultivation treasure land, except for the somewhat gloomy atmosphere. While vigilantly observing his surroundings, Yang Kai couldn't help paling. In his perception, balls of extremely ferocious energy were suddenly born in all directions. This energy was rapidly rushing towards him. The birth of this energy was extremely strange. It was as if it had always been there, waiting for Yang Kai to arrive so it could attack. Before Yang Kai had time to react, these energy masses had surrounded him. Yang Kai quickly condensed his yuan qi, but soon he discovered that something was wrong. This was because these balls of energy only surrounded him and didn't cause him any harm. Frowning, Yang Kai carefully examined these energy masses, and after a moment, he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He found that there were a total of 9 energy masses, each of which contained a profound and mysterious aura, as if they were man-made. but also as if they were naturally formed by heaven and earth. Among these energy masses, there were three that Yang Kai was somewhat familiar with. Carefully releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai probed one of these energy masses and immediately found traces of the nine heavens' divine skills. The profound heavenly sword. Yang Kai's expression changed as he faintly guessed what this energy mass was, tentatively probing the other energy masses, and sure enough, he found the imprisoning heavenlock and great heavenly attraction. These three divine skills were the ones Yang Kai had learned from Enling. But he had not expected to see them appear here. So, the nine energy masses in front of him were the nine moves of the nine heavens' divine skills? Yang Kai frowned slightly as he speculated in his heart, almost certain that his guess was correct. That old man Su Hui had also said that if he wanted to enter the Holy Tomb, he had to learn the nine heavens' divine skills because only by relying on them could he safely enter. These nine energy masses in front of him should be obstacles that prevented him from moving forward. Without breaking through them, it would be impossible to enter the Holy Tomb. Yang Kai instantly understood the mysteries of this Holy Tomb, and after thinking about it, simply sat down cross-legged and stared at the energy masses in front of him that contained the profound heavenly sword intent. The nine heavens' divine skills were very strange. They could be used as martial skills or soul skills by Yuan Qi. This was something that no martial scripture or secret skill could achieve. If he wanted to break through the obstacles in front of him, the only way was to display the nine heavens' divine skills and break through the blockade of these energy masses. Yang Kai's spiritual energy burst out, and his invisible divine sense transformed into a giant sword that shot towards one of the energy masses. Soundless, even Yang Kai's powerful divine sense attack was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing as soon as it entered the energy masses. Yang Kai frowned and used the profound heavenly sword a few more times, rushing towards the specific energy cluster, but there was no response each time. Yang Kai suddenly felt that things might not be as simple as he had thought. Carefully recalling what Su Hui and the others had said, as well as the various news he had received from Nine Heaven's Holy Land, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he thought of a possibility. Could it be that he wasn't proficient enough in using the Nine Heavens' divine skills and hadn't grasped the mysteries behind them, so he was unable to break through the blockade of these energy masses? His Nine Heavens' divine skills had been learned from Enling. So to what extent she had comprehended them, he could only comprehend them to the same extent. And Ling was still young, so it was natural that her comprehension of the Nine Heavens' divine skills was not deep enough. Yang Kai had seen Saintus and used the profound heavenly sword with his own eyes and knew that it was on a completely different level from his own. It was obvious that Saintus Nan's use of this divine skill had reached a high degree of proficiency. Moreover, before succeeding the position of Holy Master of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, they had to enter the Holy Tomb. The cultivation of these people was not necessarily as high as Yang Kai's, nor was their strength necessarily greater than Yang Kai's, but they had all passed the test of the Holy Tomb. From this, it could be seen that this difficulty had nothing to do with one's strength, only with one's comprehension of the Nine Heavens' divine skills. Considering all this, Yang Kai calmed down and no longer hurried to display his Nine Heavens' divine skills, instead immersing his consciousness into the energy masses that contain the profound heavenly sword, relaxing his body and carefully perceiving them. As time passed, Yang Kai's harvest was huge. His consciousness had seen the birth and display of the profound heavenly sword countless times, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of its hidden mysteries. Soon he had reached a level where he could completely memorize the profound heavenly sword and imprint it into the depths of his soul. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, he found that the energy masses he had immersed his consciousness in had become traceable, allowing him to grasp their hidden mysteries and patterns. Pushing his spiritual energy once again, Yang Kai summoned the profound heavenly sword. This time, however, the purest form of the Nine Heavens' divine skills was several times more profound than what Enling had comprehended. With a cracking sound, the moment the energy masses were bombarded by Yang Kai's divine sense, they suddenly collapsed. A winding path appeared in front of Yang Kai, leading directly into the depths of the holy tomb. Yang Kai smiled lightly, instantly understanding what mysteries were hidden in the holy tomb. If someone who had not practiced the 9 heavens' divine skills wanted to enter this place, they would likely be torn to shreds by the 9 masses of energy. But those who had practiced them were different. As long as they could crack any one of them, they would be able to find a way out. Moreover, the more they cracked, the brighter and safer the way out would be. Su Hui was right. The 9 heavens' divine skills were indeed the key to entering the holy tomb. Yang Kai didn't rush forward, and instead turned his attention to another mass of energy. In any case, he had been forced into the holy tomb by Su Hui and the others. If he didn't fish for some benefits here, wouldn't he be letting himself down? The 9 heavens' divine skills were exquisite and divine skill. Having seen Saintess and used them so many times, Yang Kai had long ago become envious. Now that such a great opportunity had appeared in front of him, Yang Kai wasn't willing to miss it. Not to mention, the more he cracked, the safer he would be inside. Making up his mind, Yang Kai immediately began to spy on the mysteries of the other 2 9 heavens' divine skills he had learned. 3 or 5 days later, the imprisoning heaven lock was cracked, and another 3 or 5 days later, the great heavenly attraction was cracked. From then on, Yang Kai's speed suddenly slowed down. He had learned the first 3 moves from Enling, so he was quite proficient in them. But as for the remaining 6 moves, he hadn't touched them at all, so he naturally had to start from scratch. Fortunately, the profound mysteries contained within these energies were enough for him to comprehend. There was no flowing time, Great Emperor, when it came to cultivation. Yang Kai was practicing the 9 heavens' divine skills inside the holy tomb, so he was completely unaware of the passage of time. However, the elders and protectors waiting outside the holy tomb felt as if every day was like a year. A few days after Yang Kai entered, everyone was still waiting expectantly, hoping that he would suddenly emerge from the holy tomb, bring back the Holy Master's spirit ring, and inherit the Holy Master's legacy. 10 days later, everyone began to worry. Although they didn't say anything, everyone was guessing that Yang Kai had encountered some kind of difficulty inside. A month later, the atmosphere became solemn. 2 months later, everyone's expression became gloomy, and from time to time, sighs could be heard. 3 months. For months, the number of elders and protectors who remained here grew fewer and fewer, and everyone seemed to feel that it was impossible for Yang Kai to appear again. Chapter 796. Every Holy Land's Holy Master entering the Holy Tomb to undergo the test was a major event, so there were many historical records about it. Su Hui and the other elders naturally knew how long it would take. The fastest one to safely exit the Holy Tomb took 15 days, while the slowest one only took 2 months. However, it had been 4 months since Yang Kai entered the Holy Tomb, and there was still no sign of him, causing Su Hui and the other elders to wonder if Yang Kai had really died inside. All the elders and protectors sighed, none of them having the patience to continue waiting. They all held important positions and had trivial matters to attend to every day, so how could they continue to wait here? Even Su Hui, who was in charge of this matter, left after 4 months. Only Enling continued to wait outside the Holy Tomb. 3 days after Yang Kai entered the Holy Tomb, Enling learned of this matter and immediately rushed over, complaining to Su Hui and the other elders, but was powerless to stop what had already happened. During these 4 months, she had been waiting, but even though she had been anxiously waiting, Yang Kai had yet to appear. On this day, Yu Ying and the other beautiful women came together. From afar, they saw Enling standing outside the Holy Tomb. They glanced at each other and sighed in sorrow. "That girl is still waiting here," Yu Ying sighed softly. "Weren't we too impatient? Not only did we ruin the Holy Land's future hope, we also ruined a young man's beautiful future." Cheng Yutong's pretty face also flashed a trace of guilt and sadness. What's the point of saying all this now? When the great elder suggested it, none of us objected. Everyone is responsible for this. Everyone is responsible. Ewing slowly shook her head. Fortunately, the person this little girl sent to Soaring Heaven's sect was stopped by Great Elder. Otherwise, if Soaring Heaven's sect had known about this matter, they would never have let this matter rest. And such an outstanding young man, no matter which sect he joins, would be vigorously cultivated. Cheng Yu Tong also wore a look of fear. 9 Heaven's Holy Land was currently facing external and internal troubles. If they were to become enemies with Soaring Heaven's sect, they would likely have to seal off their 9 peaks and completely isolate themselves from the outside world. If that was the case, even the next generation saintess would not be able to participate. Did we overestimate him, or did he have bad luck? Yu Ying sighed. In the past, when the Holy Masters chose to enter the Holy Tomb, the old Holy Master would give them a few pointers. But this time he is exploring alone. It must have been hard on him. Let's go and have a look. Cheng Yu Tong said and stepped forward. A moment later, the two of them arrived in front of the Holy Tomb. And Ling turned her head upon hearing the commotion and nodded to them with a complicated expression as a greeting. In the past, Ling was the closest to these 2 female elders, but now her expression was somewhat cold. Clearly, she still cared about the fact that they had sent Yang Kai into the Holy Tomb. Looking at each other, Yu Ying and Cheng Yu Tong didn't know how to comfort her and just stood there, staring at the blue stone at the entrance of the Holy Mausoleum. He felt a little embarrassed. After a while, Yu Ying said, "Linger, don't wait. He probably won't be able to get out." Ling slowly shook her head. "Listen to me. Go back and rest. You've been waiting here for 4 months already." Cheng Yu Tong also tried to persuade him. "He will come out." And Ling suddenly said solemnly, her tone firm. Yu Ying and Cheng Yu Tong were stunned and glanced at each other, the former forcing a smile. "How do you know?" "There has never been a Holy Master candidate who has been in the Holy Tomb for so long and still be safe." And Ling's expression was proud. "What others can't do doesn't necessarily mean he can't. You haven't seen his ability yet, so it's natural to think so. I think he will definitely come out." The 2 beautiful women's eyes lit up and tentatively asked, "What kind of ability does he have that can make you look at him so highly?" Although they felt that Yang Kai's aptitude was extraordinary and his strength wasn't bad, the 2 beautiful women had never seen Yang Kai fight before, so naturally they didn't know his depths. And Ling was different. She had been with Yang Kai for a long time, so she should have some understanding of his background. Yu Ying and Cheng Yu Tong were suddenly curious and wanted to ask her about it. "I'm not too sure, but he always surprises people. And he said, even if he doesn't enter my holy land in less than 30 years, he will be able to reach the same level as the old Holy Master. Same level as him." Yu Ying and Cheng Yu Tong both looked surprised and asked, "Wouldn't that be the peak of the 3rd Order Saint realm?" And Ling nodded seriously. Yu Ying smiled, now that he's a 2nd Order Transcendent. Wanting to break through to the 3rd Order Saint realm in 30 years is probably impossible. And there aren't many 3rd Order Saints in the entire world. Cheng Yu Tong also smiled, the 2 women obviously thinking that Yang Kai was just boasting. Both of them were experienced masters and knew how difficult it was to break through to the Transcendent realm. The aptitude of these 2 women could be considered outstanding even in the entire world. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to reach the Saint realm. Even if Yang Kai was more powerful than them, it was impossible for him to achieve such an impossible feat in today's world, which 3rd Order Saint Realm Master was not several hundred years old. Even if they looked young, in fact, each of them had experienced the passage of time under the flowing time Great Emperor and had only reached their current achievements through the accumulation of time. Yang Kai looked to be only in his 20s, but saying he would reach this height in 30 years. Didn't that mean he would be able to stand at the peak of this world in just 50 years? Reaching the Saint realm at the age of 100 was already rare. So a 3rd Order Saint in his 50s was simply impossible. Young and frivolous. Yu Ying and Chen Yutong both pursed their lips and smiled, thinking that Yang Kai didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. "What are you laughing at?" And Ling looked at them angrily. "If he says he can, then he definitely can. Just wait, in 30 years, he will definitely reach the Third Order Saint realm. Let's talk about that after he leaves that place." Yu Ying frowned slightly as she looked towards Ling, worriedly, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Ling, do you like him very much? Otherwise, why would you speak up for him like this?" And Ling, blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "It's not that I dislike him." After a while, and Ling whispered softly, "I just feel very guilty for harming him because of me. If I hadn't allowed him to comprehend the 9 heavens' divine skills at that time, he wouldn't have suffered such misfortune and wouldn't have been forced into the holy tomb by you. He should have had a better future. This is our decision. It has nothing to do with you," Yu Ying sighed, taking responsibility for this matter. "Two elders, can I discuss something with you?" And Ling suddenly raised her head and asked solemnly, "Speak." Yu Ying and Chen Yutong nodded lightly. If he can come out of the holy tomb, can you let him go? He really doesn't want to be bound here." And Ling smiled bitterly. Perhaps the position of Holy Landmaster is an incomparably great temptation to anyone in this world. But to him, it is a kind of shackle. Binding him here is of no benefit to him. You don't want a holy lord who doesn't think about the Holy Land, right? Yu Ying and Chen Yutong frowned slightly as they glanced at each other, neither of them willing to agree, casually, suddenly feeling a little embarrassed. And Ling continued, "Don't you think he won't come out? Then just pretend he's dead. The dead won't reveal the secrets of the Holy Land. So what's the point of agreeing to this?" This will have to be discussed with Great Elder." Yu Ying smiled reluctantly. "We can't make that decision." "I can agree," a loud voice suddenly called out from the side, and with a flash of light, Great Elder Su Hui's figure appeared in front of the holy tomb. Great Elder Yu Ying and Chen Yutong quickly saluted. Su Hui nodded lightly and turned to Ling. Your Highness Saintess, what you just said, I can agree." "Really?" And Ling smiled happily. "And with Elder Yu and Elder Qing here as witnesses," Su Hui firmly nodded. "Of course, the premise is that he can come out and is unwilling to become the Holy Master." "He shouldn't be willing. That's not certain." Su Hui smiled mysteriously. "Perhaps when he comes out there will be no need for us to ask. He will ask to inherit the position of Holy Master himself. There has never been a Holy Master who entered the Holy Tomb and then came out without thinking about the Holy Land." Yu Ying and Chen Yutong's beautiful eyes lit up as they smiled, although they didn't know what mysteries were hidden inside the Holy Tomb. In fact, as Great Elder said, every Holy Master who entered the Holy Tomb and then came out had already regarded it as their home and would devote themselves wholeheartedly to the Holy Land, even if they had a sect or family they couldn't part with. Great Elder also thinks he can come out? And Ling, his beautiful eyes brightened. "I hope so." Su Hui slowly shook his head, "But I don't see any hope." "Just wait. He will surprise all of you." And Ling gently clenched her fists. The three of them stared at her in a daze, none of them knowing where her confidence came from, thinking that Yang Kai, who had been in the Holy Tomb for more than 4 months, would be able to return safely. Inside the Holy Tomb, Yang Kai gently exhaled and sent out a burst of exquisite energy from his knowledge, towards the final mass of energy floating in front of him. With a crisp cracking sound, this mass of energy, which contained the mysteries of the 9 heavens' divine skills, shattered, and the various mysteries contained within it poured into Yang Kai's mind, allowing him to thoroughly understand this final technique. Profound heavenly sword, imprisoning heaven chain, great heavenly attraction, encompassing heaven net, heaven covering hand, punishing heaven spear, grand heavenly shield, flickering heavenly shadow, scarlet heaven arrow, the nine heavens' divine skills rolled through Yang Kai's mind in great detail. These nine divine techniques were incomparably profound, far more so than any martial skill or soul skill Yang Kai had ever seen. After such a long period of enlightenment and study, Yang Kai had not only mastered these nine divine skills, but had also greatly benefited the refinement of his Yuan Qi. Imperceptibly, his Yuan Qi had become more condensed and pure. The world energy aura here was extremely rich, so it could be said that Yang Kai's cultivation over the past few months had not only allowed him to master the nine heavens' divine skills, but also his own cultivation. Chapter 797. Every time he cracked one of the nine heavens' divine skills, the path in front of Yang Kai became more spacious. After breaking all nine, the entire mysterious small world seemed to have become much brighter, allowing Yang Kai to see directly into the holy tomb. Sweeping his divine sense around, Yang Kai suddenly showed a surprised expression. Originally, with the world energy here being so rich, Yang Kai thought that this mysterious small world would occupy a vast area, but only now did he discover that it was at most the size of a small town. This was the smallest mysterious small world Yang Kai had ever seen. In such a space, Yang Kai didn't know where so much world energy came from, but it was as if there was some kind of energy source that was constantly pouring into this mysterious small world. No matter how one tried to absorb it, it wouldn't have any effect. Inside the holy tomb, there were all kinds of dangerous barriers, all of which exuded hidden energy fluctuations and dangerous auras. Once someone accidentally touched one of these barriers, they would likely suffer a terrifying attack. Yang Kai being able to see through all of these barriers wasn't because of his keen eyesight, but rather because he had cracked all nine divine skills before. The more he cracked, the more barriers he could see through. Yang Kai had cracked all nine divine skills and was very familiar with them, so naturally he could see through the mysteries of the holy tomb at a glance. Not far away, there were several pale skeletons lying on the ground, their flesh and blood long gone. Even their robes had been reduced to dust. These skeletons should belong to those who had entered the holy tomb, but failed to pass the test and died tragically here. These skeletons could be found throughout the holy tomb, numbering at least a few dozen. In addition to these skeletons, there were also huge coffins lying quietly in various corners of the holy tomb. These coffins were strangely shaped and varied in color, giving them a terrifying and gloomy appearance. Yang Kai secretly condensed his Yuan Qi, preparing for any unexpected situations as he walked towards the nearest coffin. After a while, Yang Kai arrived in front of this coffin. The coffin wasn't closed, and inside it lay the body of a middle-aged man who didn't seem to be very old. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. His eyes were attracted by the bronze ring on the man's left hand. After standing next to the coffin for a long time and confirming that it had not been tampered with, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and touched the ring on it. If his guess was correct, this ring should be the Holy Master Spirit Ring Su Hui mentioned. Every old Holy Master would bring the Holy Master's Spirit Ring into the Holy Tomb when they reached the end of their lifespan. The next Holy Master's greatest task was to bring this ring back from the Holy Tomb, because this ring was related to the operation of the entire Nine Heavens Holy Land. Without it, there were many places that were impossible to access. Furthermore, judging from the condition of this person's body, he should have died not long ago. He was definitely the previous generation's Holy Master. A third order saint died after only 300 years. Throughout the entire world, only Nine Heavens Holy Land would have such a situation. Looking at that person, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. He felt that if he became the owner of this place, this would be a portrayal of himself 300 years later. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help snorting. Removing the ring from the previous generation's Holy Master's finger, Yang Kai carefully examined it before secretly shaking his head. He couldn't recognize what this ring was made of, but it should be an artifact with some kind of special function because there was a lot of extremely obscure energy flowing inside this ring that had not weakened in the slightest, even after tens of thousands of years. The way this energy was flowing was quite strange, faintly following some kind of inexplicable law, but it was also impossible to trace. While examining this ring, Yang Kai suddenly felt a devouring force coming from inside it, as if a giant, invisible hand had reached out from it, breaking through the shackles of space and directly reaching into the depths of Yang Kai's knowledge sea, causing his soul to tremble. Great heavenly attraction. Yang Kai paled as he immediately recognized that the energy coming from this spirit ring contained the mysteries of the 9 heavens' divine skills. Hurriedly trying to resist, however, before he could, a faint light flashed across Yang Kai's knowledge sea and disappeared. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt that there was a subtle connection between him and this Holy Master spirit ring. His face extremely gloomy, Yang Kai stood in place, staring at the Holy Master spirit ring in his hand, wishing he could just destroy it. Great heavenly attraction could affect another's soul brand and control it. Yang Kai had used this trick to deal with Enling, or when they were at the bottom of the sea. After obtaining her soul brand, Yang Kai could control Enling, Er's life and death, as well as spy on her mental activities. But at this moment, this Holy Master spirit ring had actually been imprinted with great heavenly attraction, branding his own soul brand into it. Needless to say, Yang Kai knew that this was the previous generation's Holy Master's doing before his death. A third-order Saint Realm Master's method was something Yang Kai couldn't resist, nor could he remove. This also meant that Yang Kai couldn't throw away this ring, even if he wanted to. Inside this ring was his soul brand, so once it was obtained by an enemy, it was tantamount to controlling Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. Originally, he had planned to take the Holy Master's spirit ring out and hand it over to Su Hui in exchange for his release. But now that the Holy Master's spirit ring was his, he couldn't hand it over to an outsider. His mood suddenly became terrible. Before Yang Kai could recover, though, a huge amount of energy rushed out from the body of the previous generation's Holy Master, who was sleeping in the coffin in front of him. At the same time, inside the Holy Tomb, from the coffins placed in all directions, a similar amount of energy shot out and rushed towards Yang Kai. It seemed that Yang Kai had become the source of their attraction. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai felt the defenses of his knowledge sea being directly torn apart, and all of the energy poured into his knowledge sea, causing his consciousness to tumble and his head to ache. Yang Kai's face went pale, and he didn't dare to show the slightest neglect, quickly sitting down cross-legged and immersing his consciousness into his knowledge sea, manifesting his soul avatar. Looking around, Yang Kai's knowledge sea was filled with turbulent waves, as if because of the invasion of these energy streams, his knowledge sea was spontaneously resisting. Like a raging inferno, the sea roared and surged forward, rolling up waves that rushed towards the uninvited guests. These energy streams seemed to be very afraid of Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea and were all desperately trying to avoid them. While dodging, layers of invisible spiritual energy fluctuations spread out from these energy streams and attacked Yang Kai's soul avatar. Yang Kai's face filled with suspicion as he stared unblinkingly at the energy streams that rushed into his knowledge sea, his mind gradually stabilizing. The roaring and surging sea also gradually calmed down. Yang Kai could see that these energy streams were all the wills left behind by the previous Holy Masters of 9 Heavens' Holy Land. Strictly speaking, they were their souls. However, for some unknown reason, at this moment, these souls didn't have much consciousness, as if they were simply following the wishes they had set before their deaths and mechanically completing their tasks. These souls didn't have any intention of harming him. Instead, they were constantly emitting spiritual energy fluctuations, attacking his soul avatar, as if they were trying to instill something into him. Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment before opening his soul to accept the spiritual energy these people were trying to instill into him. A moment later, Yang Kai's expression became strange. Unlike what he had thought, These people's souls weren't trying to instill some kind of secret art or secret skill into him, more like they were trying to brainwash him. After a short while, Yang Kai began to change his opinion of Nine Heaven's holy land, secretly thinking that staying here wasn't a bad idea. Becoming a holy master not only gave him great power, he could command tens of thousands of disciples, but he could also reach the peak of the martial Tao in the shortest time possible. Compared to wandering the outside world alone, experiencing the bitterness of life, this was undoubtedly much better. Thinking of this, Yang Kai began to relax and become more relaxed. At the same time, he also felt that the souls of these previous holy masters were much more intimate, so he couldn't help wanting to listen to their teachings. Feeling a chill, Yang Kai quickly sealed his soul avatar and drove out all the distracting thoughts, staring coldly at the soul that was lingering around him. So that's how it is. Yang Kai sneered softly, his eyes filled with malice. He had always been curious as to why the holy masters brought back by the Sanuses would suddenly choose this place, even if their lifespans would be shortened. It turned out that in the holy tomb, these souls had induced them to do so. If it weren't for Yang Kai's extraordinary spiritual energy, he likely would have followed in the footsteps of those holy masters and become one of them in less than 2 hours. The spiritual energy fluctuations emitted by the souls of these previous holy masters had a very strong soothing effect. Under this effect, anyone who came here would feel a sense of belonging to Nine Heaven's holy land, making it their life's goal. However, of all the holy master candidates who entered the holy tomb, the strongest had not exceeded the first order transcendent realm, so their souls were naturally not very strong. Yang Kai was different. His cultivation was not low, and his spiritual energy far surpassed his physical strength, so he was able to resist these purposeful inducements to a certain extent. In addition, Yang Kai didn't want to become the holy master of a holy land, so he quickly sobered up from this comfortable state. Understanding the mysteries of these souls, Yang Kai suddenly became fearless. If it were any other kind of barrier, he may have some scruples, but the last thing the souls of these previous holy masters should do was tear through his knowledge, seize defenses, and rush into it. In this world, Yang Kai was the only master. Yang Kai tried to communicate with these souls, but couldn't get any response. The previous holy masters had all died long ago, and their souls had somehow managed to remain behind, but they had no consciousness of their own and were simply fulfilling their last wishes. Layer after layer of spiritual energy fluctuations continued to be released, carrying all kinds of comforting and inducements in an attempt to shake Yang Kai's soul avatar. Yang Kai gradually became impatient, and with a single thought, the demon eye of annihilation suspended above his knowledge slowly opened. This golden pupil contained an endless majesty as it stared down indifferently. In the next moment, a golden light flashed. With a series of crackling sounds, the countless masses of soul fragments belonging to third-order saints were instantly purified. Chapter 798. Inside the Holy Tomb, Yang Kai sat in meditation for a few days, absorbing the remnant essences of the Nine Heavens Holy Land's previous holy masters into his own. The harvest was unimaginably huge, although his cultivation had not changed, because all of these essences were the insights of third-order saints. Yang Kai instantly gained a clear understanding of his future path. As long as his physical strength could keep up, Yang Kai could continue on this path without any worries. It could be said that before he reached the third-order saint realm, he would not encounter any bottlenecks every time he tried to break through. This kind of good fortune was the dream of almost every cultivator. The reason why it was so difficult to break through to the next realm was because every time a cultivator reached a certain critical point, they would encounter bottlenecks and shackles of varying degrees of difficulty. If they couldn't grasp the mysteries of these bottlenecks, they would not be able to break through. Countless cultivators in the world were stuck at their bottlenecks their entire lives, unable to take even a single step forward. Among them, there were even many gifted children with outstanding aptitude. Perhaps when they were young, they would blossom with extraordinary brilliance, causing the world to exclaim in admiration. But once they reached their limit, they would become stagnant. If they were lucky enough to break through their bottlenecks, their strength would soar. Therefore, bottlenecks were something that every cultivator feared. No matter who it was, they would encounter them more or less on their path of growth. Yang Kai had also encountered them before, and every time he had experienced all kinds of dangers, breaking through the confusion between life and death. But from now on, he would no longer have to worry about this problem. Before he reached the Third Order Saint realm, his cultivation path would be smooth and smooth. Gently taking a deep breath, Yang Kai stood up, suddenly feeling that the whole world seemed to have become somewhat different. Immersed in it, he felt as if everything was in his grasp. From the coffin beside him, some hidden energy fluctuations were transmitted. Yang Kai carefully probed them. A moment later, a smile appeared on his face, sending out his divine sense. A stream of light suddenly shot out from the coffin and flew straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and allowed the stream of light to land firmly on his palm. Looking closely, this stream of light was actually a silver leaf. The meridians on the leaves were distinct and lifelike, as if they had just been plucked from a tree. However, this seemingly simple leaf was emitting a shocking energy fluctuation, a saint-grade high-rank artifact. Su Hui and the others had said that the previous generation's Holy Master possessed a top-grade artifact, and there were only a few such artifacts in the entire Tongxian realm. This silver leaf still had the soul brand of the previous generation's Holy Masters, but Yang Kai had used his demon eye of annihilation to purify and absorb the souls of the previous Holy Masters here. Naturally, he could control the previous generation's divine spirit brand. Not only the previous generation, but everyone's divine spirit brand could be controlled by him. In other words, if there were any artifacts left in these coffins, he could easily obtain them without worrying about being injured by the power of these artifacts. Yang Kai had never seen such an artifact before, but there were many different kinds of artifacts. Their shapes were all different. This silver leaf should have a unique power, so he didn't refine it. Yang Kai didn't know much about it, so he temporarily put it into the black book space. Avoiding the various dangerous barriers inside the holy tomb, Yang Kai excitedly walked towards the second coffin. He wanted to sweep this place clean. Exploring the coffins one by one, Yang Kai found that almost every coffin had some kind of harvest. These old holy masters were all top masters, so the artifacts they used were naturally not bad. All of them were saint-grade artifacts. Most of them were saint-grade mid-rank, a few were saint-grade low-rank, and the only saint-grade high-rank artifact was the silver leaf. It was obvious how rare such artifacts were. Although these artifacts were quite good, Yang Kai didn't care much about them. Those swords, spears, staffs, and halberds weren't suitable for him, so if he encountered a life or death battle, he might as well use his bare hands. The only thing that caught Yang Kai's attention was a crimson-colored artifact armor. This artifact armor looked extremely beautiful and was light to the touch, definitely capable of withstanding the attacks of a Saint Realm Master without breaking. This was a woman's artifact armor that Yang Kai had obtained from a woman's skeleton inside one of the coffins. This coffin was different from the others. Inside it lay two skeletons, one of which was the Holy Master of the Holy Land, while the other was the Saintess of that time. The two of them were closely huddled together, sharing life and death, causing Yang Kai to sigh a little. This artifact armor would be a good gift, whether it was given to Su Yan or Xiaoning Chang. It would provide a tyrannical defense. Thinking so, Yang Kai put away the artifact armor. A moment later, Yang Kai came to a stop in front of the last coffin. What made him feel slightly strange was that there didn't seem to be any trace of an artifact inside this coffin, and unlike the other coffins, this one was tightly shut and had a thick layer of spirit arrays surrounding it. After countless years, these spirit arrays had shown signs of loosening. For some reason, as soon as Yang Kai arrived here, the blood in his body began to flow faster and his heartbeat became stronger, as if there was something inside this coffin that was guiding his blood. Frowning, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Because of the spirit arrays surrounding this coffin, he couldn't sense the mysteries inside at all. However, this coffin was the only one here that was closed. Obviously, this holy master didn't want others to open it and investigate the secrets hidden inside. If not for this strange feeling, Yang Kai wouldn't have gone looking for trouble, but now he was very concerned about this coffin. Once this thought came to him, he could no longer suppress it. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai's expression became firm as he raised his hand and patted the coffin, Yuan Qi gushing out. A barrier placed by a third-order saint, logically speaking, should have been impossible for Yang Kai to break, but this holy master had been dead for who knows how many years, so this barrier should not have been at its peak. It took Yang Kai less than half an hour to completely destroy these spirit arrays. The light dimmed and the spirit arrays on the coffin lost their function. Yang Kai took a deep breath and reached out to lift the lid. A skeleton that had long decayed beyond recognition immediately entered Yang Kai's eyes, and after seeing the appearance of the skeleton, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked. There were many fractures and injuries on the bones of the skeleton. Almost 80% of the bones in the skeleton were broken. Yang Kai was deeply shocked. Every holy master lying here was a peak third-order saint, and this one was obviously no exception. When one's strength reached this level, whether it was the strength of their physique or the toughness of their bones, they would become extremely powerful. There were very few attacks that could break them. However, the scene in front of Yang Kai showed that before this holy master died, he had fought a fierce battle with a powerful enemy. Regardless of whether he won or lost, this holy master must have been beaten very miserably. The reason why he died was definitely related to these injuries. What kind of person could beat a third-order Saint Realm Master to death? While in a daze, Yang Kai's eyes were attracted by a dark bottle placed on the chest of the skeleton. Before this holy master died, his hands had been clasped together, holding this dark bottle close to his chest. There was also a spirit array placed on this bottle, seemingly to protect what was inside. A terrifying evil qi spread out from this bottle, causing Yang Kai to suddenly feel as if his body and mind were being tortured. Asterisk kachacha, asterisk a crisp sound rang out. It seemed that because Yang Kai had broken the spirit array of the coffin, the thing inside the bottle had become unstable and was now violently struggling to break out. The dark bottle was unable to withstand such an impact, and in an instant, countless cracks appeared on its surface. The light of the spirit array on the bottle also flickered strangely. Yang Kai just watched indifferently, not showing any intention of stopping this. He had a feeling that the thing inside this bottle was somehow related to him. Somehow he had sensed some clues. Asterisk kacha, asterisk accompanied by a crisp sound. The dark bottle suddenly shattered into pieces, and a golden light appeared, exuding a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire holy tomb. The various spirit arrays that had been placed all over the holy tomb were disintegrated by this golden light and lost their effectiveness. With the golden light as the center, the murderous and evil aura surged into the sky. All of the coffins were blown away and exploded in midair. The skeletons of the saint sovereigns were also turned into dust in an instant. Yang Kai stared intently at this golden light, his expression fluctuating as he muttered, "Demon, God, golden blood?" This golden light exuded a strong bloody smell. No doubt it was blood. On top of that, it was as dazzling as melted gold, filled with an evil qi that caused even Yang Kai to tremble. Now that it was being held in the hand of a holy master from Nine Heavens' holy land, besides demon god golden blood, Yang Kai couldn't think of any other possibility. Why was this drop of demon god golden blood here? What was the relationship between the legendary great demon god and this holy master? Yang Kai's thoughts raced, but before he could figure out what was going on, the demon god golden blood floating in front of him seemed to have found its target and suddenly disappeared. leaving behind a golden afterimage as it rushed directly towards Yang Kai's brow and imprinted itself between his eyebrows before disappearing. In the next instant, Yang Kai's face became ferocious. He felt as if his blood was boiling and roaring as the golden blood in his body seemed to have been activated and was exploding. The terrifying power of this explosion spread through his meridians and physique, and in just a moment, Yang Kai's body was covered in wounds, his 5 viscera burning, and the pain was unbearable. The dazzling golden light enveloped Yang Kai, and Yang Kai couldn't help roaring towards the heavens. Above the mysterious small world, the wind and clouds began to change as a thick blood chi filled the air, filling the entire mysterious small world with a strange mixture of gold and blood red. The unyielding golden skeleton wriggled and emitted a cracking sound. The demonic chi stored inside the golden skeleton uncontrollably gushed out, transforming into demon crests that covered Yang Kai's skin, imprinting themselves into his flesh and blood before disappearing. The golden and red mysterious small world was suddenly covered in darkness, no longer able to see a trace of light. In this darkness, Yang Kai grit his teeth and endured, his whole body trembling as his skin began to crack and red blood flowed out, soaking the ground. However, in front of his eyes it was as if a picture scroll was slowly unfolding, and inside this picture, an earth-shattering battle was taking place. Chapter 799. Yang Kai didn't open his eyes to watch, nor did he use his divine sense to sense anything, but the scene of this great battle was still being transmitted to his consciousness. Soon, Yang Kai's attention was completely absorbed by this battle, gradually forgetting his own pain and focusing all of his attention on it. The 2 sides involved in this battle were both top-level masters, each of their moves giving off unimaginably powerful energy fluctuations that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth. On one side was a master filled with demonic chi, while on the other side was a handsome middle-aged man whose every movement exuded an air of calmness. The appearance of the former made Yang Kai feel somewhat familiar, and after thinking about it for a while, his eyes lit up as he suddenly understood who this master filled with demonic chi was. Great Demon God, the most powerful great demon god in legend. Yang Kai had once seen a statue of Great Demon God in the mysterious small world where the ancient demon clan lived, one that was very similar to the one in front of him, almost identical. Great Demon God was a legendary existence, one that no one in his era could compare to and was recognized as the strongest master under heaven. Under his leadership, the entire demon race was filled with powerful soldiers and horses. Even the human race, which had the largest population, had to avoid him. Since then, none of the rulers of the demon race dared to call themselves great demon gods, all of them simply calling themselves demon commanders to show their worship and respect to great demon god. It was said that there was once a demon commander who was not very tactful and proclaimed himself great demon god. But before he could enjoy this supreme power for a few days, he was besieged and killed by his subordinates. It was obvious what kind of influence Great Demon God had left on the demon race. Judging from the scene in front of him, this Great Demon God should still be in the process of growth and had yet to reach his peak. Even so, the number of people who could fight against him at that time was extremely rare. This middle-aged man should be one of them, the holy master of 9 heavens, holy land, his true body that had been broken in countless places. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little excited. He didn't know why he was able to see this battle that happened countless years ago, but he could guess that it had something to do with the drop of Demon God's blood. Perhaps the Demon God's blood carried the memories of the Great Demon God, allowing him to see this. Both Great Demon God and Holy Master at that time were third-order saints, so this battle should have been a showdown between peak saints. No one knew how the war started, but it had already started when Yang Kai saw it. Again and again, they clashed fiercely against each other. Both of them unleashed their full strength. They fought from the ground to the sky to the star field, and then from the star field back to the ground. The scene changed extremely quickly, and the strength of the two was also evenly matched. It was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time, but Yang Kai was fascinated by it. There wasn't the slightest bit of impatience. Witnessing such an earth-shattering battle was of great benefit to his growth. The younger generation of great forces would often be taken by their seniors to watch a battle between a higher realm cultivator in order to gain some combat experience and comprehend some things they couldn't comprehend in their daily cultivation. It could be said that what was placed in front of Yang Kai was an opportunity. The adaptability of the two in battle and the way they released their energy made Yang Kai ponder, carefully observing the situation and verifying it with his own. Time passed by, and after an unknown amount of time, the balance between the two who were originally evenly matched was gradually broken. The Holy Master, perhaps too eager to win or for some other reason, was unable to use any of his moves. Soon he was at a disadvantage. The great demon god's posture was wild. Like a madman, he took advantage of this opportunity to kill. Yang Kai watched with relish. The scene in front of Yang Kai's eyes suddenly changed. Probably because too much time had passed, the memory of the drop of demon god's blood was not very coherent. By the time Yang Kai glanced over again, the outcome of this battle had already been decided. The Holy Master coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale as he transformed into a streak of light and quickly fled from great demon god. Before leaving, he took a drop of the great demon god's golden blood with him. The great demon god just stood in place, staring coldly and arrogantly at his disheveled figure, not showing any intention to pursue. A moment later, his figure flickered and disappeared. The scene in Yang Kai's mind was cut off. Yang Kai let out a long breath and slowly calmed the excitement in his heart. He had never expected that he would be able to see the great demon god with his own eyes in this way. Since coming to Tongxian realm, Yang Kai had heard many legends about this man from various people and knew that he had an inextricable relationship with this man. The unyielding golden skeleton was his body. The demon eye of annihilation was his eyes, and even the wordless black book was created by him. Unfortunately, he had died so many years ago that Yang Kai had never been able to see it. Now, Yang Kai had finally gotten what he wanted. The wealth left behind by the great demon god had been of great help to Yang Kai's growth, but Yang Kai felt that he would not be bound by the great demon god's path. On the contrary, Yang Kai was convinced that he could walk a path that the great demon god could not and surpass his achievements. Only in this way could he live up to the huge amount of resources he had, and only in this way could he prove that everything he had was not something the great demon god could have arranged. However, after watching such a great battle, Yang Kai finally understood what was going on with that coffin. The damage to the Holy Master's body should have been left behind by the great demon god. After that battle, he returned to the Holy Land and should have died soon after, leaving behind the demon god golden blood because he was unwilling to accept it. But today, it had aroused Yang Kai's curiosity, allowing him to obtain the demon god golden blood and watch that fierce battle. Inside the holy tomb, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. At some point, the darkness that had filled this place had receded, returning to its original gloomy environment. Probing his body, Yang Kai was a little surprised. Although there were many wounds on his body, with his powerful resilience, these injuries were not important. What he was concerned about was that because he had fused with the drop of demon god golden blood, the blood flowing through his veins seemed to have undergone some significant changes. The golden blood had become more abundant, and the demonic chi that filled the unyielding golden skeleton had also become purer. Faintly, Yang Kai even comprehended a divine technique that belonged to the great demon god. Soul fission technique. By pouring a huge amount of soul energy into one soul brand and nourishing it with a special method, one could produce another soul. This soul could then enter another body and become an avatar outside of one's true body. Depending on the degree of refinement of this avatar, it could possess various abilities of the real body. The strongest avatar could display up to 80% of the real body strength, perhaps even more. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he suddenly remembered the soul clone of the demon General Mengu he had encountered in his own world. Inside the evil cavern, Yang Kai had used the demon's sealing chain to kill Meng Ji's soul clone and had even been threatened by him at that time. It was not until he came to Tongxian realm that Yang Kai understood what kind of person Mengu was and how powerful he was. So, what Mengu had used at that time should have been a soul fission technique, allowing his avatar to descend into the evil cavern, but compared to the great demon god's soul fission technique, there was still a big difference. Meng Ji's soul clone was simply too weak. Yang Kai guessed that Meng might have obtained some ancient books left behind by the great demon god and obtained some clues from them, but he wasn't very proficient in them, nor was he orthodox. Cultivating the soul fission technique didn't only have this benefit. Once a soul clone was formed, it was equivalent to having two souls inside one's knowledge sea. With two souls cultivating at the same time, the growth of one's spiritual energy would also be twice that of the average person. Of course, the initial price to pay was definitely huge. Constructing a soul clone required a huge amount of spiritual energy. However, for Yang Kai, this wasn't a problem. The six-colored soul warming lotus was constantly nourishing his soul, so his spiritual energy could be replenished at any time. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the holy tomb was a complete mess. It seemed that because he had entered this mysterious, small world this time, it had been completely destroyed. From now on, any holy master who entered this place would likely not be able to obtain any benefits and would no longer be brainwashed by their predecessors. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit ashamed. Although he had been forced to enter this place by Su Hui and the others, the holy tomb was still one of the foundations of Nine Heavens' holy land. If they were to learn that he had destroyed this place, they would likely not let him leave easily. At the very least, Yang Kai would have to accept the position of Holy Master before they would give up. What's more, the Holy Master spirit ring had been branded with his own soul brand. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on as he secretly felt that this time, unless he had a falling out with Nine Heavens' holy land, there was no way to end this matter. After sighing for a while, Yang Kai didn't rush to leave the holy tomb and instead decided to stay here and begin cultivating the great demon god's soul fission technique. Inside his knowledge sea, Yang Kai condensed his own soul brand and then poured his spiritual energy into this brand using a special method to nourish and construct his soul clone. The consumption of spiritual energy was enormous, and even with the six-colored soul-warming lotus, he couldn't make ends meet. Fortunately, Yang Kai had a number of pills in his black book space, some of which could be used to supplement his spiritual energy. Yang Kai also had the myriad drug liquid, so he didn't need to worry about replenishing his spiritual energy. The sun and moon flew by, and time passed. Inside the holy tomb, there was no daylight, so Yang Kai didn't want to leave. He only hoped that with the passage of time, he would be able to fade away from the sight of Su Hui and the others. So he decided to stay here and cultivate. It wasn't until his soul fission technique reached the minor accomplishment stage and another soul appeared in his knowledge, that Yang Kai stopped cultivating. There was no need for him to worry too much about the rest. As time passed, his soul clone would become more and more tenacious and powerful. Unfortunately, it didn't have its own consciousness or emotions. After it grew to a certain extent, Yang Kai could find a suitable vessel and pour his soul clone into it to create his own soul clone. The soul clone created this way would have no consciousness or thoughts, but Yang Kai could manipulate it to go to places that were inconvenient for him. Perhaps it would play an unexpected role in certain situations. Slowly standing up, Yang Kai released his divine sense and searched for the exit of the holy tomb. Chapter 800. A moment later, a secluded place appeared in Yang Kai's perception. Yang Kai rushed towards it, and with the help of his void force, his vision blurred. By the time he regained his senses, he was already in the clear sky. In front of him was the blue stone engraved with the two characters, Holy Tomb, of Nine Heavens' holy land. After entering from here, Yang Kai returned to the same place. As soon as he appeared, Yang Kai immediately restrained his aura and quietly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. He didn't know how long he had been in the holy tomb, but he estimated it had not been short. There was no one in front of the blue stone at this moment, so Su Hui and the others had obviously dispersed. This was a good time for him to secretly leave. As long as he left Nine Heavens' holy land, he would be like a bird flying in the sky and a fish swimming in the sea. Even if Su Hui had heaven-defying skills, he would never be able to bring him back. However, after investigating his surroundings with his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. The entire Nine Heavens' holy land was a mess, as if a great battle had just taken place. Everywhere he looked, he could see messy battlefields. Most of the houses between the 9 peaks had been reduced to rubble. A faint smell of blood filled the air, and the faint cries of many people could be heard vaguely echoing in his ears. A familiar life aura came to a stop not too far away, seemingly having discovered his existence, causing it to suddenly become unstable. Yang Kai turned his head and happened to meet Enling's pair of beautiful eyes. This saintess, who symbolized nobility and purity, had a blue handkerchief wrapped around her head at this moment, and her white dress was stained with dust and blood, as if she had just returned from somewhere. When she saw Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with joy and disbelief as she froze in place, opening her mouth, and Ling didn't even have time to call out before Yang Kai disappeared and reappeared in front of her in the next moment, covering her mouth. No matter how she struggled, she was unable to break free, leading her directly to a remote pavilion. "Don't shout. I'll let you go," Yang Kai whispered, and Ling's beautiful eyes flashed with a faint trace of panic. Hearing this, she quickly nodded. Only then did Yang Kai release her. He chuckled and distanced himself from her, lest she misunderstand that he was going to silence her. "You're out." And Ling looked around and asked in a soft voice. Yang Kai gently nodded. "I just came out." "You really did come out." And Ling pursed her red lips as a sense of relief appeared on her face. She had been worried about Yang Kai's safety all this time. Now that she saw him return safely, a huge rock in her heart instantly fell to the ground, making her feel much more relaxed. For Yang Kai to be forced into the holy tomb, and Ling had always felt that she had to bear a large part of the responsibility. Every time she thought about it, she would blame herself incessantly, causing her to become even thinner. Now she was finally at ease. "It's good that you came out," and Ling gently patted her chest. "Since you're out, you should hurry up and leave before the Great Elder and the others discover you." Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he glanced at her and asked in surprise, "You're willing to let me go?" And Ling showed a bitter smile. "It's not like I didn't know you didn't want to come here. Leaving you here will only annoy you, so why bother? It's better to let you go." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. He stared at her gratefully. "Why are you looking at me like that? If you were discovered, you wouldn't be able to leave." And Ling frowned. "I just found you to be very beautiful." Yang Kai flattered, and Ling blushed and angrily said, "Don't be such a smooth talker. I already knew you weren't a good person, so don't think you can win my favor like this." Yang Kai laughed dryly before his expression became serious, and he cupped his fists. "Then we'll part ways here. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. And go quickly, head south. The Great Elder and the others are all in the north," and Ling urged. Yang Kai nodded lightly, identified the direction, and quietly headed north. Not long after Yang Kai left, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared beside Ling, like a ghost. "Ah, Elder Yu Ing." And Ling was startled and covered her mouth in shock. Yu Ing stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, sighed softly, and said faintly, "Letting him go like this, are you really willing?" "Did you see it?" And Ling, his expression became a little awkward. She didn't know when Yu Ying had been following her, but from the tone of her voice, it was clear she had seen everything just now. I only saw him leave in a hurry without the slightest reluctance. There's nothing here for him to miss. And Ling are forced to smile. What about you? You've been worried about him. You've been with him through thick and thin for so long. Yet he doesn't feel any affection for you? Don't you feel even the slightest bit of affection for him? Yu Ying looked at Ling indifferently, and Ling gently shook her head. Although he is a hateful person, I don't think I deserve him. Speaking of which, I really don't feel much for him. It's better to be friends. And it is undeniable that following him always gives me a sense of security, making me mistakenly feel that I am younger than him and will always be protected. Moreover, now that the Holy Land has become like this, I don't want to implicate him. Elder Yu Ying, don't mention this matter to the Great Elder, okay? We'll just pretend he's dead. Yu Ying's brow furrowed, seemingly considering it, and Ling quickly hugged one of Yu Ying's arms and begged her coquettishly. Unable to bear Ling coaxing, Yu Ying smiled bitterly and rubbed her forehead. All right, I won't say it. I didn't see anything today. Ling, you must have been tired for the past few days, so you should go back and rest. We will take care of things outside, so you don't need to worry. The Holy Land can only place its hopes on you now. You have all the secret arts the Saintess needs to cultivate. So if my Holy Land can survive this time, the next generation of Saintess will depend on you. Seeing her agree, and Ling was overjoyed. However, when they thought of the Holy Land's current tragic situation, the eyes of the two women dimmed. Whether they could survive this disaster was another matter altogether, and no one knew what the future would be like. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before everyone died here. Otherwise, Yu Ying wouldn't have agreed to Ling's request so easily. Elder Yu Ying really is easy to talk to. A faint voice suddenly resounded around the corner of the pavilion, drifting erratically, making it impossible for anyone to guess the location of the speaker. Yu Ying's beautiful face paled as she quickly condensed her yuan qi and shouted, "Who is it?" As soon as her voice fell, a figure emerged from the side and looked at them with a smile. Flickering heavenly shadow. And Ling shouted, instantly recognizing that this was one of the 9 heavens' divine skills. It was an extremely wonderful movement skill, and whether it was used to fight enemies or to escape. Startled, she stared at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, "Why didn't you leave?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and glanced at Yu Ying intentionally or unintentionally. When he left just now, he noticed that this woman was following Ling. So to be on the safe side, he decided to conceal himself and monitor them. But he didn't expect to hear the conversation between the two women, which made him feel that it would be a bit unkind to just leave like this. "How did you manage to hide from my divine sense? I clearly noticed that you had already left. When did you come back?" Yu Ying stared at Yang Kai in a daze, a look of disbelief flashing across her beautiful eyes. She was a first-order saint, yet Yang Kai was able to silently approach her. If it weren't for Yang Kai not showing any hostility, she would likely be a corpse right now. Considering all this, Yu Ying's tender body broke out in a cold sweat, suddenly realizing that this person they regarded as the future Holy Master was somewhat unfathomable. "Why are you so nervous? I don't want to do anything to you." Yang Kai grinned, but didn't answer Yu Ying's question, instead solemnly saying, "I've been quite concerned since a moment ago. What's wrong with your 9 heavens, Holy Land?" And Ling opened her mouth, but before she could answer, Yu Ying suddenly said coldly, "This has nothing to do with you, right? If you don't want to inherit the position of Holy Master, what's the point of asking this?" Kai Yang wrinkled his brow, feeling somewhat inexplicable. When this beautiful woman saw him last time, her attitude was quite respectful, but this time it was as if she had just met an enemy, clearly rejecting him. Yang Kai didn't have any intention to bicker with her, and simply smiled faintly. "If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. I don't want to meddle in other people's business. Farewell." Saying so, he turned around and left. Don't go. Yu Ying suddenly shouted again. What's wrong? Yang Kai turned to look at her impatiently. Yu Ying's expression was both complicated and awkward, hesitating for a moment before saying, Don't be in such a hurry to leave, I'll tell you. Sorry, I don't want to know. The more I know, the more trouble there will be. Yu Ying stared at him in amazement, her face turning blue with regret. How can you be like this? He was like a scoundrel. Where was the dignity and bearing of a holy lord? Didn't he enter the holy tomb? Why was he still acting like this? It stood to reason that those who entered the holy tomb and then came out would regard the holy land as their home. Yu Ying couldn't understand. Seeing the depressed look on this beautiful woman's face, Yang Kai was in a good mood and sat down directly on a stool in the corner pavilion, turning to Enling, and saying, Tell me about it. Enling secretly glanced over at elder Yu Ying and found that the latter was glaring at Yang Kai like she wanted to eat him alive, as if she couldn't wait to skin him alive. And Ling couldn't help laughing, pursing her lips for a moment before saying, Why do you want to know? You know very well that once you know, you'll get into trouble. You just made the situation sound so serious. Of course I want to know. Who told you to say we're friends? I rarely have friends, Yang Kai said seriously. And Ling couldn't help feeling moved, staring at him for a moment before smiling meaningfully. That Goche will definitely regret not treating you with sincerity in the future. He will, Yang Kai grinned confidently. Chapter 801. If Enling had begged him to stay when she discovered him, Yang Kai would have simply left without hesitation. But she had actually asked him to leave. This was obviously for his own good. Since Enling was so considerate, Yang Kai couldn't just walk away like this. Something big must have happened to Nine Heaven's holy land. Seeing Yang Kai take the initiative to stay, Enling was particularly happy and quickly explained what had happened after he entered the holy tomb. Yang Kai then learned that it had been 9 months since he entered the holy tomb. The first half of the year was peaceful, but one day, nearly half a year later, the spirit arrays arranged around the 9 peaks suddenly lost their effectiveness, catching all the Holy Land's elders and protectors off guard. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find the cause, let alone repair or restart the spirit arrays. Just as everyone was at a loss, Saintess Nan, who noticed the disappearance of the spirit arrays and barriers, attacked the Holy Land. Everyone worked together to resist, and although they succeeded in forcing Saintess Nan to retreat, the Holy Land's foundations were destroyed and many of its disciples were injured or killed. At this time, foreign enemies invaded. Foreign enemies? Yang Kai was surprised, and although my Holy Land has been strong these past few years, which great force doesn't have enemies? When the old Holy Master was alive, we were able to deter them, but the old Holy Master has been dead for almost 2 years now, and the new Holy Master has yet to succeed, allowing them to see an opportunity. My Holy Land's 9 peaks are an excellent place to cultivate. So many people are coveting them. Isn't that just throwing stones at someone who's down? Yang Kai sneered softly. Yes, and Ling nodded, her expression sad. It's not all their fault. When the old Holy Master was alive, his methods were too harsh, causing them to feel resentment. That's not all. A trivial few small forces aren't enough to put in my Holy Land's eyes. But Yu Ying continued, her brow furrowing as she lamented. But Saintess Nan has been stirring up so much trouble outside, causing several great forces to take advantage of this opportunity to gather a large number of masters to demand an explanation for my Holy Land. Those experts either harmed Saintess Nan's interests or had their families and friends killed by Saintess Nan. They all view our Holy Land as a thorn in their side. When it rains, it pours, but when it rains the night, the boat is late enough to meet the headwind. Yang Kai frowned, finally understanding why Nine Heaven's Holy Land was in such a miserable state. However, Nine Heaven's Holy Land's barrier and spirit array had failed nearly half a year ago. At that time, Yang Kai happened to obtain the Holy Master's spirit ring. Could it be related to this? Yang Kai guessed, but he wasn't sure. Half a month ago, those people came again and cursed us, asking us to hand over the sage nun. But after the battle half a year ago, Saintess Nan was injured and fled far away. No one knows where she went. How can we find her? The great Long Chalk Elder spoke to them for a while, but it was to no avail. Those few powers who coveted my 9 peaks fanned the flames and started fighting. Both sides suffered casualties, and this enmity grew deeper and deeper. Now it seems that no matter what, it can't be resolved, Sai. What kind of forces came here to stir up trouble? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Naturally, the leaders were 3 nearby forces, Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect. A look of disgust and hatred appeared on Yu Ying's pretty face. These 3 forces are the main culprits. If it was just one of them, even if my holy land's Yuan Qi suffered heavy losses, we wouldn't have put them in our eyes. But they also gathered many powerful masters from other forces, sects, and families. After that battle, my holy land became enemies with almost half of the world. Is the situation really that bad? Yang Kai was also taken aback. However, thinking about Saintess Nan's actions outside during this time, it made sense. Saintess Nan killed wherever she went, causing countless deaths and injuries to her subordinates. Naturally, she was a huge hidden danger to 9 Heavens' holy land. As a second-order saint, her strength was profound, her cultivation was profound, and her divine technique was immeasurable. Only third-order saints could deal with her. In this world, there weren't many masters of this level. Even Yang Kai didn't know if Soaring Heaven Sect's Chuling Shao was a master of this level. It's far worse than you think. Yu Ying's face was cold and harsh. These 3 forces don't just covet the foundations of my 9 peaks. They covet Ling are the most. Saying so, she shot a meaningful glance towards Enling. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he suddenly understood. They want to arrange for one of their sect's disciples to marry your saintess in order to obtain your holy master's inheritance, right? Once they obtained the holy master's inheritance, they would soar to the heavens. This was a huge fortune that they could not obtain even if they struggled for hundreds of years. Indeed. Yu Ying nodded firmly. Half a month ago, when they retreated, they said that we had 1 month to hand over Saintess Nan, or they would raise our 9 peaks to the ground. However, that night, Great Chalk Elder received a secret letter stating that if we couldn't hand over the previous generation Saintess, we could use the current generation's Saintess to offset it. Such calculations. Yang Kai couldn't help marveling at the shamelessness of these people, hesitating for a moment before asking, "So you're just going to sit here and wait for death?" Yu Ying's beautiful eyes dimmed. "What else can we do? The world is so big, and we have no place to go. There's still half a month's time. Great Chong Elder Chalk can only hope to persuade those forces that have been implicated to retreat on their own accord. If there are only 3 forces left, they won't be able to make any waves. When my holy land recovers, we will settle accounts with them one by one. Your old holy master really did a great deal of harm." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Why didn't he treat them better when they were alive? You can't blame them for coming to cause trouble." "Hey, whose side are you on?" Yu Ying glared at Yang Kai with some displeasure. "I'm just telling the truth." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. When the old Holy Lord was still alive, although his methods were a little more forceful, and every year he would make them offer some cultivation resources, it was precisely because of the old Holy Lord's protection that these 3 forces have always been safe and sound. And Ling explained. Now they have chosen to repay kindness with enmity. They are really ungrateful wolves. What do you mean? How did your old holy master protect them? Yang Kai showed a puzzled look. Didn't I tell you? Our holy land is located at the edge of the human territory, just past the towering mountain. The beast sea jungle on the other side is the territory of the monster race. If it weren't for the old holy master, the monster race great senior would have already led his people here and occupied this territory. Monster race. Yang Kai raised his brow and asked in surprise, "Is that the monster race's territory?" Then why haven't they taken this opportunity to attack us? With the old Holy Master dead, it was reasonable to say that the monster race should be the ones to make the first move. There was a blood feud between the human race, monster race, and demon race, so none of them could stand the other. With such a great opportunity, the monster race had no reason to miss it. Yang Kai was keenly aware that there should be some inside story behind this, perhaps some unknown secret, and Ling glanced at Yu Ying, seemingly asking for her opinion. Yu Ying's pretty face showed a complicated expression as she pondered for a moment before nodding lightly. And Ling then whispered, "The old Holy Master seems to have some friendship with the monster race great senior over there. This is probably one of the reasons why they didn't attack us." "Oh." Yang Kai showed a look of interest as he sneered and said sarcastically, "So it seems the monster race is more humane. The monster race great senior is certainly not weak." "We haven't seen him, but he shouldn't be weak," Ewing nodded. "That's the specific situation." After Ling said so, she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, seemingly waiting for him to make a decision. Yu Ying also looked at him with a very nervous expression, fearing that he would simply walk away after learning about such a big trouble. If that were the case, Yu Ying would really cry. Since Yang Kai could safely emerge from the Holy Tomb, he must have passed the test. Now he was completely equivalent to the Holy Master of the Holy Land. With such a person presiding over the Holy Land, the mood of the disciples could be stabilized, and it would be more convenient for them to arrange their affairs. With two beautiful women, one young and one young, staring at him, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling helpless and quickly asked, "Where is Su Hui?" Hearing him ask this, whether it was in Ling or Yu Ying, both of their beautiful eyes brightened, Yu Ying quickly saying, "I'll take you to him." As he spoke, he led the way with a smile on his face. Yang Kai and Enling followed closely behind. Are you going to become the Holy Master of the Holy Land?" And Ling suddenly asked softly, "I didn't say that, don't misunderstand. It's just that right now, I'll do whatever I can. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to help you resolve this disaster, but I can only say I'll do my best. If your Holy Land is really destroyed because of this disaster, at least you won't blame me." That's good, and Ling smiled. "You're not bad. We really are friends, right?" Yang Kai grinned wickedly. "So don't fall in love with me. If you do, then I'll leave and we won't even be friends." "Don't be so full of yourself." And Ling's cheeks flushed red as she couldn't help hitting Yang Kai affectionately, gritting her teeth as she said, "Do you really think all women in the world are attracted to you? Although you're a good person, you're not my type." "What kind of man do you like?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Someone older than me, tall and strong. Someone who knows how to take care of others." And Ling suddenly fell into a fantasy, her beautiful eyes filled with sweetness and happiness. "You really don't have good eyesight." Yang Kai kept shaking his head, a look of arrogance appearing on his face, causing Ling to giggle. Along the way, there were broken fences and dilapidated walls. The ground was full of bloodstains and traces of battle. The Holy Land disciples who were busy seeing Yu Ying and Enling all bowed respectfully, but when they saw Yang Kai walking side by side with Enling, all of them showed dumbfounded expressions, none of them daring to believe their eyes. Up ahead, Su Hui was busy arranging for people to work when Yu Ying called out to him with a smile. Su Hui turned his head and was about to respond when his eyes suddenly popped out of their sockets, as if he had seen a ghost, his mouth wide open, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 802. In front of a certain ruin, Su Hui stared at Yang Kai in a daze, hardly daring to believe his eyes. Beside him, Shi Kuan, Qing Yu Tong, and the others also wore similar expressions. "Don't be so surprised. Did you think I had died inside?" Yang Kai chuckled. Su Hui finally recovered, and a look of joy appeared on his face, his body trembling slightly as he cupped his fists. "Welcome, Holy Master!" "Welcome, Holy Master!" Shi Kuan, Qingyu Tong, and the others also quickly repeated, their expressions respectful. It seemed that seeing Yang Kai appear was equivalent to seeing hope, the haze on their faces being swept away. Even the nearby Holy Land disciples all gathered around and stared at Yang Kai as if they were looking at their savior. Yang Kai frowned and raised his hand. "Don't call me that. I've heard the general situation from Elder Yuing and Enling. Is there anything I can help with here? If there is, feel free to tell me. If I can do it, I will do my best to help." Su Hui stared blankly for a moment before immediately understanding Yang Kai's meaning, not wanting to annoy him any further, politely saying, "I wouldn't dare. The matters here are trivial. Pacifying the mood of the disciples and treating the injured is not something you need to intervene in." Saying so, Su Hui's eyes wandered over Yang Kai's hand, but after a moment, he couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. "Are you looking for this?" Yang Kai flipped his palm and took out the Holy Master's spirit ring. Everyone's expression changed as they stared at the simple and unadorned ring with burning eyes. Su Hui nodded repeatedly, his face filled with excitement. "Little brother, you really brought out the Holy Master's spirit ring." Yang Kai nodded lightly and put the ring on his finger in front of everyone, leisurely saying, "I wanted to give this ring to you when I came out, but there was an accident. Before I reach the Saint Realm, this ring will be kept by me and will be returned to you when the time comes." Yang Kai estimated that when he reached the Saint Realm, he would be able to remove the connection between him and this ring and remove his soul brand from it. "It's fine. This spirit ring belongs to you. You can wear it for as long as you want." Su Hui smiled, the other elders and protectors also nodding. "But with the Holy Master spirit ring, things will be much easier." Su Hui breathed a sigh of relief. "Little brother, this old master has a few things he wants to ask you for your help." "Great, elder. Please speak," Yang Kai nodded. "Many of the disciples have been injured, so we don't have enough medicinal pills and herbs for healing. Little brother, please follow me to the storehouse and take some things out. You lead the way." Su Hui quickly nodded, exhorting the other protectors and elders before leading Yang Kai off in a certain direction. After they left, the protectors and elders all showed shocked expressions. "He really came out of the holy tomb 9 months ago. How did he do it?" Shi Kuan shook his head, unable to understand. "Isn't this already breaking the record recorded in the history books? If I remember correctly, the previous Holy Master who took the longest only took 2 months to do so. Taking so long to pass the test, this Holy Master isn't very good. Did we overestimate him?" "It doesn't matter. The most important thing now is that the Holy Master's spirit ring was brought out, so the 9 Peaks spirit array and barrier can be reactivated to prevent those people from invading." Everyone was talking at once, and only Yu Ying's beautiful eyes flickered with extremely complicated emotions. She still couldn't figure out how Yang Kai had managed to deceive her perception and silently appear beside her just now. Even with the help of the 9 Heavens' divine skills, if his own spiritual energy wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish this. Have I underestimated him, or have I overestimated him? "Yu Ying, what's wrong?" Qingyu Tong saw her somewhat absent-minded and quickly leaned over to ask. "It's nothing. I just feel that this future Holy Master is different from others." "How is he different?" Qingyu Tong suddenly became interested. "I can't explain it clearly." Yu Ying slowly shook her head, suddenly turning to the side and shouting, "What are you looking at? Don't you have anything else to do?" The disciples who had gathered here all seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly scattered to continue with their work. However, the news that the new Holy Master had come out of seclusion and had successfully passed the Holy Tomb's test still spread like wildfire. All the Holy Land disciples who heard this news were excited, feeling that there was hope for the Holy Land. In front of the underground storehouse, Yang Kai and Su Hui came to a stop. Using their divine senses, Yang Kai found that this storehouse was made of some kind of unknown material. Even with Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, he couldn't penetrate it in the slightest. On top of that, the texture of the material surrounding the storehouse was extremely hard and solid. On the way here, Su Hui had briefly explained the situation to Yang Kai. The materials collected by 9 Heavens, Holy Land, were generally stored in this storehouse. After so many years, the amount of materials stored in this storehouse had become innumerable. Since the fall of the old Holy Master, this storehouse had never been opened. After nearly 2 years, there weren't many materials left in the Holy Land, and after this disaster, all of them had been completely exhausted. Many of the injured disciples didn't even have healing pills to take, let alone cultivation pills. As such, the top priority now was to quickly open the storehouse and take out the materials inside. The only key to opening the storehouse was the Holy Master Spirit Ring that Yang Kai had brought out. Following Su Hui's instructions, Yang Kai poured his Yuan Qi into the Holy Master Spirit Ring and placed the ring on his finger into a groove in the center of the storehouse's door. With a flash of light, the impregnable door slowly opened. A huge underground warehouse suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. This warehouse was filled with all kinds of materials: herbs for alchemy, rare stones for artifact refining, pills and artifacts that had long since been refined. There were simply too many to count. Kai Yang's eyes were dazzled, and he was horrified. After all, this was the storehouse of a great force. The richness of its heritage far exceeded Yang Kai's imagination. Little brother, take a look around yourself. If you need anything, feel free to take it. I'll call some disciples over to help transport the materials. Su Hui informed Yang Kai before leaving. Immediately, Kai Yang rejoiced and began to wander about. There were countless kinds of materials here, enough to supply at least tens of thousands of people. No wonder the 3 nearby forces had taken the risk to attack 9 Heavens' Holy Land. Without even mentioning the fact that the 9 peaks were an excellent place for cultivation, the materials here were enough to make anyone's eyes go red. In this world, everyone came for profit, everyone went for profit. This was an immutable truth. Yang Kai didn't show the slightest hesitation, taking all the alchemy materials into his black book space in case he needed them. His alchemy skills still needed to be improved. Although he could now refine saint-grade low-rank pills, he still wasn't skilled enough. Only by refining saint-grade mid-rank pills could he go to the endless snow mountain range to find Coffin Slave and enter the mysterious small world to lift the shackles of the ancient demon clan. Compared with 9 Heavens' Holy Land, Yang Kai valued the strength of Li Rong and Han Fei more or less because of the ancient demon clan. Yang Kai didn't want to have much to do with 9 Heavens' Holy Land. The human and demon clans couldn't coexist, so if he were to become both the Holy Master and the leader of the ancient demon clan, these 2 forces would likely clash and Yang Kai would be caught in the middle. After busying himself for a while, Yang Kai collected a large number of herbs and even the materials needed to refine the Saint Pill Li Rong had asked him to. At this point, all the materials needed to refine the Saint Pill had been collected. Yang Kai was in a good mood and felt that this trip was worth it, collecting some more crystal stones for cultivation before stopping. Su Hui was also busy filling his universe bag with supplies and handing them to the disciples waiting outside so they could deliver them to the alchemists inside the Holy Land. After half a day, the bustle gradually subsided. Little brother, don't you need to find something? Su Hui saw that Yang Kai was empty-handed and didn't even have a universe bag on him, so he couldn't help but misunderstand. However, Su Hui was keenly aware that there were a lot fewer things in the storehouse, especially the alchemy materials, causing him to be puzzled. No need. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Then let's go out. If you want, you can come here at any time. Su Hui chuckled and left the storehouse without saying anything more. Su Hui then said, I'll have to ask little brother to come with me to open the 9 Peaks Spirit Array and Barrier. Yang Kai nodded and motioned for Su Hui to lead the way. The 9 peaks, spirit array, and barrier were profound and were something that the Holy Land's previous holy masters had spent countless years perfecting. It was capable of withstanding the bombardment of Saint Realm masters and wouldn't be damaged in a short time. Although each holy master was a top master at the Third Order Saint Realm, there were still times when a holy master would leave the Holy Land. With the protection of this spirit array and barrier, the Holy Land would be safer. Yang Kai wasn't proficient in barriers and spirit arrays, almost never having dabbled in them before. But taking advantage of the Holy Master's spirit ring and following Su Hui's instructions, he didn't need to spend too much effort. All he needed to do was hold onto the Holy Master's spirit ring and follow Su Hui's instructions to open some key points. Shuttling back and forth between the 9 peaks, Yang Kai's yuan, qi, consumed a great deal of energy, and it was only after half a day that he successfully opened the 9 peaks spirit array and barrier. The flow of world energy between the heavens and earth had obviously become much denser, and a thin layer of energy invisible to the naked eye had covered the entire 9 heavens' holy land, shrouding it in its own protection. Su Hui was completely shocked. He knew how much yuan qi and energy it took to open the spirit array, and even the previous generation, Holy Master, was unable to do so in half a day. This was a massive spirit array that covered the entire Holy Land. But Yang Kai had done it. After opening the spirit array, his face didn't even blush, his heart didn't skip a beat, as if nothing had happened. Su Hui couldn't even begin to guess just how much true qi was stored in Yang Kai's body, causing him to be completely shocked. His attitude became even more respectful. He knew that although his current cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, in time, this young man would grow to a height that he could never hope to reach. At that time, the entire Holy Land would rely on him. Chapter 803. After a busy day, the trivial matters of the Holy Land were finally coming to an end. As night fell, not a single star could be seen. The dark sky was like the maw of a ferocious beast, enveloping the Holy Land in a heavy atmosphere. The elders and protectors of 9 heavens, Holy Land, gathered together to discuss how to deal with the upcoming disaster half a month from now. After all, those people had already declared that half a month from now, they would either hand over the previous generation Saintess or hand over the current generation Saintess. Otherwise, they would meet on the battlefield. The 3 forces who had been suppressed by 9 heavens, Holy Land, daring to act so arrogantly obviously had great self-confidence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so resolute. The previous generation's Saintess, Su Hui, and the others couldn't be handed over, and Saintess Nem was nowhere to be found. The current generation's Saintess couldn't be handed over either. Half a month from now, there would definitely be a great war. This was obvious. Yang Kai didn't know what their intentions were, but they had actually allowed Enling, or to pull Yang Kai here to listen. While they were discussing, Yang Kai remained silent, neither expressing his own opinion nor making any attempt to criticize them. Yang Kai was self-aware. Although these people had always expressed their hope that he could inherit the position of Holy Master, in this kind of crisis, he had no right to make decisions. In their opinion, he was still too young. So, Yang Kai tactfully remained silent. After listening for a while, Yang Kai was surprised to find that none of these people wanted to escape, all of them resolute in their decision to stay and fight to the death in order to defend the dignity of the Holy Land. Yang Kai secretly shook his head, not making any comments. Although he understood that where there was life, there was hope, but he also understood that it would not be easy for such a huge force to escape. Even if Su Hui and the others could safely evacuate, the rest of the disciples would likely become abandoned pawns. The most critical thing now was how to persuade the masters who had been lured here by Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect. As long as they could withdraw, the remaining 3 forces could be easily dealt with by the Holy Land's current lineup. After discussing for a while, without any results, everyone turned their eyes to Yang Kai, who was sitting nearby. "What are you looking at me for? I'm used to being a loner, so I don't know anything about these things. You guys talk, I'll just listen." "Huh." Su Hui let out a hollow laugh, his expression becoming gentle as he said, "That being said, little brother should at least have his own opinion, right? Why don't you tell us about it? Maybe we can find a way out." The others also looked at him expectantly, as if they wanted to hear his opinion. Yang Kai frowned, and although he was somewhat reluctant, he still asked, "How many Saint Realm Masters do those three forces have?" Su Hui's expression became serious as he quickly replied, "These three forces aren't very powerful, each of them only having 2 Saint Realm Masters, and most of them are First-Order Saints. The only one you need to pay attention to is Zhang Ao from Shattering Mystical Palace. That old man's cultivation is similar to mine, Second-Order Saint Realm. So if we really fight, it won't be easy to determine who will win." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Each force had 2 Saint Realm Masters, so in total there were 6 Saint Realm Masters, 5 of them First Order and 1 Second Order. This number and strength was just enough to put them on par with the current 9 Heavens Holy Land. 9 Heavens Holy Land now also had 1 Second Order Saint and 5 First Order Saints. This number didn't even include the Masters who had been enticed by these 3 forces. 9 Heavens Holy Land, which had just been attacked by Saintess Nan and was now riddled with holes, would have a difficult time dealing with such a force. Moreover, if a fight really broke out, 9 Heavens Holy Land would likely find it difficult to establish itself in this world in the future. The number of forces involved was not small. Therefore, they didn't want to become enemies with so many forces. But since Saintess Nan was the one who had caused this trouble, 9 Heavens Holy Land naturally had to take the blame. Haven't you thought about asking for help? 9 Heavens Holy Land has been thriving for so many years. It should have at least some allies. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before asking, "Ask those allies for help and we'll return this favor in the future." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression became a little awkward. Yang Kai observed everyone's expressions and instantly understood that 9 Heavens Holy Land really didn't have many allies. When the old Holy Master was alive, they had a very high opinion of themselves, thinking that there were only a few forces in this world that could stand on equal footing with the Holy Land. So now that the sect was in trouble, no one was willing to help. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and was speechless for a moment. He could ask for help from Soaring Heaven sect and his 4 martial uncles and martial uncles, but there was definitely not enough time. Yang Kai was afraid that before he could return to Soaring Heaven sect, 9 Heavens Holy Land would have already been overrun. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, "That monster race Great Senior, have you ever thought about asking him for help?" Monster race Great Senior? Su Hui's expression changed. Since he's a Great Senior, his strength is certainly not weak. He must have some useful subordinates. What kind of joke is that? Shirkuin frowned. That's the monster race we're talking about. They view us as a thorn in their side. If we really ask them for help, once news of this spreads, 9 Heavens Holy Land will become a stain on the entire human race, never to rise again. Yu Ing also gently nodded, agreeing with Shirkuin. No matter how bad the situation is, it's impossible for us to ask the monster race for help. Moreover, we've never even seen that monster race Great Senior before. Only the old Holy Master had some friendship with him. So whether or not we can ask him for help is another matter altogether. Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected that his proposal would actually cause them to reject him so much. Only now did he understand that he had somewhat underestimated the degree of hatred between different races. He was not a native of Tongxian realm, but rather a native of the central capital. Although he had been here for many years, the deep-rooted ideologies of this world had not affected him. Before coming here, Yang Kai had not even known that there were different races like the demon race and monster race. There is one person. If we can find him, my Holy Land may be able to easily resolve this disaster. Su Hui suddenly fell into contemplation and muttered softly, "Great Elder, are you referring to that person?" Chung Yu Tong also seemed to remember. "And who?" Yang Kai suddenly became curious, not knowing who they were talking about, but it seemed this person had some kind of extraordinary means. An old man with mysterious origins. I don't know his specific name, but he should be an old acquaintance of the old Holy Master. Half a year before the old Holy Master fell, he suddenly came to visit. At that time he was still in my holy land for some time, and the old Holy Master treated him with great courtesy. It seems his friendship with the old Holy Master was not shallow, if only he could help us. And that old man has an unfathomable aura, and I have never seen the old Holy Master treat anyone as politely as he did to him. He's obviously not an ordinary person. Ewing also agreed. Mysterious origins. Yang Kai was stunned. Can't you find him? Everyone shook their heads. However, he should come back to my holy land again. Su Hui suddenly said with certainty. Why? Because when he came to our holy land, there was a little girl by his side who arranged something in a certain place on the 9 Peaks. After he left, the old Holy Master ordered us to guard that place and not let anyone get close to it and destroy it. My guess is that after a certain period of time, he and that little girl will come back here to take something from that place. And since that little girl arranged something, that place has become extremely cold. Meng Tianfei nodded, somewhat helplessly, saying, Because of this, I had to move my residence. Being exposed to that kind of cold for so long, even I couldn't bear it. Listening to them speak one sentence after another, Yang Kai suddenly understood what they were talking about. When he and Su Hui opened the 9 Peaks Spirit Array and Barrier earlier today, Yang Kai had indeed felt that there was a certain place that was different from others. It seemed to be particularly cold, but this kind of cold was different from ordinary cold. It was hard to describe, but it made people feel quite uncomfortable. Yang Kai had thought that this was a naturally occurring place in 9 Heavens' holy land, but he hadn't expected there to be such a factor. However, listening to them call him an old man and a little girl, 2 familiar figures inexplicably appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Unable to stop himself from laughing, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that it couldn't be such a coincidence. With a smile on his face, Yang Kai asked casually, The old man you're talking about, don't tell me he's an old man who looks like a transcendent being, but actually has a pair of lustful eyes. Su Hui gawked, but before he could answer, Yu Ying and Cheng Yu Tong both nodded. Yu Ying grit her teeth and said, And that old man's eyes are extremely hateful. They often look at places they shouldn't be looking at. Cheng Yu Tong also chimed in, That's right, he's already so old. Yet he still doesn't respect himself. Yu Ying and I still politely called him that we should dig out his eyes. The 2 beautiful women both wore angry looks, as if that old man had really done something to them. Su Hui laughed dumbly. It's not as serious as you say, is it? Perhaps that old man's strength is profound and his eyes are filled with vitality. Yu Ying and Cheng Yu Tong glared at him at the same time. Just pretend I didn't say anything, Su Hui said awkwardly. Yang Kai's expression, on the other hand, became extremely strange, his heartbeat accelerating slightly as his mood became inexplicably excited. Continuing to ask the little girl beside him, Is she wearing a veil that prevents others from seeing her true appearance? But her temperament is pure and innocent. Everyone stared at him in amazement, Su Hui also wearing a stunned expression. Holy Master, you, little brother, how did you know? Is that so? Yang Kai suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry, adding, Is there a light blue gem on her forehead? Chapter 804. Hearing Yang Kai's question, everyone nodded, Yu Ying replying, Although that old man was a bit hateful, the little girl who followed him was very likable. Although I haven't seen her face, I feel that she isn't any worse than our saintess, and her cultivation is also very high, not much worse than yours. Before meeting you, she was the most outstanding young person we had ever seen. That was 2 or 3 years ago. Her current cultivation should be higher than mine. Yang Kai said decisively, his mood suddenly becoming quite delicate. Meng Wuya and Xia Ningchang. There were not many people in this world who could cause the Holy Master of 9 heavens, Holy Land, to treat them with respect. And Meng Wuya was perhaps one of them. Coincidentally, there was also a little girl who looked very similar to Xia Ningchang. The people Su Hui and the others were talking about were definitely them. They had actually come to 9 heavens, Holy Land before. This was quite surprising. Does little brother know them? Su Hui and the others looked at each other and found that Yang Kai seemed to be lost in thought, a meaningful smile appearing on his face, as if he was reminiscing about something, immediately understanding that this new Holy Master may have had contact with this old man and young girl. How should I put it? I know them, Yang Kai chuckled. Su Hui's expression brightened and was about to ask something when Yang Kai interrupted, but I haven't seen them for several years, so I don't know where they are. Is that so? Su Hui showed a look of disappointment, but soon recovered. Since we can't find anyone to help, we can only rely on our own strength now. Fortunately, little brother brought out the Holy Master's spirit ring. With this spirit ring, if those people really dare to attack, we can make them pay a heavy price. And everyone nodded and continued to discuss. Yang Kai found an opportunity to sneak away. Following his memories from the day before, Yang Kai flew towards one of the 9 peaks on the left. This peak wasn't much different from the other 8, reaching several hundred meters high and towering into the sky, giving off a magnificent and majestic aura. However, starting from the middle of the mountain, it was filled with a kind of cold aura. The higher one went, the denser this aura was. Near the peak, there are even countless of different lengths of icicles that were as sinister as spears, hanging upside down under the rocks. When he activated the spirit array on this peak earlier today, Yang Kai felt a bit strange, but he didn't ask anything at the time. Now he wanted to see what his little senior sister had arranged here. Flying upwards, it wasn't long before Yang Kai arrived at the peak. This kind of coldness that penetrated deep into one's soul, almost capable of freezing one's mind. Yang Kai carefully probed himself, and his expression changed slightly. He found that even though he had a conflagrated knowledge sea, he still had to exert all his strength to resist the chill coming from the peak. He circulated the true essence in his body, but he couldn't dispel the chill in his body. Strange. Slowly shaking his head, Kai Yang stepped forward. His courage stemmed from his skill. After a while, an extremely clear pool suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. All the cold aura seemed to be emanating from this pool. The area around this pool was desolate and deserted. It seemed that even people from 9 heavens, Holy Land, generally didn't come here. Around the deep pool, there were indeed some obscure energy ripples that were arranged in a mysterious pattern. Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully probed this pool, a look of joy soon appearing on his face. Sure enough, this was arranged by his little senior sister, because there were traces of spirit arrays in this pool of energy. What's more, these were the spirit arrays he had taught Xia Ningchang. Why would she arrange this here? According to Su Hui, she and Treasure Meng hadn't taken anything away at that time, probably because the time wasn't right and they wanted to wait until the right time to return. What kind of secret was hidden in this icy pool? Was it related to unlocking the seal on Meng Wuya? Yang Kai secretly guessed, but he wasn't certain. Chuling Xiao had said that Meng Wuya had fought with the demon commander and was struck by the demon commander's profound heavenly seal, suppressing his cultivation to the peak immortal ascension boundary. He should have gone to the central capital to seek refuge, or perhaps to search for the sacred spirit medicine body. Underneath the central capital, Meng Wuya had unlocked his first seal and restored his strength to the second order transcendent realm. After not seeing him for so many years, Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder what his current situation was. Yang Kai had always been curious about Treasure Meng's true cultivation. This old man knew Chuling Xiao, Ice Sect Master, Qinya, and the old Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. Which one of these three wasn't a top-level master? Being able to recognize these people, his own cultivation couldn't be too bad. On top of that, wherever he went, he would leave behind a mysterious impression. What are you doing here in the reflecting moon pond? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Yang Kai had been lost in thought, so he hadn't even noticed the other party approach. Hearing this voice, his yuan qi surged, but quickly calmed down, turning his head to Enling, and asking, just looking around, is this place called Reflecting Moon Pond? And Ling smiled, looking up at the sky. There's no moon tonight. If there was a moon, this place would have been quite beautiful. I don't know what kind of secret this reflecting moon pond has, but it's able to make the reflection of the moon appear like it's real. In the past, Xiao Lian and I often came here to play, seemingly thinking of the three sisters who had been killed by Saintess Nan and Ling. Er's mood suddenly became gloomy. Is it really that mysterious? Yang Kai quickly changed the subject, lest she become even more sad. Then the secret hidden here. Does your 9 heavens holy land not know about it? And Ling slowly shook her head. Great Elder didn't dare go down. No one knows how deep this reflecting moon pond is. The old holy master went down once to investigate, but gained nothing. After he came out, he ordered us not to enter, so no one knows what is hidden inside. Moreover, when I stood on this mountain peak before, I didn't feel cold at all. Only when I went deep into the reflecting moon pond did I realize this. But now, for some reason, it has become like this. It should be related to the things arranged by that little girl. After speaking for a while, and Ling couldn't help shivering, her lips pale as she muttered, "Let's go back, it's so cold here." Yang Kai nodded, no longer insisting, and flew down with her. After a night of silence, Yang Kai also spent the entire night thinking, finally coming to a decision. The next day, Yang Kai found Su Hui and directly stated his intentions. "Great Elder, I want to see that monster race Great Senior." Hearing this, Su Hui trembled and asked in amazement, "Why do you want to see him? Could it be you want to ask him for help?" Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. He has a friendship with the old holy master, but not with me. Even if I ask him for help, he won't agree. Then why do you? Su Hui couldn't understand. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Great Elder, have you ever considered temporarily abandoning the Holy Land's foundation?" Abandon? Su Hui frowned. "Yes, abandon, of course, only temporarily," Yang Kai nodded. "As the saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. With the current lineup of foreign enemies, the Holy Land has no way to resist. If we continue to resist, I'm afraid 9 heavens, Holy Land will really be destroyed by your generation. When that time comes, how many of us will be able to escape? Your protector and elder strength are profound, and your cultivation is profound, so it probably won't matter if you want to escape. But what about the remaining disciples?" Su Hui's expression became gloomy as he sighed deeply. "How could we not know this? It's just that the Holy Land has as many as 6,000 to 7,000 disciples. Where should we go? Since Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect have already chosen to offend my Holy Land. Naturally, they won't give up easily. They also know that if we don't kill a snake with a stick, I'm afraid that as soon as we leave the 9 peaks, they will chase after us. Rather than that, we might as well stay here and fight to the death with them." "So you've considered this method?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Su Hui nodded awkwardly. "Although this would be a disgrace to our ancestors, preserving the Holy Land's bloodline is the most important. Once we have accumulated enough strength, we can make a comeback and make all those who have tried to embarrass my Holy Land pay the price." Saying so, Su Hui's expression became fierce and fierce. "Very good. Since you've thought about it, there's no need for me to waste my breath." Yang Kai chuckled. "I have a place where the Holy Land's people can safely settle down. As long as you stay there, they won't be able to do anything to you." "Oh." Su Hui's eyes lit up as he asked in surprise, "Little brother is referring to It's not convenient to say now, but when the time comes you'll know. Of course, the premise is that you believe me. Yang Kai paused. Of course we believe you. Su Hui nodded repeatedly before suddenly asking suspiciously, but what does this have to do with you going to see the monster race, Great Senior? These two things have nothing to do with each other. But if you plan to temporarily abandon the Holy Lands Foundation, I can go see the monster race Great Senior. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. The Holy Lands Foundation naturally can't be given to those people for free. If that monster race Great Senior learns that the Holy Land is now empty, what do you think he will do? Su Hui's expression became solemn as he quickly said, the world energy aura in the monster race's territory is far less dense than the Holy Lands, and this place has been coveted by them for a long time now. If this is really the case, I'm afraid they will immediately invade and occupy the Holy Land's 9 peaks. Saying so, Su Hui suddenly understood what Yang Kai wanted to do and stared at him dumbfoundedly, his face twitching slightly, as if he hadn't expected the new Holy Master to be such a sinister and cunning person. Yang Kai grinned wickedly, his voice becoming even more demonic, as he declared, My mother taught me, if people respect me 1 foot, I will respect them 10 feet. If someone destroys 1 grain of mine, I will rob them 3 times. Su Hui suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. After a long time, he couldn't help praising, Your mother is truly a heroine. Good, I know you can't decide on this matter alone. Go discuss it with Elder Yu Ing and the others. If they all agree, then come and inform me. Su Hui's eyes flashed as he cupped his fists. Although I can't decide on this matter, if you can agree to inherit, Scram. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish before glaring at him with no trace of politeness. Su Hui's brow twitched as he quickly left. Chapter 805. Yang Kai didn't like to be controlled by others. His fate was always in his own hands. Therefore, he had always expressed a strong aversion to the idea of inheriting the position of Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land, because this was not what he wanted. No matter how friendly those in the Holy Land were to him, it was simply because they had ulterior motives. However, when he learned that Xia Ningchang and Meng Wu Ya had come here and arranged some kind of method in the reflecting moon pond, Yang Kai's resistance to 9 Heavens' Holy Land inexplicably decreased. Preserving the strength of 9 Heavens' Holy Land, perhaps he would be able to meet his little senior sister here again in the future. He had already found Su Yan, and she was still in Ice Sect, concentrating on her cultivation. He wasn't worried about the old demon, as he wasn't someone to be trifled with. But the whereabouts of his little senior sister was something he often worried about. Now that he finally had some hope, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to see this hope destroyed because of the invasion of foreign enemies. That was why he took the initiative to propose this to Su Hui. Soon, Su Hui returned with news that was similar to what Yang Kai had guessed. After learning that he could properly arrange for the Holy Land's disciples, the elders and protectors all expressed their willingness to temporarily withdraw and preserve their strength in order to rise again in the future and take revenge. However, when it came to where the 6,000 to 7,000 disciples would be placed, they repeatedly asked about it. Yang Kai was unwilling to answer right now, and in the end it was only after Enling came forward to persuade them to give up. Since you've decided to do this, first tell me about this monster race Great Senior. Inside the hall, Yang Kai looked at the elders and protectors and quickly said, the more detailed the better. After coming to this world, Yang Kai had only dealt with one monster race individual, the Charm Monster, the lustful dragon lady who possessed the ability to poison one's soul and arouse one's deepest desires. As such, Yang Kai didn't know much about the monster race, so now that he was going to meet a monster race Great Senior, he naturally had to make some preparations. None of us have seen this monster race Great Senior before, but from what the old Holy Master said, he was an 8th order monster beast, Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, and was born with the ability to cultivate 2 different attributes. His cultivation was quite high, and his divine technique was quite good. Eighth Order Monster Beast. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he secretly guessed that a Sixth Order Monster Beast was equivalent to an immortal ascension boundary, a Seventh Order being a transcendent, and Eighth Order being a saint realm. Yang Kai's of course, he was a saint, of course, of the Third Order. SSSSS. S to him. Of course, sevens, twos his. S of course. These 20 or so are all transcendents, that is to say, Seventh Order or above. They were born with fighting instincts, and although they haven't cultivated any martial skills, their combat power can't be ignored. However, they don't understand spirit arrays, so the world energy aura they live in isn't very rich, so it's completely natural. Everyone began to talk at once, sharing the little information they knew. Yang Kai listened carefully, waiting for them to finish before curiously asking, "The enmity between the human and monster races isn't shallow. How did your old holy master manage to become friends with that monster race great senior?" Su Hui chuckled. The monster race doesn't have many crystal stones, but they are rich in spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Once, when the old holy master went out, he seemed to have encountered that monster race great senior. The two of them fought for a while, but for some reason, they actually felt a sense of camaraderie and decided to trade. So every once in a while, the old holy master would bring a lot of spirit stones to them in exchange for a large number of spirit grasses, spirit medicines, and rare 5-element metals. By the way, the monster race isn't very proficient in alchemy or artifact refining, so the artifacts and pills used for them were all brought to them by the old holy master. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly. So, if that monster race great senior still remembers some old sentiments, I won't be in much danger this time. And he really does remember some old sentiments. What do you mean? Su Hui asked in amazement. It's been almost 2 years since the old holy master fell, so the monster race must have received this news long ago, but they haven't taken any action. Obviously, that monster race great senior doesn't want to attack Nine Heaven's holy land. Otherwise, your current situation would only have become worse. Listening to Yang Kai's explanation, everyone thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. I heard that the monster race has something called the Beast Transformation Pond. Yang Kai suddenly asked. N. Su Hui nodded. The Beast Transformation Pond is the foundation of the monster race. I don't know how it was formed, but every place that has a Beast Transformation Pond is a gathering place for the monster race. Once a monster beast breaks through to the Seventh Order, it is eligible to enter the Beast Transformation Pond, and if its luck is good enough, it can assume its human form. Otherwise, those monster beasts will forever remain in their beast form. Is it really that amazing? Yang Kai suddenly became interested and couldn't help wanting to take a look. Su Hui shook his head. Not every monster beast that enters the Beast Transformation Pond is able to successfully assume human form. I heard that many monster beasts have failed, but even if they do manage to assume human form, many of them are accustomed to maintaining their true form and appear in their beast form all year round. So there are definitely more than 20 transcendents on the monster race's side, perhaps even double that number. That's quite an impressive force. Yang Kai praised. The entire Nine Heavens holy land only had so many transcendents, so the strength of the monster race was basically on par with Nine Heavens holy land at its peak. You should prepare some crystal stones first, Yang Kai ordered. Since this is the first time we are meeting as a junior, naturally we should prepare some gifts. Otherwise, we may not even be able to meet the monster race great senior. Good, I'll arrange it. Su Hui nodded and immediately left. An hour later, with everything ready, Yang Kai took 2 universe bags filled with crystal stones and flew out of the 9 peaks in the direction everyone had pointed out. The various protectors and elders watched him leave, all of them wearing puzzled expressions. Great Elder, why do I feel like the new Holy Master's attitude has suddenly changed a lot? Shirkuan frowned and asked, and he suddenly became enthusiastic about the Holy Land's affairs. Before, he was quite indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. Chen Yutong also frowned. I don't know. Su Hui slowly shook his head. But this is a good thing. Since he is so enthusiastic about the Holy Land's affairs today, perhaps he will agree to inherit it in the future. Perhaps it has something to do with the reflecting moon pond, and Linga muttered. Oh, why do you say that? It's just a guess. And Linger smiled, unable to explain further. But can we trust him? He said there was a place where so many Holy Land disciples could settle down, and now he wants to visit the monster race great senior. I really am confused. Yu Ying said worriedly, weren't you all prepared to fight to the death with those people? If he succeeds this time, there may be a chance to turn things around, but if he doesn't, you can only follow your original plan. So what difference does it make whether you believe him or not? That's true, Yu Ying smiled, feeling much more relieved. But I believe him. And Ling Er's face suddenly became solemn. He has always been able to find a way out of desperate situations. I think he can do the same this time. If that's the case, after this matter is settled, whether he agrees or not, this old master will worship him as holy master. Su Hui declared. What great elder says is right. Everyone nodded, their eyes filled with expectation. Yang Kai had just flown away from the 9 Peaks when he felt he was being watched. Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect had bewitched many masters and attacked 9 Heavens, Holy Land, half a month ago. Although they were forced to retreat, they certainly hadn't gone far and should be stationed nearby to monitor the situation. Anyone who left the 9 Peaks would definitely fall into their sights. However, Yang Kai didn't panic at all. Using his divine sense, he was able to clearly see the cultivation of the people tailing him. A first-order transcendent and a dozen immortal ascension boundary masters. This number wasn't enough to fill the gaps between Yang Kai's teeth. After chasing for an hour in the mountains, those people lost sight of Kai Yang. The leading transcendent wore a dignified expression and suddenly stopped, raising his hand to signal the other immortal ascension boundary masters to stop and carefully investigate their surroundings. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find Yang Kai's location. Senior, where is that little brat? Among the group, a square-headed young man asked suspiciously. The leading transcendent realm master slowly shook his head, his expression dignified. That little brat is a bit strange. Let's go back. He doesn't look very old. His strength shouldn't be too high, right? The young man snorted disdainfully, thinking that this senior was being a bit too cautious. What do you know? Do you think all the young people in this world are like you? Although he looks younger than you, he was able to escape from my pursuit, so his cultivation is definitely not bad. Perhaps he has already discovered us and has set up some kind of trap ahead of us. After being scolded and despised, the young man felt a little unconvinced and snorted. I don't think he's that strong. The leading transcendent realm master sneered and no longer bothered with this young man's nonsense, simply saying, if you think you're stronger, just chase after him. Let's see if you can come back alive. Saying so, he turned around and left. This group of people didn't belong to the same force, because they were tasked with monitoring the movements of 9 Heavens' Holy Land. The number of people sent out was quite large and somewhat messy. After the young man was reprimanded, he naturally wasn't very happy. Although he said so, seeing that this senior was about to leave, he naturally didn't have the courage to chase after him, so he could only sullenly follow behind the rest of the group in silence. At that moment, the first-order transcendent who was leading the group came to a halt, his face suddenly filled with horror, his body trembling as his eyes bulged, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. What's wrong? The young man who had been reprimanded before couldn't help muttering, following his gaze and instantly becoming dumbfounded. Chapter 806. In front of them, under a large tree, the young man who had come out of 9 Heavens' Holy Land had at some point appeared behind them. At this moment, he was standing there with a smile on his face as he stared at them mockingly. Everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy. quickly gathering their yuan qi as they stared vigilantly at Yang Kai. This mysterious method of appearing and disappearing at will was enough to show how extraordinary Yang Kai was. These people all had some insight and naturally knew that Yang Kai was not someone to be trifled with. In particular, the Transcendent leading this group released his divine sense at close range to investigate Yang Kai, but it was as if he was throwing a stone into the sea, his divine sense being swallowed up without the slightest bit of feedback, greatly shocking him. "I'll delay him for a while. The rest of you split up," the Transcendent whispered. Yang Kai just chuckled and turned a deaf ear to these words before walking towards them. As Yang Kai's footsteps approached, everyone felt a huge pressure descend from the sky, as if a mountain was collapsing, as if an avalanche was crashing down on them, impossible to resist. The immortal ascension boundary cultivator couldn't help feeling the urge to kneel down, as if under this kind of pressure, they would soon be crushed to dust, not even their bones remaining. "Run!" the Transcendent roared, forcibly circulating his yuan qi and leaping into the air. "You think you can escape?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, sending out a sharp divine sense attack that rushed into the Transcendent cultivator's mind, instantly tearing apart his knowledge sea defenses. The jade pendant that the man was wearing flashed with a brilliant light before exploding into dust with a crisp cracking sound. This jade pendant was a sole defensive artifact that could actively defend against enemy divine sense attacks. Its grade wasn't too bad, at least mysterious grade mid-rank. Even so, under Yang Kai's divine sense attack, this artifact was completely destroyed. The First Order, Transcendent cultivator's body fell heavily to the ground, his eyes suddenly losing their luster. Clutching his head, the Transcendent cultivator fell to the ground, howling miserably, his voice reaching the ears of the others, causing them to feel as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. Only then did the square-headed young man realize how big the gap in strength between him and Yang Kai was, and he also understood that what the senior had said before was not an exaggeration. He didn't know what kind of trick Yang Kai had used to reduce a First Order Transcendent to such a pitiful state. Just how profound was his cultivation. The miserable howls lasted for less than 10 breaths before gradually dying down. The Transcendent Realm cultivator lay stiffly on the ground, motionless, his aura completely drained away. He was dead. The remaining dozen or so Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all trembled, their teeth chattering as they stared at Yang Kai in horror, not knowing what to do. Yang Kai glanced over at them faintly, but when they met his eyes, all of them couldn't help averting their eyes. A dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Back in the central capital, this kind of lineup was already considered quite powerful. But after just a few years, Yang Kai was able to look down on these people with cold eyes. To him, they were nothing more than ants. "I'll ask you some questions. Who can answer?" Yang Kai suddenly said. These people were all in a state of panic, thinking they were about to die, so none of them reacted. However, the square-headed young man was the most quick-witted and quickly said, "Me." Yang Kai glanced over at him and nodded lightly. "Tell me, where are you stationed?" "In a mountain valley 50 kilometers away from your sect." The young man was afraid that if he answered too slowly, Yang Kai would be dissatisfied, so he quickly replied, "How many people?" "At least 3,000. That's a lot of people. What about the Saint Realm cultivators?" Yang Kai continued to ask. 3,000 people, although less than half the number of Nine Heavens Holy Land's disciples. If they really fought, it still depended on the number of masters. If the masters won, the battle would be won. If the masters lost, the battle would be lost. Once one's strength reached the Transcendent Realm, no matter how many cultivators below the Transcendent Realm came, they wouldn't be put in their eyes. "Lu Gui, if you dare leak information to the enemy, be careful you won't be able to keep your head when you return." An Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator in the crowd suddenly recovered and shouted. Many others were also dissatisfied, glaring angrily at the young man named Lu Gui, their eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Lu Gui panicked and hesitated for a moment, not daring to continue, only staring at Yang Kai timidly and worriedly, fearing he would be dissatisfied. Yang Kai grinned gently and nodded. "You can rest assured, I promise you, no one will know you told me this. So it doesn't matter if you speak a little more." Saying so, he waved his hand, causing all the Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators present to freeze in place, unable to move or speak, each of them shivering uncontrollably as cold sweat seeped out of their bodies. With Yang Kai's assurance, Lu Gui seemed to feel relieved and quickly revealed everything he knew. The more Yang Kai listened, the gloomier his expression became. This time, Nine Heavens' Holy Land was really in trouble. Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect had taken advantage of Nine Heavens' Holy Land's external crisis to not only bring in their own friends and family, but also take advantage of the chaos Saintess that had stirred up outside to persuade more than a dozen great forces to come and attack Nine Heavens' Holy Land. These dozen great forces weren't very strong, each of them having at most a single Saint Realm Master, some of them not even having such a master. Counting the 6 Saint Realm Masters each of these 3 sects already had, the total number of Saint Realm Masters was about a dozen. In terms of numbers alone, Nine Heavens' Holy Land had twice as many Transcendents as Nine Heavens' Holy Land. If a fight really broke out, Nine Heavens' Holy Land had no chance of winning. Even with the help of the spirit arrays and barriers, they would only be able to resist for a short time. As Su Hui had said, since these 3 sects had chosen to offend the Holy Land, they had made ample preparations and would not give the Holy Land a chance to make a comeback. These 3 sects had not attacked for 2 reasons. One was because they had made the declaration half a month ago, and the other was because they were waiting for reinforcements to arrive. In about 10 days, these 3 sects would launch a large-scale invasion, preparing to uproot Nine Heavens' Holy Land, a behemoth that had existed for countless years in one fell swoop and enjoy the world energy aura and resources of the 9 peaks. In addition to these 3 sects, the other great forces had basically gathered here because of Saintess Nan and had no enmity with Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Lu Gui had a square head, but he was also a clever man, so under the angry gazes of his companions, he clearly told Yang Kai all kinds of information. After listening, Yang Kai already had a plan in mind. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai expressed satisfaction and patted Lu Gui's shoulder affectionately, praising, "Young man, you have a promising future. Live well." Yes, many thanks for the praise." Lu Gui responded awkwardly, but his expression suddenly changed as he stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Just now, Lu Gui seemed to feel that something was missing from his knowledge sea, but after carefully examining it, he couldn't find anything. Yang Kai chuckled. "Just to be on the safe side, I'll keep your soul brand for now. After your return, don't divulge any information about me. Otherwise, even if we're separated by 10 million kilometers, I can easily kill you." Lu Gui's face went pale, and he couldn't help retreating a few steps, calling out in horror, "Soul brand. And don't even think about running away. I can sense your location at any time. If you dare try anything funny, the consequences, you know what will happen." Understood. Lu Gui nodded repeatedly. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai had done to him, he really did feel that his fate was in the palm of his hand. "Then that's all. I'll be going first." Yang Kai grinned, his figure flickering and disappearing from Lu Gui's sight. Lu Gui was stunned for a moment before pointing to his companions who were still standing in place and exclaiming, "What about them?" There was no response. Lu Gui's expression changed, and it was particularly interesting. A moment later, Yang Kai, who was rushing towards the monster race territory, vaguely heard a series of mournful screams and resentful curses before death. Thinking about it, Lu Gui should have already killed those Immortal Ascension boundary masters. This little brat wasn't a good person. Yang Kai could see at a glance. Normally, he was just a petty thief. In order to ensure that the secret of what had just happened was not leaked, he would naturally silence him. This kind of person was the most despicable. However, Yang Kai needed to arrange a chess piece in the enemy camp and take advantage of this opportunity to monitor their movements. This kind of cowardly person was undoubtedly a good candidate. As for how Lu Gui would explain himself when he returned, that was his own problem. Flying all the way, according to the direction Su Hui had pointed out, Yang Kai's figure was as fast as lightning. After crossing the 10,000-foot high mountain, Yang Kai soon felt that he had arrived at a somewhat different place. The world energy flowing through the air was vaguely strange. Just like in the demon land, where the world energy was mixed with a faint demonic chi, the monster race territory was also filled with a faint demonic chi. However, whether it was demonic chi or demonic chi, they were both different forms of world energy. It was only because of the creatures that lived here all year round that the world energy was slightly altered. Behind the 10,000-foot high mountain was a forest. The Beast Sea Jungle was the territory of the monster race. Towering trees, each thick enough for several people to wrap their arms around, blocked out the sunlight. As soon as Yang Kai entered this place, he noticed that a nearby monster beast was paying attention to him. Using his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai found that this monster beast was only at the 6th order, so he didn't pay it much mind and continued to rush forward, hoping to find a monster beast or monster race member he could communicate with. But soon, Yang Kai noticed that this monster beast was different from the ones he had encountered before. It had been tailing him, as if it had a mind of its own, monitoring him and not rashly attacking. Wherever it passed, it seemed to have come into contact with other monster beast. As Yang Kai went deeper, the monster beast following him also increased in number. They were organized and disciplined, obviously possessing a certain level of sentience, but not high. Perceiving this, Yang Kai paused and sent out his divine sense in an attempt to communicate with them. Yang Kai was very experienced in this regard, and after communicating with the divine tree for a few days, Yang Kai knew what methods to use to deal with these creatures with low sentience. Chapter 807. The most important thing was to be patient so that they could clearly feel that he had no malicious intentions. Only in this way would they no longer be vigilant and take the initiative to communicate with him. During this process, even the slightest bit of impatience could result in failure, stimulating their instincts and causing some bad things to happen. Somewhere in the dense forest, Yang Kai stood there quietly, restraining his aura and completely blending into the surrounding environment. He was constantly releasing his divine sense to convey his goodwill. The monster beasts that had gathered nearby hid in their hiding places, staring at Yang Kai's direction with ominous eyes. Time continued to pass, but Yang Kai was not in a hurry. After half a day, Yang Kai heard a rustling sound nearby. He turned his head and saw a huge tiger-like monster beast slowly walking out of its hiding place. Rustle, rustle, rustle. More and more monster beast appeared, surrounding Yang Kai from all directions. Yang Kai glanced around and suddenly felt his eyes light up. These demonic beasts were of different shapes and sizes, but every single one of them was extremely handsome. Their appearances were excellent, and they looked awe-inspiring. When they were about a dozen feet away from Yang Kai, they stopped and kept growling from their throats. At the same time, Yang Kai felt that they seemed to be releasing their divine sense, wanting to communicate with him. But their intelligence was not complete, so they could not clearly express what they wanted to express. Yang Kai smiled and transmitted his divine sense. "Hello, everyone. I came here with no ulterior motives, so you don't have to worry. I just want to see your great senior. If it's convenient, can you show me the way?" After the divine sense was transmitted, a roar immediately came from the tiger-like monster beast, as if it was questioning Yang Kai why he wanted to see the great senior. "I have something to discuss with him," Yang Kai patiently answered. All the monster beast fell into silence. They turned their heads to look at each other, seemingly unable to make a decision. After a while, the tiger-like monster beast looked up at the sky and roared. The roar was rolling like thunder, deafening to the ears. Yang Kai frowned, but he didn't show much impatience. He just stood there quietly and waited. He didn't know where the monster race's Grand Senior was, so he could only ask for help from these monster beasts that had yet to develop intelligence. After that long howl was heard, another howl came from the depths of the forest in response. Soon after, more howls came from afar, as if they were relaying, spreading further and further. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood something. He simply sat down cross-legged and took out a few bottles of pills from his bosom. He then threw them at the monster beast as a gesture of goodwill. These pills were all concocted by him casually. They could increase the flow of yuan qi in the body and had the effect of assisting in cultivation. When the monster beast saw this, they all leaned over and lowered their heads to sniff. The monster beast had the instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. They were born with the ability to distinguish between danger and danger. Although the grade of these pills wasn't very high, the overflowing aura from them naturally attracted their interest. After a while, the pills were all snatched up by the monster beast. They swallowed them like beans and looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. He helplessly took out a few more bottles of pills. About half an hour later, Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. In that direction, an unruly aura was rapidly approaching. Moreover, this person's cultivation wasn't low, at least at the third-order transcendent realm. In monster beast terms, this person was at the peak of the seventh order. Asterisk, a burly figure fell from the sky and smashed into the ground not far in front of Yang Kai like a meteor. A cloud of dust flew up and a shock wave spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding trees to sway. The monster beasts that had gathered around Yang Kai were also frightened and scattered. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked in front of him. He saw a burly middle-aged man of about 40 years old standing in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly. His eyes were filled with contempt. What made him pay attention was his clothes. This person only wore some simple animal skin clothes. His hair was wild, and his thick black hair was messy in the wind. At first glance, this person looked like a lion that had gone berserk, appearing rather wild and unrestrained. A monster race. Yang Kai instantly determined this person's identity. The roars just now should have been the monster beast sending him a message. After receiving the news, this monster race master had immediately rushed over. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. The monster beast, who had been getting along well with Yang Kai, seemed to have been infected by his mood. At this moment, all of them were baring their teeth and roaring towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned and slowly stood up, his expression calm. "Human, you dare intrude into the beast sea jungle. Your courage isn't small." As soon as the middle-aged monster race master appeared, he shouted, his monster chi surging as if he wanted to kill Yang Kai. "I have some matters to attend to here. I hope this friend can remain calm and listen to my explanation." Yang Kai smiled warmly. "Who's your friend?" The burly monster race master waved his broad palm, a look of disdain on his face as he spat. "Despicable human, my monster race has never been friends with you." "Ah." Yang Kai was speechless for a moment. The other party obviously rejected him, making him feel a little helpless. "Then may I ask for your excellency's name?" Yang Kai cupped his fists and asked. "Great Senior bestows the name Wild Lion." The monster race master wore a proud expression, as if being bestowed a name by the Great Senior was a great honor, coldly snorting. "Do you remember?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "Damn you!" Wild Lion shook his head and looked around before shouting. "What did you do to my compatriots? Why did I see them acting so intimately towards you just now?" "I didn't do anything. I just gave them some pills." Yang Kai casually explained. "Don't worry, they are all pills for cultivation. They will only benefit them and won't do them any harm." Pill? Wild Lion's eyes lit up, as if he was very sensitive to these two words. Yang Kai chuckled and asked, I still have some here. Does Brother Wild want some? It's our first time meeting, so I didn't prepare anything. This is just a small gift to show my respect. Saying so, Yang Kai tactfully took out a few bottles of pills and handed them over. Wild Lion's expression showed that he was tempted, but there was a trace of struggle between his eyebrows. However, after smelling the pill fragrance, he immediately destroyed his reason and snatched the bottles of pills away, saying in a dissatisfied tone, Despicable bastard, don't even think about using these things to gain my favor. And although this father likes you a lot now. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily, secretly feeling that this guy was a little too naive. If all monster race masters were like this Wild Lion, it would be easy to deal with them. After inspecting the bottles of pills, Wild Lion stuffed them into his trouser pocket with satisfaction. He kept them close to him and treasured them to death. Curling his lips, Wild Lion squinted at Yang Kai and said, I heard you want to see the great senior. Without asking, he understood Yang Kai's purpose in coming here. Obviously, the beast roars just now contained information that Yang Kai could not understand. Brother Kwong, can you recommend me? Wild Lion sneered. Boy, what kind of place do you think my beast sea jungle is? Who do you think my monster race great senior is? Do you think he is someone you can meet just because you want to? Seeing that you are so tactful, I won't kill you. Just go back to where you came from. Don't be presumptuous here. If you dare to stay here before sunset today, when dusk falls, it will be the time of your death. Yang Kai frowned and patiently said, Brother Wild Lion, I really have something important to discuss with your great senior. Can you make it easy for me? Don't try to provoke me. You humans always overestimate yourselves. If you anger me, your end will be very miserable. The Beast Sea Jungle has never allowed humans to enter. So today I will be showing you mercy, Wild Lion coldly snorted, clearly not giving Yang Kai any leeway. Yang Kai chuckled. Is that so, Brother Wild Lion? I heard that someone used to come to the Beast Sea Jungle from time to drink and chat with your great senior. Wild Lion's expression changed as he shouted, Where did you hear that? Oh, why does that ring on your hand look so familiar? Because when that person came, he was wearing this ring. Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed the ring towards Wild Lion so he could see it more clearly. 9 Heavens Holy Land, the old Holy Master fell, you should have heard. And, in a sense, I am his successor. The old Holy Master and your great senior were friends. So I wanted to ask your great senior for a small favor. You're his successor? Wild Lion couldn't help widening his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. That guy was very powerful. He even fought evenly with great senior. So how come you, his successor, are so weak? He looked down on Yang Kai as if he could flick his finger and send Yang Kai flying. Yang Kai didn't care and continued, You should know that our old Holy Master brought you a lot of crystal stones and pills. These past 2 years, you haven't received this kind of treatment, right? Since I took over the position of the old Holy Master, I can bring you many things in the future, such as... Wild Lion's attention couldn't help being attracted. For example, the bottles of pills I just gave you. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Those are already mine. Wild Lion covered his pockets as he stared at Yang Kai vigilantly, fearing he would try to take them back. I know, they are yours. Yang Kai nodded lightly. But in the future, if you want to take them back, you must first let me see your great senior. Only when I reach an agreement with your great senior can I continue to bring you these things, right? Wild Lion looked up at the sky. His brow furrowed as a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. After thinking about it for a while, he scratched his head and muttered, Why do I feel like what you said is a bit inexplicable, but it also makes sense? Brat, you're not lying to me, right? Saying so, he glared at Yang Kai angrily. Yang Kai remained calm, not showing the slightest sign of guilt. Chapter 808. After interacting with him for a while, Yong-kai could see that although this mad lion had gained sentience, he wasn't very clever. Just like many monster beasts, he followed his instincts in many ways. After all, this was a monster beast manifestation, so it was understandable. Such a person's likes and dislikes were written all over his face. He wasn't scheming, and sometimes he was easy to deal with, but sometimes he would turn hostile very quickly. If he found someone pleasing to the eye, he would act friendly, but if he was unhappy, he would immediately attack. In a sense, Yong-kai felt that this kind of person was very interesting. So when facing Mad Lion, he didn't feel the slightest bit unnatural. And, fine, I'll take you to Thunder Tree Palace. But whether the Great Senior wants to see you or not is not up to me. Mad Lion hesitated for a while before agreeing. Many thanks. Yong-kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had obtained the other party's approval. Thunder Tree Palace. Although he didn't know what kind of place it was, he could vaguely guess that it should be the place where the monster race Great Senior lived. He had come up with an impressive name. After Mad Lion agreed, he didn't delay and immediately set off with Yong-kai, warning him repeatedly not to play any tricks, otherwise he would definitely teach him a lesson. Yong-kai didn't agree. It wasn't until now that Yong-kai realized how vast the Beast Sea jungle was. There were tens of thousands of monster beasts living here, from newborn cubs to masters who had already achieved human form. There were all kinds of monster beasts here, including almost all species of the monster race. There were only a few monster race gatherings like this in the entire monster race domain, and each of them was ruled by a monster race great monarch. The human territory, the monster race territory, and the demon territory. Among them, the human territory was the largest, followed by the demon territory, and the monster race territory was the smallest. The Beast Sea jungle occupied 1/10 of the entire monster race territory. From here to Thunder Tree Palace, it would take at least 3 days of travel. A round trip of 3 days would take him 6 days, so there was still enough time, so Yong-kai wasn't in a hurry. Flying forward, he followed behind Kwang Shi at a leisurely pace, enjoying the scenery of the Beast Sea jungle. Using his divine sense, he found that all kinds of rare ores, spirit herbs were growing in the dense forest, and no one was interested in mining them. Occasionally, some monster beast would directly swallow those rare spirit grasses and spirit medicines, swallowing them like a cow chewing on peonies. When Yong-kai saw this, he couldn't help but have the urge to vomit blood. If he could use those materials to refine pills, the effects would increase by at least several times. It would be far more effective than swallowing them directly. But now wasn't the time to pursue this matter. Although Yong-kai felt that it was a pity, he didn't say anything. He just kept praising the Beast Sea jungle for its richness. These words were exactly what Mad Lion wanted. After spending a day together, Mad Lion realized that this human was actually quite nice. His words were quite pleasant to hear. After Yong-kai gave him some artifacts that were suitable for his use, Mad Lion immediately became friendly with him. The saint-grade artifacts he obtained in the Holy Tomb. Yong-kai naturally couldn't give them away casually. Each of those artifacts was priceless and rare in this world. Even if he had to give them away, he would give them to those closest to him. However, Yong-kai had a lot of other artifacts that weren't too high or too low in grade. The last time he went to the sea with Enling, he had collected some of them from the ancient ruins at the bottom of the sea. Now he decided to give them to Yong-kai. Holding an artifact in one hand and a pill in the other, Mad Lion's demeanor became very flattering. When Yong-kai called him Brother Kwang or friend, he didn't have the slightest resistance. The entire journey was uneventful, with Mad Lion leading the way, although there were occasionally some monster race masters who were alarmed. None of them tried to embarrass Yong-kai. After hearing that he was the new Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land, all of them cast curious glances towards him and happily let him pass. Perhaps in the eyes of these monster race masters, without 9 Heavens' Holy Land, they wouldn't be happy. In the past, every once in a while, the old Holy Master would bring a large number of spirit stones, pills, and artifacts, but after 2 years, none of them had seen anything, so naturally they were reminiscing about the past. 3 days later, A towering ancient tree suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. That ancient tree was as majestic as a mountain peak, piercing straight into the clouds. Its huge canopy almost blocked out the sunlight in a radius of dozens of miles, and its slanted branches were extremely dense. Yang Kai was stunned. When he first saw this ancient tree, he thought he was seeing things, but after carefully confirming it, he realized it was really just a tree. It was just that this tree was a little too big. Nothing was too strange in this world. Compared to this ancient tree, the divine tree in the Black Book space was as weak as a 3-year-old baby. Mad Lion saw the shocked expression on Yang Kai's face and shook his head proudly. Do you see that? That is Thunder Tree Palace, the place where Great Senior and the masters of my race live. Great Senior lives in a wooden house at the top. Why is it called Thunder Tree Palace? Yang Kai asked curiously. Mad Lion snorted and explained. That is a 10,000-year thunder-devouring wood, naturally able to attract the power of thunder from the 9 heavens. You must have heard that our Great Senior's true form is a noble scarlet flame, thunder dragon. So Great Senior's cultivation requires the power of thunder, so this place is perfect for him. Attracting the power of thunder? Yang Kai was stunned. Does that mean it's fine for others to live here? Great Senior's methods are not something you can imagine. The power of thunder from the 9 heavens that falls from the sky is only absorbed by Great Senior. It doesn't affect others. Mad Lion explained proudly. Of course, there are also a few people who need the power of thunder for their cultivation, so Great Senior will share some with them. Along the way, Yang Kai also learned that Mad Lion greatly worshipped Great Senior. As long as it was related to Great Senior, Mad Lion would show an expression of worship. Therefore, facing Mad Lion's pride at this moment, Yang Kai was already numb to it and just nodded lightly. So that's how it is. Your Great Senior is really amazing. Of course, Mad Lion grinned meaningfully. I wonder if I, Mad Lion, will ever be able to reach Great Senior's level in this life. Anyway, come with me, we'll be there soon. Yang Kai nodded and kept up with him. After a short while, the two of them arrived at the foot of the huge ancient tree. As soon as he arrived here, Yang Kai felt many divine senses lock onto him from all directions, penetrating every inch of his skin like mercury, as if they wanted to inspect him from the inside out. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he allowed them to inspect him, not showing the slightest intention of resisting, simply looking around coldly. Below the ancient tree, there were originally many monster beasts, each one of these monster beasts with a fierce appearance and vigorous physique. Purple-back blood spider, golden thread steel turtle, green phosphorus leopard, scarlet marten, all kinds of monster beasts that Yang Kai couldn't name or hear. Seemingly attracted by Yang Kai's aura, these monster beasts stood up from where they were crouching and stared towards him with unfriendly looks on their faces, their eyes meeting and their divine senses communicating with one another, as if they were trying to communicate something. Yang Kai secretly shivered, knowing that these monster beasts couldn't be compared to the ones he encountered in the Beast Sea jungle. These monster beasts undoubtedly possessed high intelligence, not inferior to Kwangsher in the slightest, and their ranks were not low either, each of them at least 7th order or above. Yang Kai secretly guessed that they might be monster race masters who couldn't transform into human form or preferred to maintain their beast form. Under the gazes of so many people, Yang Kai remained calm, his expression calm, attracting the attention of these monster beasts. On the contrary, Kwangsher, who had arrived here, was a little cautious, smiling foolishly as he greeted the people around him before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "You wait here, I'll go report to Master Kai Dai. Whether or not we can see Great Senior, we'll have to ask her first." Yang Kai gently nodded. Kwangsher leapt up towards the top of the ancient tree and soon disappeared. Yang Kai stood in place and waited, surrounded by a number of powerful monster beasts, all of them circling around him, as if he was an uninvited guest. However, he was already mentally prepared. Asterisk sha sha sha! Asterisk suddenly, a rustling sound came from above, and at the same time several figures landed on the trunk of the tree, condescendingly serving Yang Kai, their eyes filled with ridicule. Hearing the noise, Yang Kai raised his head and couldn't help narrowing his eyes. These were several monster race masters who had transformed into human form. Like Guangshi, they wore simple and crude clothing, fully displaying their wild nature, and more or less retained some traces of their beast form. The middle-aged man on the left had a hairy tail behind him, a square face, a mane covering his cheeks, and a pair of eyes filled with dignity. Looking at his appearance, his true body should be that of an ape. The woman on the right had a graceful figure, her snow-white slender thighs and flat belly exposed to the air, a pair of small canine teeth at the corner of her mouth flashing with a cold light, and two small and cute cat ears on both sides of her forehead. It was unknown whether her true body was a tiger or a cat. Yang Kai couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Standing on the trunk, they only observed Yang Kai, seemingly having no intention of making things difficult for him, all of them remaining silent. The woman with the cat ears showed a rather interested expression, muttering something under her breath, her small canine teeth becoming more and more exquisite. Their eyes met. Yang Kai gently nodded, and the several monster race masters lightly pursed their lips and sneered. Suddenly, a scream came from above the ancient tree. Hearing this scream, Yang Kai frowned, because this scream was clearly from Guangshi, who had led him here, and it seemed that he had been severely beaten and was falling from above. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, Guangshi's burly body smashed through countless branches and fell heavily to the ground under Yang Kai's gaze, directly smashing a large hole in the ground. Daring to casually bring a human to my Thunder Tree Palace. Guangshi, are you tired of living? If so, I'll send you on your way right now. A tender shout suddenly came from above, accompanied by a seven-colored light that flashed in front of Yang Kai. Immediately after, a beautiful figure appeared, quietly floating in the air. Although she was reprimanding Guangshi, her beautiful eyes were staring at Yang Kai, cold as a blade. Chapter 809. At the same time as this voice sounded, an extremely dangerous aura rushed towards him, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. The yuan qi in his body also began circulating uncontrollably to resist the invisible pressure coming from this figure. The other party was a woman, an exceptionally beautiful one at that. She was dressed neatly in a long moon-white dress that wrapped around her enchanting and graceful figure. There were some floral patterns printed on the hem of her dress, giving her a somewhat petite and cute appearance, but the aura she exuded was extremely sharp. Moreover, behind her was a pair of 7 colored wings. These wings were different from Yang Kai's wind and thunder wings. They were more like the wings of a butterfly, wide and flexible, gently fluttering about, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. These wings looked thin and light, but they had obviously been refined by her into something akin to an artifact. The edges of these wings gleamed with a cold light. Yang Kai had no doubt that this pair of wings alone could cut through gold and break stone, comparable to the sharpest weapon in the world. As soon as this woman appeared, the monster race masters who had been paying attention to Yang Kai all wore solemn expressions and respectfully saluted. Saint Realm. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he immediately judged the cultivation of this petite woman with a pair of 7 colored wings. What's more, she was not an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator, being able to cause Yang Kai such a huge amount of pressure. She was at least a second-order saint. No, Kai Dai Master, please listen to my explanation. Guangshi, who had been knocked to the ground and smashed into the ground, struggled to his feet, his face swollen and battered. But he didn't dare show the slightest dissatisfaction and simply shouted anxiously, "What's there to explain?" Kai Dai stared at Guangshi coldly, lightly snorting as she waved her hand, and an invisible suction force appeared, pulling all the artifacts and pills in Guangshi's arms into her hand. After receiving benefits from a human, you brought him to Thunder Tree Palace? Guangshi, you're quite bold. Kai Dai shouted in a low voice. The flapping of the wings on her back seemed to speed up. Her beautiful eyes filled with a cold, killing intent. Wild Lion's face paled as he kept waving his hands. It's not like that, no, it's like this. This human gave Wild Lion some things and told me to bring him here. But there is a reason. I don't care what your reason is. Daring to break the rules set by the great senior, you will die today. Kai Dai coldly snorted, preparing to attack Kwang Shi. Yang Kai hurriedly took a step forward. As soon as he lifted his foot, it seemed to affect the nerves of many demon clan experts. In the next moment, countless gazes were fixed on him, and waves of pressure came from all directions like a tide. Yang Kai's flesh and blood wriggled, resisting the pressure that was enough to crush a person to pieces. He slowly put his foot down and took a step forward. All the Yao clan cultivators revealed looks of surprise. They did not expect that Yang Kai would be able to do such a thing with his cultivation. Master Kai Dai, is it? Yang Kai cupped his fists and calmly said, This junior is the new holy master of Nine Heavens' holy land, Yang Kai. I asked Brother Kwang to lead me to Thunder Tree Palace because I wish to meet with Great Senior and discuss something important. The new holy master of Nine Heavens' holy land? Kai Dai frowned, seemingly not believing this. Yes, Kai Dai Master. It is precisely because he is from Nine Heavens' holy land that I brought him here. Otherwise, how could I have the courage to do such a thing? Kai Dai Master is wise. Kwang Shi nodded repeatedly, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, secretly feeling that he had suffered a great loss this time. If he had known Kai Dai would be so angry, he wouldn't have brought Yang Kai to Thunder Tree Palace. Just because you say so? Kai Dai's expression became cold as she shouted, What evidence do you have? The Holy Master's spirit ring is the best evidence. Yang Kai raised the ring on his hand. The monster race masters looked at it for a moment before bursting into laughter. Kai Dai coldly snorted. How can a ring prove your identity? This ring is indeed worn by that man who often visited my Thunder Tree Palace. But how do I know where you obtained it? Then, how does Master Kai Dai want me to prove it? Yang Kai stared at her indifferently. Kai Dai spat disdainfully, her body suddenly growing taller as she sat on the tree trunk where the cat-eared woman was, lightly saying, You don't need to prove anything. Since you dared come here, only death awaits you. Kwang Shi, you brought this person here. How to deal with him? You know clearly in your heart, right? Kwang Shi stared at Yang Kai for a moment before nodding lightly. Understood. Kwang Shi, do your best. Don't lose to this human. Come on, dig out his heart. The heart of a human cultivator is the most delicious. If you lose, we'll all look down on you. On the tree trunk, several monster race experts began to shout in high spirits. They sat down as if they were watching a show, quietly waiting for the show to begin. Kwang Shi cursed a few times in his heart, although he was somewhat unwilling. Since Kai Dai said so, there was nothing he could do. He could only helplessly look at Yang Kai and say, Boy, I'm sorry if you die here. Don't blame this Kwang Shi for being too ruthless. Brother Kwang, feel free to make your move. Yang Kai smiled, looking at Kai Dai provocatively. I also want to see what kind of methods the monster race masters have. Elder sister Kai Dai, this guy is quite interesting. He's not afraid at all. The cat-eared woman looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Humph, humans like to play tricks the most. He'll be in for a good time. Kai Dai coldly snorted, seemingly having a good understanding of humans. And Kwang Shi will definitely tear him to pieces. The cat-eared woman also nodded. From below, a roar suddenly rang out as Kwang Shi's hair fluttered in the wind, his body like a war chariot, charging straight at Yang Kai, his momentum soaring like a rainbow. Although he did not use any moves, nor did he use any special abilities, the force behind his charge was enough to break through a mountain. Yang Kai intended to test the extent of his strength, standing in place without dodging. His muscles tensed as he raised his hands to meet the attack. Kong, Asterisk, a violent burst of energy erupted. Yang Kai only felt an irresistible force in front of him as his body flew out uncontrollably. His face trembling, Yang Kai realized that he had underestimated Kwang Shi's strength. Just this brute force alone was enough to allow him to stand in an invincible position against many enemies. Stabilizing his body in midair, Yang Kai landed on the ground, retreating a few steps before coming to a stop. So weak! The cat-eared woman curled her lips, suddenly feeling somewhat disappointed. On the other hand, Kai Dai's beautiful eyes narrowed, a look of surprise flashing across her face. Originally, she had thought that Yang Kai was not that strong. The energy fluctuations coming from his body were clear to see at a glance. His strength was obviously worse than Kwang Shi's. But after this collision, Kai Dai was surprised to find that although this human had not been able to block the attack, he did not seem to be injured at all. She had thought that Yang Kai would definitely end up with his arms crushed. Interesting, this boy seems to have some skill. Kai Dai's interest was piqued, and she began to pay close attention to him. After sending Yang Kai flying, Kwang Shi seemed to be very dissatisfied with the result, not giving Yang Kai any time to catch his breath, roaring as he once again pounced at Yang Kai, his monster chi releasing an extremely violent and bloodthirsty aura. "Brother Kwang, be careful!" Yang Kai coldly stared at him as he waved his hand downwards. From the void, a giant golden sword suddenly appeared, carrying with it an irresistible force as it slashed down towards Kwang Shi's head. The giant sword swept through everything in its path, releasing a crackling sound as if it could cut through space itself. Mad Lion, who was running forward, suddenly changed his expression and quickly stopped. The moment the giant sword was about to reach him, he raised his arms to block in front of him. Asterisk Kung Chang, asterisk the profound heavenly sword struck Kwang Shi's arms, producing a crisp sound as if it had struck metal. The giant golden sword shattered and Kwang Shi's burly body was smashed to the ground, a shallow wound appearing on his arms as blood began to seep out. "HM?" Yang Kai raised his brow, a look of excitement appearing on his face. Kwang Shi's arms had actually managed to block the profound heavenly sword's attack. It was clear that his physique was not inferior to a high-grade artifact. The monster race really has some skill. With his arm injured, Kwang Shi turned a deaf ear to Yang Kai's words. After shattering the profound heavenly sword, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from his burly body. Taking advantage of Yang Kai's moment of distraction, Kwang Shi flashed behind Yang Kai, his 10 fingers suddenly forming a series of sharp claws as he clawed towards Yang Kai's back. With a single strike, these claws directly split Yang Kai in two. Kwang Shi was stunned for a moment as he faintly felt that something was wrong because just now he did not feel like he had struck anything, nor was there any trace of blood. "Kwang Shi, he's behind you." The cat-eared girl watched anxiously and quickly reminded him. Yang Kai smiled lightly as a spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and before Kwang Shi could turn around, he threw it straight at him. Heaven-punishing spear. Kwang Shi's reaction was also extremely fast. After receiving the cat-eared girl's reminder, he immediately dodged, leapt into the air, and swooped down like a hunting eagle, his monster chi condensing into a sealed space, completely blocking Yang Kai's path of retreat. However, a palm imprint suddenly appeared in front of Kwang Shi's eyes, growing larger and larger, more and more terrifying until it completely covered his eyes, making it impossible for him to see anything else. Heaven-covering hand. Asterisk Kwang Shi was sent tumbling a dozen times before crashing to the ground. Atop the tree trunk, the several monster race masters were all dumbfounded. Their cultivations were all quite good, so they could clearly feel that in terms of cultivation and strength, Yang Kai was far inferior to Kwang Shi, but in this battle Kwang Shi was being toyed with like a toy in the palm of his hand. Not only was he unable to approach his opponent, but he could only take a beating without being able to fight back. This was unacceptable to all of them. While they were in a daze, Kwang Shi had already climbed up from the ground, as if the battle just now had truly enraged him. At this moment, the monster qi in his body was quite unstable, his expression ferocious, his eyes bloodshot, as if he would not rest until he had killed Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also not afraid, simply using his 9 heavens divine skills to deal with this enemy. From beginning to end, Yang Kai had not used his full strength. This battle with Kwang Shi was simply a show for the owner of the pair of eyes that were paying attention to this place. If he was not mistaken, the owner of those eyes was the monster race Great Senior. Chapter 8:10. Yang Kai had fully comprehended the 9 heavens divine skills in the Holy Tomb. All he lacked now was experience and maturity. With Kwang Shi, who was equivalent to a 3rd order transcendent master, to be his practice partner, Yang Kai couldn't ask for anything better. During the battle, the 9 heavens divine skills blossomed with astonishing brilliance, and the more they fought, the more proficient Yang Kai became in using them. The monster race masters on the tree trunk all saw that something was wrong. Kwang Shi wasn't Yang Kai's opponent at all. Elder sister Kai Dai, this human is quite interesting. How can he use so many tricks when fighting? The cat-eared girl's eyes lit up, as if she had just seen something novel, repeatedly praising. Kai Dai gently nodded and patiently explained. Humans don't have our monster races, innately strong physique, so they can display some things called martial skills, using the true qi in their bodies. There are even many human martial skills that imitate our monster race's abilities. In the future, when you fight with humans, don't underestimate these. Otherwise, you will suffer a great loss. And I'll remember. The cat-eared girl nodded heavily, suddenly becoming excited. Elder sister Kai Dai, can you catch this human and let me play with him? He can use so many tricks. It'll definitely be fun to play with him. Kai Dai was stunned, rubbing her forehead and smiling bitterly. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Why? Because... Kai Dai hadn't finished speaking when her expression suddenly became solemn, looking up towards Thunder Tree Palace, as if she had received some kind of order, nodding firmly, yes. Saying so, she stood up and coldly stared down at the battle below, shouting, enough! With this order, Kwang Shi immediately retreated from Yang Kai's side, staring at him with a strange expression, shaking his head. You're quite strong. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly a few days ago. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have suffered a great loss. Brother Kwang is too polite. You're not bad yourself. Yang Kai chuckled. That's... Kwang Shi suddenly felt proud of himself. But when he felt Kai Dai's cold eyes looking at him, he immediately turned around and ran away. From afar, his voice sounded out. I'm going to patrol. The forest hasn't been peaceful for a while. After he left, Yang Kai looked up at Kai Dai and smiled. Did I pass your test? You think you're so smart. Kai Dai's eyes flashed with disgust as she coldly said, Come with me. Great Senior wants to see you. Saying so, she flapped her wings behind her back. Yang Kai nodded and quickly followed behind her, the monster race masters on the tree palace, the tree trunk, Yang Kai's master, and Yang Kai's master's master, but still Yang's master Yang Kai. The cat-eared girl simply pursed her lips, looking at Yang Kai with a reluctant expression. As Kai Dai flew higher and higher, the ancient tree really reached the sky, its branches wide and lush. As Kai Dai flew up, Yang Kai saw many monster race masters making holes in the tree trunk, settling down here or building some tree houses on the trunk. The entire ancient tree was like a large family with monster beasts figures everywhere. Yang Kai inexplicably felt that this place had a unique cohesive force. Throughout the world, there were many monster beast masters, but the number of monster race masters that had gained sentience was very small. So compared to the human race and demon race, the monster race was much more united. Below the Great Senior, everyone was as close as brothers and sisters. Although Kwang Shi seemed to be panicking when he saw Kai Dai, he didn't care too much about formalities. In the monster race, Everything that had nothing to do with survival and strength was unnecessary. There weren't many monster race masters in human form, most of them still maintaining their beast form. Since entering the Beast Sea jungle until now, Yang Kai had seen no more than 10 monster race masters in human form. Every one of them was a master. The higher they flew, the richer the world energy became. Moreover, Yang Kai was keenly aware that the trunk of this ancient tree contained a lot of thunder attribute essence, probably because it had attracted the power of the ninth heaven's thunder attribute for many years. This 10,000-year thunder devouring would have been stained with the aura of thunder. After a long time, Yang Kai felt like he and Kai Dai had stepped into the clouds, surrounded by clusters of cotton-like white clouds. Within reach of one's hand, a beautiful sight to behold. Amidst these white clouds, there was an exquisitely built wooden house, standing tall on a slanted branch of an ancient tree. A long aura that Yang Kai couldn't help but spread out from the wooden house. Yang Kai secretly shivered. "Go in. The great senior is waiting for you inside." Kai Dai came to a stop in front of the wooden house and pointed to Yang Kai. "Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded lightly and stepped inside. After entering the wooden house, Yang Kai immediately saw a middle-aged man sitting in the middle of the room. This middle-aged man was quite handsome and wore simple linen clothes. He looked harmless to humans and animals, but on both sides of his forehead there were 2 short horns that were not even as long as a finger. The pair of horns were red and blue in color and contained rich fire and lightning energy. From time to time, they would flash with a strange light. His true body was a peak 8th order monster beast, the Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, the monster race Great Senior. Yang Kai solemnly said. The Great Senior slowly opened his eyes, staring at Yang Kai faintly without the slightest intention of looking at him. But under his gaze, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable, as if all his secrets were being completely exposed in front of him. His heart clenching, Yang Kai quickly sealed his knowledge, and restrained his aura. The Great Senior faintly smiled. Together with his handsome face, he looked somewhat devilish. He asked, "Are you that guy's successor?" And Yang Kai nodded, knowing that the person this Great Senior was talking about was the old Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land. "My cultivation is not as good as his, but my aptitude is good." "Great Senior is too kind. Then why have you come here?" The Great Senior continued to ask. "The Beast Sea jungle generally does not allow humans to enter. Those who dare enter have become food for my clansmen. Seeing that you are that guy's successor, I didn't order them to touch you, but if you dare make me unhappy, your end will be very miserable. I have a friendship with that guy, but that doesn't mean I have a friendship with his force, so you'd best think carefully before you answer." Although the Great Senior's tone was flat, Yang Kai could still hear the impatience hidden in his tone. Perhaps the Great Senior felt he was too young and his cultivation was not enough to speak with him on equal footing. Yang Kai just chuckled, not showing any fear as he slowly took out the 2 universe bags he had brought with him and placed them in front of the Great Senior. "I heard that the old Holy Master has a good relationship with Great Senior, so as his successor, this junior naturally came to greet Great Senior. After all, we may meet again in the future." The monster race Great Senior sneered, not even glancing at the 2 Chinquan bags as he said disdainfully, "I'm on good terms with him because I recognize his strength." "What part of you can make me recognize? Perhaps in a few 100 years you'll have such qualifications, but right now you're not." Yang Kai frowned. "A few 100 years? It won't take that long. At most 20 to 30 years. I'll be qualified." The monster race Great Senior sneered lightly and shook his head. "Arrogant enough. Then you can come back in 20 to 30 years, provided you can live that long." The Great Senior had a look of disdain on his face, as if Yang Kai was the kind of person who would die early and be reincarnated early, making Yang Kai very unhappy. Frowning, Yang Kai asked, "Great Senior, aren't you interested in making an investment deal?" Investment? The great senior glanced sideways at Yang Kai and chuckled. Invest in you? Why would I do that? I'm not interested in benefits that I can't see. Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, the great senior said, You're having a hard time now, aren't you? Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked suspiciously, Has great senior heard about the current situation of the Holy Land? The great senior slowly shook his head. I have no interest in inquiring about your situation, but that guy came here before he died and predicted the current situation. The old holy master predicted it? Yang Kai was stunned. Yes, he knew he wouldn't live much longer, and told me that before he died, he should also get rid of the woman by his side. But in the end, she was a woman who had accompanied him for his entire life, so he couldn't do it. After his death, that woman will definitely stir up the anger of the heavens. I think you should be besieged by many people by now. Yang Kai nodded seriously. So Great Senior knows the purpose of my trip. The Great Senior sneered and stood up. I knew as soon as you came. Unfortunately, I won't help you, even if you can bring a lot of materials to my monster race that we don't have. The reason my monster race has been able to reproduce for so long is not because we only have a few masters, but because we don't intervene in the affairs of other races. Once we leave the beast sea jungle and enter your human territory, the situation will no longer be something I can control. Don't you humans also have a saying called putting one's own safety before others? For a little benefit, I would put my entire race in danger. Do you think I, as the monster race's great senior, would be so short-sighted? As he spoke, his eyes became sharp. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Since great senior understands so thoroughly, I won't say anything more. In fact, whether you help me or not, the people of the Holy Land won't be in any danger, and we've already decided to temporarily give up on the Holy Land. We'll wait until the day we accumulate enough strength to make a comeback. However, I don't want to give the resources of the 9 Peaks to outsiders for free. Thinking that Great Senior and the old Holy Master are friends, I wanted to ask you to look after them for a while, so you can take advantage of this opportunity to improve your strength. The monster race Great Senior frowned and stared at Yang Kai coldly, as if trying to see through his true thoughts at this moment. After pondering for a moment, the Great Senior said, The spirit arrays of your place are very powerful, and the world energy aura is indeed rich. If my clansmen can cultivate there, their strength will grow rapidly, but this alone is not enough. We will not leave the beast sea jungle. What if I can leave all the alchemists of the Holy Land with you to assist you in alchemy? Yang Kai suddenly proposed. As far as I know, your monster race doesn't have anyone proficient in alchemy. I can even leave all the artifact refiners to you. Before we return, they can provide you with a lot of pills and artifacts. Of course, you'll have to provide materials. I think this shouldn't be difficult for you. Chapter 8:11. The monster race was not proficient in alchemy or artifact refining, but they did not lack materials. The spirit grasses and spirit medicines were directly swallowed by the monster beast, and the rare ores were also ignored. If these things could be put to good use, it would be enough to greatly improve their strength. Although this monster race Great Senior's attitude was very firm at the beginning, stating that he would not intervene in the affairs of the human race, Yang Kai still caught a glimpse of something interesting from his words. He wanted his people to go to the 9 Peaks and use the rich world energy there to cultivate. But the conditions proposed by Yang Kai were not enough to move him. In other words, this Great Senior was a master who would not act until he saw an incentive. As long as there were enough benefits, his insistence would be worthless. Therefore, Yang Kai took this opportunity to propose that the Holy Land's alchemists and artifact refiners stay behind. Sure enough, this Great Senior was greatly moved, but he still hesitated. Yang Kai chuckled. There is a crystal stone lode inside the 9 Peaks. Before we return, you can mine it as much as you want. No matter how much crystal stone you mine, it will all be yours. The Great Senior suddenly raised his brow and stared at Yang Kai with interest. All of the proposals you put forward are completely based on the interests of my monster race. Why is that? It's not as simple as just wanting us to guard your home, is it? The main reason is that there is a place I want Great Senior to protect. Yang Kai was silent for a while before suddenly saying, because if the 9 peaks fall into the hands of those people, they may destroy that place. That is not what I want to see. That place should be very important to you. Yes, but it is of little value to Great Senior and the masters of the monster race. Yang Kai nodded. Are you so sure that after my people occupy that place, we will return the 9 peaks after you return? The Great Senior looked at Yang Kai with a smile, his eyes filled with a playful light. Perhaps our president will live there and treat it as his own territory. Since I dared to ask Great Senior to help guard it, naturally I am confident I can take back the 9 peaks when I return. Yang Kai said confidently, moreover, having a good relationship with the Holy Land is also good for you. In the future, you can exchange what you want like before. I want to see how you plan to take back the 9 peaks from me when the time comes. The Great Senior grinned wickedly. When the time comes, if you are still not qualified to obtain my approval, not to mention the 9 peaks, I'll take your life. So Great Senior agree? Yang Kai asked. Great. The monster race Great Senior nodded lightly. Yang Kai's offer of all kinds of benefits was tantamount to giving them for free. So how could the Great Senior not agree? Although there was a certain amount of danger in entering the human territory. 9 Heaven's Holy Land was located at the edge of the human territory, and with a master like Yang Kai presiding over it, no one would try to encircle them, so all they needed to do was develop steadily in the 9 peaks. In his opinion, if Yang Kai wanted to take back the 9 peaks, he would at least need to have strength equal to his. That would be many years in the future. Perhaps it would be several hundred years. Yang Kai's arrogant claim that he would be able to stand on equal footing with him in 20 to 30 years was not something the Great Senior would believe. In a few hundred years, his clansmen could obtain unimaginable strength, and the crystal stones and ores in the 9 peaks could be completely mined. He could even have the alchemists and artifact refiners of 9 Heavens Holy Land teach his clansmen alchemy and artifact refining, eliminating the need to rely on outsiders in the future. All kinds of wonderful ideas flashed through Great Senior's mind, making him feel that this deal was not a loss at all. Of course, if they wanted to enter the 9 peaks, they would first have to help 9 Heavens Holy Land expel their enemies. Great Senior was well aware of this. At that moment, Kai Dai, who had been waiting outside, suddenly walked in with a dignified expression, not even sparing a glance at Yang Kai as she quickly said, Great Senior, there's been an accident at the Beast Transformation Pond. Great Senior's expression sank as he immediately stood up and hurried outside, Kai Dai following closely behind. All of them seemed to have forgotten about Yang Kai all of a sudden. A short time later, Yang Kai heard the sound of people rushing up from the ancient trees as the monster race masters began to descend. Yang Kai waited for a moment with a strange expression before also standing up and flying down in the direction these masters had left. He had always been curious about the unique beast transformation pond of the monster race, wondering what kind of mysterious power it contained that allowed the monster beast to take human form. Although rashly approaching the monster race's core would likely provoke the displeasure of the monster race masters, Yang Kai still decided to take a look. Such an opportunity to broaden one's horizons was rare. The Beast Transformation Pond was not very far from the Thunder Tree Palace, only a dozen or so kilometers away. Inside the mountain valley, a shocking energy fluctuation was being emitted. Gazing around, Yang Kai could even see a series of constantly changing colors in the sky. Bursts of painful beast roars could be heard coming from that direction, causing one's blood to boil and their chests to tighten. When Yang Kai arrived at the Beast Transformation Pond, there were already countless monster beast and monster race masters gathered around it. Each of them had a worried look in their eyes as they stared towards the mountain valley, secretly sweating nervously. Even though Yang Kai had arrived, no one paid any attention to him. Standing among the crowd of beasts, Yang Kai glanced over, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Somewhere in the mountain valley, there was a deep pit about 300 meters in diameter. This deep pit was filled with an unknown liquid, and a variety of mysterious energies were being emitted from it. This should be the monster race's beast transformation pond. At this moment, inside the beast transformation pond, there was a snow-white, two-horned monster beast soaking inside. The energy flowing from the liquid was shuttling back and forth inside this monster beast's body, transforming its bones and flesh. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of changes were occurring, but this monster beast was suffering unbearably. Beside the beast transformation pond, the monster race great senior stood there, his monster chi rolling out in all directions, seemingly trying to help the monster beast transform. Unfortunately, it had little effect. With the beast transformation pond as the center, the ground around it flashed with bright energy from time to time, like the lines of some kind of profound spirit array. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, a little confused. He had heard that the monster race didn't understand spirit arrays, so how had the spirit array around the beast transformation pond been arranged? Moreover, looking at the methods of this great senior, it was obvious he didn't know anything about spirit arrays either. As his monster chi flowed out, it was incompatible with the flashing energy lines, so even if his cultivation was profound, he couldn't help much. "Hey, why are you here?" Yang Kai was watching intently when a petite figure suddenly flashed beside him and a fresh fragrance wafted out. Yang Kai turned his head and found that there was a young monster race master standing next to him. It was the cat-eared girl who had watched his battle with Guangshi. At this moment, she was staring at Yang Kai with a pair of quite interested eyes, her pair of light blue gem-like eyes filled with curiosity, her mouth curling into a smile, her small canine teeth extremely unique. "Hello." Yang Kai cupped his fists towards her and explained with a smile, "I heard there was some movement here, so I came to see what was going on." "You're quite bold, daring to come here. Be careful they don't tear you to pieces." The cat-eared girl gestured for a while, as if she really could tear Yang Kai to pieces. "They won't, right?" Yang Kai heard this, and his face went black. The cat-eared girl suddenly giggled like a silver bell as she looked at Yang Kai playfully. "You're scared." "Are you playing with me?" Yang Kai immediately understood that he had been tricked by this little girl and curled his lips. "What's going on here?" Yang Kai's question seemed to touch on the cat-eared girl's sore spot, and the smile on her face quickly disappeared as she sighed. "Poor white jade deer. Something went wrong while he was transforming. He's probably going to fail." "What went wrong?" "I don't know. When I was transforming, there was also a problem. At that time, it was thanks to Great Senior's help. Otherwise, I would have failed." "Are the consequences serious? Why do I see such worried looks on your faces?" "Of course it's serious." The cat-eared girl nodded repeatedly. "It's not that he didn't have enough perception, but that he failed because of the beast transformation pond. If he didn't try hard enough and succeed, he would just maintain his original appearance. But if he failed like this, he may not even be able to keep his life. Because of the beast transformation pond. And this situation has happened several times. Those guys have all died." The cat-eared girl looked sad. "Hateful guy, why are you here?" At that moment, a tender voice suddenly called out, and the monster race master named Kai Dai quickly arrived in front of Yang Kai and the cat-eared girl, shielding the latter behind her as she stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. "Who allowed you to come here?" "Ah." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I just came here to take a look." "Cat lady, did he do anything to you?" Kai Dai stared at Yang Kai coldly while asking the cat-eared girl behind her. "No, he just wanted to talk to me," the cat-eared girl replied quickly. "Be careful of this human. Maybe he'll do something bad to you." "What kind of things?" the cat-eared girl asked curiously, looking extremely innocent. Kai Dai's pretty face blushed slightly as she said, "Catch you and beat you up, then starve you to death." The cat-eared girl suddenly panicked, shooting a look of dread towards Yang Kai, as if for her, this was the most severe torture in the world. "Hey, Don't slander me like this. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Do I look like that kind of person? You know best in your heart whether you do or not. Kai Dai sneered. Because of Great Senior's order, I didn't do anything to you. You'd better be sensible, otherwise, I don't mind making you behave. Yang Kai said in a depressed tone. All right, I'll go back to Thunder Tree Palace first and wait for your Great Senior to come back. Then we can discuss what we didn't finish before. Saying so, he turned around and prepared to leave. He had also seen the beast transformation pond. So if he continued to stay here, he was afraid it would cause displeasure. So Yang Kai decided to withdraw first. Chapter 812. Yang Kai was just about to leave when a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the beast transformation pond, accompanied by a loud sizzling sound as the entire beast transformation pond seemed to boil up and bubble up from below. At the same time, the world energy aura in the mountain valley became chaotic and a huge spirit array flashed around the beast transformation pond. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and the step he was about to take immediately came to a halt. Staring towards the location of the beast transformation pond, Yang Kai released his divine sense like a tidal wave and penetrated into the ground. With such a sudden change, Kai Dai didn't seem to be in the mood to continue entangling with Yang Kai. Together with the cat-eared girl, the two of them stared at the beast transformation pond and the white jade deer struggling and howling in pain, a look of deep worry appearing on their faces. Standing beside the beast transformation pond, the monster race Great Senior's expression became even more dignified as the monster chi gushing out of his body became more and more violent, spreading around the beast transformation pond. But as always, it had little effect. Even someone as strong as the Great Senior couldn't suppress the violent energy in the beast transformation pond. The white jade deer soaking in the pool wanted to jump out, but it seemed to be grabbed by a pair of invisible hands, unable to escape at all. A series of urgent howls came from its mouth as it stared at the great sage with a pleading look in its eyes, unwilling to part with its life. All of the demon race who saw this scene couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. It was visible to the naked eye that a mysterious force was rampaging through the white jade deer's body, as if countless insects were shuttling through its flesh and blood. From time to time, a large bump would appear on its body, making it look terrifying. Bright red blood flowed out of the white jade deer's 7 orifices, as it seemed this 7th-order monster beast, who had reached the qualifications to take human form, was about to explode and die. The monster chi released by the Great Senior also slowed down a lot as he stared at the white jade deer with a complicated expression, a look of helplessness appearing on his face. Everyone realized that this monster race clansman was about to die, so they all stood in place and silently mourned, many of the monster race masters even shedding tears. Elder Sister Kai Dai, can you find a way to save it? The cat-eared girl sobbed as she begged Kai Dai. Kai Dai smiled bitterly, stroking her head, helplessly shaking her head. Even the Great Senior couldn't do anything about it, so what could she do? Can you let me try? Maybe I can save its life. Yang Kai, who had been secretly observing the beast transformation pond, suddenly said. Kai Dai was startled, looking at him suspiciously. A trace of anger appeared on her charming face. Relying on a human like you? Yang Kai stared back at her fearlessly. His eyes were burning. Kai Dai frowned. She didn't know where this human's confidence came from. She disdainfully said, What ability do you have to save it? Brat, don't think that just because the Great Senior agreed to some of your conditions, you can do whatever you want. This is the territory of demons, not you humans. If you make me unhappy, I can kill you at any time. If you have the time to talk to me about this, you might as well ask the Great Senior and see what he thinks. Yang Kai coldly snorted. This Kai Dai had displayed a look of disgust ever since she saw him, which made Yang Kai feel very puzzled, wondering just when he had offended her. Maybe I can save it, maybe it will still die, but if you keep talking nonsense, your clansmen will definitely die. We humans have a saying called, treating a dead horse as a living horse. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. Kai Dai's pretty face went cold and was about to say something when the cat-eared girl hurriedly nodded. I'll go ask the great senior. Saying so, her petite body nimbly leapt forward a few times and arrived at the edge of the beast transformation pond, quickly speaking to the great senior. Kai Dai frowned as she stared at the great senior before coldly glaring at young Kai and muttering, What the hell are you planning? Could it be you want to destroy the foundation of my monster race and destroy the beast transformation pond? Yang Kai chuckled. Why are you so suspicious? On top of that, I feel like you're quite repulsed by humans. Is it because someone has done something to you before? As soon as these words came out, Kai Dai's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with a cold, murderous intent. It seemed that Yang Kai's words had triggered some painful memories she had hidden in her heart and was unwilling to recall, causing her pretty face to distort. Not waiting for her to become angry, Yang Kai said, I'm not interested in your monster race's beast transformation pond. You can rest assured about that. What I'm interested in is what's hidden beneath your beast transformation pond. What's hidden beneath? Kai Dai's brow furrowed, but before she had time to ask more questions, the cat-eared girl rushed back and pulled Yang Kai towards the beast transformation pond, anxiously shouting, Great Senior wants you to come with him. Yang Kai nodded lightly and, under Kai Dai's vigilant gaze, followed by the cat-eared girl to the beast transformation pond. I'd like to see what you're up to. Kai Dai coldly snorted and hurriedly followed. A group of monster race masters saw this scene and couldn't help showing curious looks, wondering why the great senior wanted this human to approach the beast transformation pond at such a critical juncture. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the edge of the beast transformation pond. Feeling it up close, he could more and more understand how terrifying the energy inside was. Cat Nyang said you have a way? The great senior stared at Yang Kai with a pair of dignified eyes and asked. I can try. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not boasting too much. Just try? The great senior frowned, obviously a little displeased. In any case, it's going to die anyway, isn't it? If I try, it may be able to turn the situation around. Yang Kai smiled lightly. The great senior pondered for a moment before decisively saying, Good, you do it! But whether it succeeds or not, you'll have to give me a reasonable explanation after this. I will, Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai nodded. Since he had chosen to take action, he was mentally prepared to be questioned by the great senior. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense madly like a tidal wave. Feeling the power contained in his divine sense, all the monster race masters present paled. Even the great senior couldn't help muttering, Conflagrated knowledge, see? Kai Dai, who was walking over, also came to a stop, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Yang Kai's divine sense burst out to the fullest, no longer able to conceal his divine sense, cultivation. His spiritual energy was comparable to that of a first-order saint, and it was a special kind of spiritual energy. Like Mercury, Yang Kai's divine sense penetrated into the ground, penetrating every nook and cranny. No one knew what Yang Kai was doing. All they could feel was his divine sense shuttling back and forth in a fairly regular pattern. With the beast transformation pond as its center, from time to time, bright energy lines would flash across the ground. The white jade deer was still in the same state as before, howling miserably in pain. Its flesh and blood squirmed irregularly, and cracking sounds came from its bones. The mysterious power surging in its body was gradually causing it to step into the misfortune of being smashed into pieces. The pair of deer's eyes were filled with beads of blood, which continued to roll down its face, a terrifying sight to behold. But it still stared at Yang Kai with a strange look in its eyes, as if it was looking at its last life-saving straw, full of anxious expectation and pleading. Yang Kai remained unmoved, his divine sense surging faster and faster. Gradually, All the monster race masters felt that the chaotic energy in the beast transformation pond seemed to be stabilizing, as if it was being smoothed out by a giant, invisible hand. Everyone's eyes lit up. Even Kai Dai, who was still prejudiced against Yang Kai, couldn't help showing a look of concern and expectation, because he had done something even the great senior had failed to do. "Come on." Mao Nyang cheered for the white jade deer while paying close attention to Yang Kai, feeling extremely nervous. As soon as a good sign appeared, it became more and more uncontrollable. As time passed, the number of bubbles rising from the beast transformation pond gradually decreased, and the chaotic energy slowly stabilized. The white jade deer, who was soaking in the pond water, no longer seemed to be in pain and instead showed a look of enjoyment. Did he really do it? Kai Dai stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief, somewhat absent-minded. The surrounding monster race masters were all dumbfounded, holding their breaths as they watched, but even more so, they were filled with excitement and joy. They were happy that the white jade deer had escaped death. After half an hour, everything became calm again. 2 hours later, the white jade deer that was soaking in the pond suddenly showed signs of its flesh wriggling and its bones cracking. It seemed to be enduring some kind of inhumane torture as it let out a series of hurried howls of agony. However, the monster race masters who saw this scene not only didn't show the slightest worry, but instead showed looks of pleasant surprise, because they knew that the white jade deer was about to transform. Sure enough, as its flesh wriggled and its bones cracked, the white jade deer's beast form gradually began to transform into a human form. Yang Kai also opened his eyes and took in this magical scene, marveling in amazement. The transformation process lasted for a long time. When a naked young man with a pair of antlers on his forehead appeared in the beast transformation pond, all the monster race masters couldn't help bursting into cheers. The great senior, standing at the edge of the beast transformation pond, stretched out his hand and wrapped the young man in a robe he had prepared, pulling him out of the beast transformation pond. The young man fell to his knees, his whole body trembling violently as he gasped for breath. After a while, he staggered up and turned his head to look around at the world around him, like a newborn baby, his bright eyes filled with curiosity. "There's one more, Mao Nyang rushed up and patted the young man's head, a look of joy on her face. "Good." The young man turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai, opening his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out, his immature face filled with gratitude. "Don't worry," Mao Nyang comforted softly. "Wait a few days until you recover. Elder sister will teach you how to speak." The young man gently nodded, appearing quite obedient. "Kai Dai, take him back to rest," the great senior ordered. Kai Dai gently nodded, shooting a complicated look towards Yang Kai before leading the young man in the direction of Thunder Tree Palace with Mao Nyang. Chapter 813. At the edge of the beast transformation pond, the great senior stared deeply at Yang Kai, his expression indifferent as he said, "Recover for a while, we'll talk later." Yang Kai smiled and nodded before sitting down cross-legged. In front of the great senior, Yang Kai's divine sense continued to penetrate into the beast transformation pond, seemingly trying to comprehend something. The great senior noticed this but did not stop him, instead just waving his hand and ordering his clansmen who had gathered around to watch the fun to disperse. Looking at Yang Kai meditating with his eyes closed, the great senior's mouth curled slightly, feeling that he might be able to figure out some of the secrets he had been trying to figure out for years. And this secret had actually been discovered by a human. Even if he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. "This little brat," the great senior shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems that he had underestimated his ability. On top of that, he also possessed a conflagrated knowledge. See, this secret was simply too shocking. Yang Kai sat there for a day and a night, recovering while exploring the mysteries of the beast transformation pond. The great senior became impatient and had long since returned to Thunder Tree Palace. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, only Kai Dai was left at the edge of the beast transformation pond. This monster race beauty with a pair of 7 colored wings was looking at Yang Kai with a pair of curious eyes. When their 4 eyes met, Kai Dai's expression suddenly became a little unnatural, and she quickly looked away. Kai Dai, master. Yang Kai nodded to her and stood up. Have you recovered? Kai Dai asked faintly. Yang Kai nodded, not knowing if it was an illusion or not. But he felt that this woman's hostility towards him seemed to have lessened a lot. Since you've recovered, come with me. The great senior has been waiting for you, Kai Dai said, flapping her wings and leading the way. Yang Kai hurriedly followed. None of them spoke along the way. But when they arrived at the Thunder Tree Palace, the monster beast and monster race masters all stood up, all of them looking at Yang Kai with a kind expression, none of them showing the rejection they had when Yang Kai first arrived here. It seemed that because Yang Kai had saved the white jade deer, he had won their collective goodwill. The monster race really is united. Yang Kai praised inwardly. This kind of situation would likely never occur in any of the human race's great forces. At most, Yang Kai would only gain the goodwill of a select few. But here in the monster race, no one dared to despise Yang Kai anymore, all of them treating him as the most honorable guest they had ever seen. Arriving at the top of the Thunder Tree Palace, in front of the great senior's room, Kai Dai stopped. Go in. Thank you very much. Yang Kai smiled and walked into the house. Heya! Kai Dai suddenly shouted. What? Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and was surprised to find that her expression was somewhat difficult. Her pink lips wriggled a few times before she mumbled, Thank you! After saying that, he flew down quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily, shaking his head as he walked into the great senior's room. Inside, the great senior looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, Kindly sit down. Saying so, he glanced towards the door and said, You are the first human to have obtained Kai Dai's approval. Even when your Holy Land's old Holy Master came here many times, she never gave him a good look. Oh, then I'm really honored. Yang Kai raised his brow. The great senior smiled and shook his head. But don't blame her for being prejudiced against you. There is a reason for this. Saying so, he handed over a jar of wine. Let's drink and talk. This wine was also brought here by your old Holy Master. Our monster race isn't good at these things. Yang Kai took a sip, and frowned. I have something better. Do you want to try? Give it to me, the great senior said without any trace of politeness. Yang Kai chuckled, took out a jar of wine from the black book space, and filled the great senior's cup. The great senior frowned and curled his lips. You little brat, I originally thought you were somewhat pleasing to the eye. How can you be so stingy now? Your old Holy Master brought hundreds and thousands of jars of wine here. This king also drank them all. What do you mean by pouring me this small cup? Yang Kai's face went black. This wine, I only have half a jar left. How can I drink it so freely? The great senior snorted and curled his lips, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on his face as he picked up the cup in front of him and drank it in one gulp. Suddenly, the great senior's expression changed, his brow furrowing slightly as a look of reminiscence appeared on his face, all of his dissatisfaction disappearing. After a while, he smacked his lips and said, Good wine! This is much better than the wine your old Holy Master brought. Come here. Fill this cup again. Saying so, he handed the cup back to Yang Kai and urged him to drink. Yang Kai generously filled his cup, and the great senior drank it all in one gulp. After drinking 3 cups in a row, the great senior burped in satisfaction. Was this wine made by you? The great senior asked. Yang Kai shook his head. It was brewed by one of my martial uncles. Great senior, you should try it. Don't expect too much. This thing takes at least 50 years to brew. 50 years. The great senior secretly clicked his tongue and shook his head. Your martial uncles are really interesting. Spending 50 years just to brew this jar of wine? But it's worth it. This wine isn't simple. Yang Kai smiled lightly and took a sip. His cultivation and strength were not as good as the great senior's, so he couldn't drink as fiercely as he did. The energy contained in the 1,000 safflower wine brewed by Feiyu Marshall Ant couldn't be underestimated. If one drank too much of it, they would become drunk. Great Senior just mentioned Kai Dai's master. What's wrong with her? Yang Kai asked curiously. Oh, her. The Great Senior thought for a moment before replying. Before she transformed, she was caught by a human, because her true form is that of a rainbow illusionary butterfly. She is naturally rare and beautiful, so that human kept her as a pet. Although she wasn't abused, she saw a lot of things that she hated, and the person who caught her wasn't a good person, so she has never had a good impression of humans. So it was like that. Yang Kai finally understood why Kai Dai hated him so much. It's all in the past, the Great Senior laughed. Great Senior chuckled. Many years ago, when this king went out to play, I saw her and saved her. Then there's no need to mention it. The Great Senior nodded lightly and no longer said anything. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. The Great Senior stared deeply at Yang Kai for a while before saying, About what happened before, are you ready to explain it to me? What does Great Senior want to know? What do you know? The Great Senior didn't answer directly. Yang Kai frowned. I know the general idea. How do you know? Even I haven't been able to understand the mysteries below the beast transformation pond. The Great Senior's expression suddenly became solemn. Because it is a natural spirit array. Great Senior isn't proficient in spirit arrays, right? Yang Kai chuckled. Presumably, Great Senior has also investigated. There is an earth vein at the bottom of this mountain valley that stretches through the ground. A huge amount of energy flows through this earth vein, and the beast transformation pond is the external manifestation of this earth vein. However, the beast transformation pond seems to contain another mysterious power that I haven't figured out yet, but it seems to be able to help your monster race achieve human form. Explain it in detail, the Great Senior quickly said. I won't hide it from Great Senior. I am actually an alchemist. The natural spiritual array below is somewhat similar to the spiritual array I use to refine pills. However, that spiritual array is formed by the convergence of countless small spiritual arrays. It is extremely profound and complex. When you monster race achieve human form, it is basically equivalent to an alchemist performing alchemy. What is the relationship between the two? The Great Senior was confused. The beast transformation pond is the furnace, the earth vein is the spirit array, and the pond water is the medicinal catalyst. You can use the monster race as alchemy pills. N. When performing alchemy, a variety of herbs are gathered together to produce some magical and subtle changes, allowing the medicinal liquids to condense into pills. This is also the case when you achieve human form. When you enter the beast transformation pond, you will be in your beast form, but when certain conditions are met, your flesh and blood will change, and you will be in your human form when you come out. The Great Senior frowned as he muttered to himself, seemingly carefully digesting what Yang Kai had just said. Although his strength was exquisite and his cultivation was profound, when faced with the alchemy territory, he was still somewhat at a loss. After a long time, the Great Senior helplessly said, I only understand half of what you said. It's not easy to explain. If Great Senior is willing to learn alchemy, it shouldn't take him more than 8 or 10 years to fully understand. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. However, Great Senior's monster chi isn't suitable for alchemy. I don't need to understand alchemy. I just need to understand how the spirit array below the beast transformation pond works. If I'm not mistaken, the reason my clansmen often experience accidents when they achieve human form is because the natural spirit array is damaged, right? And I was able to repair it, so I was able to save that white jade deer. Yang Kai nodded, hesitating for a moment before saying, And after the crisis of my 9 heavens holy land is resolved, How about I teach Great Senior the relevant spirit array? What condition? The Great Senior narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai, somewhat vigilant. Ha! For any alchemist or artifact refiner. The spirit array they master is a core secret and will not be easily divulged. Doing so will cause me great losses. How does Great Senior intend to compensate me? The Great Senior glared at Yang Kai angrily for a moment before cursing, Hateful! As long as you can teach me that spirit array, my monster race will owe you a favor. If you ever need anything in the future, just come find me. Great Senior is quite straightforward. It seems we've become friends, Yang Kai smiled. You're much more difficult to deal with than your old holy master, the Great Senior snorted. The Great Senior snorted, but soon laughed again and raised his glass. Forget it, it's very difficult for you humans to produce 1 or 2 outstanding people. This king is counting on you to be on equal footing with me in 20 to 30 years, so there's no harm in owing you a favor. You can use this favor as a condition to ask me to help your Holy Land resolve this crisis. No, to solve the Holy Land's crisis, we'll follow our previous agreement. I'll keep this favor, but I can't use it now. Do as you wish. The Great Senior's mouth twitched, no longer saying anything. Chapter 8:14. After a long chat, both sides were very happy. The half-full jar of 1,000 safflower wine was almost finished by the Great Senior, but Yang Kai didn't feel distressed. For him, gaining the friendship of the monster race was more important. Although there were some interests involved, Yang Kai didn't feel any of that was important. The beast transformation pond had been repaired by him, so there wouldn't be any problems in the short term. There were only a few sets of spirit arrays he could teach the Great Senior, so there wasn't much of a problem. Realizing that time was almost up, Yang Kai proposed to leave. Naturally, the Great Senior didn't insist and allowed Yang Kai to leave. Below Thunder Tree Palace, the white jade deer, who had been rescued by Yang Kai, was waiting. After transforming, he looked like a shy young man with skin as white as a woman's, giving him an extremely delicate appearance. Personally thanking Yang Kai, White Jade Deer seemed very satisfied. In response to his gratitude, Yang Kai said that it was only a small matter and that there was no need to worry about it. After exchanging some pleasantries, Yang Kai flew back to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. From the time he set foot in the Beast Sea Jungle to Thunder Tree Palace, it had taken Yang Kai 3 days, so it would likely take him the same amount of time to return. However, there was still plenty of time, so Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. 2 days later, as he was flying, Yang Kai suddenly noticed an arrogant aura rapidly approaching him. Probing it, he smiled and came to a halt. A moment later, Kuang Shi caught up from a certain direction and called out, "Little brother, you're back." And Yang Kai nodded. "What a coincidence, we meet again." Kuang Shi grinned. "I've been waiting for you here. Has Great Senior agreed to your request?" "Yes, in a few days, Great Senior will bring his people to my holy land." Haha, he really agreed. Mad Lion laughed out loud as if he was very happy. He danced for a while and said to himself, "This is great. I have always wanted to go out and have a look. I don't need to stay in this forest and patrol all day long. I'm bored to death." Yang Kai was surprised and laughed. Only now did he understand what Kuang was so happy about. He cupped his fists and said, "If Brother Kuang also comes, this little brother will welcome you. And I will definitely treat you well. Of course I have to go. I heard that there are many novel things in your human world. Of course I have to go and see them. There are many interesting things, but there are also many dangers. Brother Kuang, you must be careful when the time comes. What is there to be afraid of?" Wild Lion pursed his lips. "The more dangerous it is, the better. Otherwise, wouldn't you be as bored as me here? It's great that Brother Kuang thinks this way. Well, it's getting late. I have to hurry back, so I won't say much. Little brother will be waiting for Great Senior and all of you in the Holy Land. Go. Be careful." Kuang Shi waved his hand and waited for Yang Kai to leave before turning around and flying towards Thunder Tree Palace in high spirits. From the looks of it, he was going to take the initiative to ask the Great Senior for help. 2 days later, Yang Kai safely returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Releasing his divine sense quietly, Yang Kai soon discovered some differences from when he first left. About 10 kilometers away from the Nine Peaks, there was a large number of human activity. On top of that, the barriers around the Holy Land's 9 peaks had become much weaker, as if they had been bombarded, his expression becoming cold. Yang Kai understood that these forces had not abided by the deadline he had set and had launched an attack recently. However, these attacks should only be probing attacks, so the barriers around the Holy Land had not been damaged. News of Yang Kai's return soon spread, and after Su Hui and the other saints heard about it, they quickly gathered. Inside the main hall, all 6 of the Holy Land saints were present, as well as Enling, the only remaining saintess. All of them stared at Yang Kai eagerly, waiting for him to speak. Things have gone smoothly. The monster race's Great Senior has agreed to help you solve this urgent need. Of course, there will be a price to pay. Su Hui and the other saints' spirits shook as they felt this was quite incredible. Although they had agreed to Yang Kai's plan and proposal before, none of them had placed much hope in it. It was only because he was the new Holy Master's face that they didn't dare to object. The one they had to come in contact with was the monster race's Great Senior, not an easy character to deal with. None of them had expected that in less than 10 days, Yang Kai would be able to resolve this matter. That monster race Great Senior, what kind of price does he want us to pay? Su Hui asked suspiciously. While you're recuperating, all the alchemists and artifact refiners in the Holy Land have to stay behind and serve them, and they will also mine the crystal stone vein in the 9 peaks. Whatever they mine will belong to them. Only these 2 conditions. Only these 2. The 6 saints looked at each other and relaxed. The crystal stone lode being mined by them was a matter of course. If the Holy Land's people temporarily evacuated from this place, the crystal stone lode would definitely fall into the hands of their enemies. Rather than that, it was better to let the monster race take advantage of them. Leaving behind the alchemists and artifact refiners to serve them didn't matter. As long as they were properly arranged and not discovered by others, they wouldn't cause any trouble to the Holy Land. These 2 simple conditions were within the acceptable range of everyone. In this way, rather than saying that 9 Heaven's Holy Land was asking for help from the monster race, it would be more accurate to say that they were using the monster race's strength to deal a heavy blow to their enemies. However, this wolf would not be easy to deal with. If the monster race really took root inside the 9 peaks, it would likely take some effort to drive them away. Su Hui and the other saints didn't want to think too far ahead. No matter what, this was the new Holy Master's decision. All they needed to do was follow. When the day came when the new sacred Lord grew up, taking back the 9 peaks would be just a matter of time. Watching Yang Kai travel to the monster race for the Holy Land during this time, Su Hui felt more and more that the new Holy Master had become more and more interested in the Holy Land's affairs. According to this momentum, he would definitely be willing to inherit the position of Holy Master. Feeling so happy, Su Hui didn't even care about the current disaster the Holy Land was facing. Great Elder, I saw traces of an attack on the 9 Peaks barrier. While I was away, did they take action? Yang Kai asked Su Hui, who was still in a daze. Su Hui quickly nodded. Just a day ago, they should have just made a tentative attack. But after noticing that the 9 Peaks spirit array had been activated, they gave up. However, judging from their current situation, I'm afraid it will only be a day or 2 before they launch a large-scale attack. There's still time. You can start arranging the evacuation of the disciples now. Have them all make preparations and inform me when they are ready. Yes. Su Hui and the others nodded solemnly. Although Yang Kai had some friendship with the monster race Great Senior, and even had him owing him a favor, He felt that leaving the Holy Land's people here to coexist with the monster race would not lead to any good results. So he had to evacuate as soon as possible, lest any unpleasantness occur and ruin all his previous efforts. What's more, the place he chose for the Holy Land's people was very suitable for them to enter secluded retreat. The elders and protectors began to busy themselves while in Ling. Followed Yang Kai and explained to him another use of the Holy Master Spirit Ring. The Holy Master Spirit Ring was the symbol of the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Only with it could one open up places that were normally impossible to open, such as the Treasury or the Nine Peaks Spirit Array. However, this was not the only function it had. By using the Holy Master Spirit Ring, the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land could use the Nine Peaks Spirit Array to amplify the power of his Nine Heavens' divine skills by several times. Each of the 9 peaks contained some kind of mysterious energy that corresponded to the essence of the 9 heavens' divine skills. When the Holy Master of the Holy Land fought on the 9 peaks, as long as his cultivation was high enough, it could be said that he was almost invincible. Learning of this, Yang Kai's spirit shook, and he quickly immersed himself in studying the Holy Master Spirit Ring, discovering that there were indeed some unknown secrets inside it. Yang Kai's confidence in the upcoming war grew. Yang Kai also took some time to visit Nine Heavens' Holy Land's warehouse and swept everything into his black book space without any trace of politeness. In any case, the people of the Holy Land would be temporarily evacuated. Leaving these things here would only benefit outsiders, so he might as well take them himself. Yang Kai had no qualms about taking them. With all kinds of herbs, ores, artifacts, and crystal stones, Yang Kai suddenly became extremely rich. 2 days later, at dawn, Yang Kai, who was meditating with his eyes closed in his room, suddenly felt a burst of energy fluctuations coming from somewhere in the 9 peaks. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai stared in that direction coldly. "It's here." The masters who had gathered here finally couldn't hold back and were preparing to attack Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai strode out. Outside his room, Su Hui and the others stood in a row, all of them wearing solemn expressions, seemingly waiting for Yang Kai. Everyone's expression was dignified. Some were nervous, while others shared a common enemy. Seeing Yang Kai appear, all of them bowed respectfully. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Let's go take a look and see who is so eager to die." Su Hui and the others' eyes flashed as they quickly nodded and followed behind Yang Kai. They found that after returning from the monster race, Yang Kai no longer seemed to reject them. Although he had not personally admitted it, whether it was his actions or words, they were all guided by his identity as the Holy Master of the Holy Land. Perceiving this, everyone's spirits were lifted, faintly feeling that there was still hope for the Holy Land. Boom! 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 A series of loud noises reverberated between the 9 peaks. Layers of ripples constantly appeared on the barrier at a certain location, but it remained impregnable. No matter how fiercely those people attacked it, there were no signs of damage. The Holy Master's spirit ring was in Yang Kai's possession, and he was the one who opened the 9 peaks barrier, so it could be said that there was a subtle connection between him and this barrier. Any attack that hit the barrier, Yang Kai could feel it 100 times more clearly than Su Hui and the others. These attacks were only the work of a few transcendent realm cultivators. The Saint Realm Masters had not contributed at all. Yang Kai understood. A short time later, the group of people arrived at the edge of the 9 peaks and stood high up in the air looking down. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. So many people! Chapter 8:15. Outside the 9 peaks barrier, there was a large crowd of people. There were at least a few thousand people gathered here. It seemed that the 3 great forces had roped in a lot of helpers during this time. Yang Kai watched calmly as he released his divine sense, and soon discovered that among these thousands of people, there were 3 large groups with the largest number of people. Immediately understanding that they were shattering Mystical Palace, or Spirit Temple and Netherworld sect. In addition to these 3 large groups, there were also a number of other forces. each of them occupying a certain position and coldly staring towards the 9 peaks. After seeing Su Hui and the others appear, the cultivator who was attacking the barrier quickly retreated, while the others also showed a look of dread. A centipede dies but never falls down. Although 9 Heavens' holy land was now on the decline, it was still a powerful force that had existed for countless years. Whether it was in terms of history or heritage, it was far more powerful than any of the other forces present. This deterrent force was still there. In particular, they knew that if they couldn't destroy 9 Heavens' holy land this time, when it rose up again, none of the forces present would be able to escape. Every holy land's holy master was able to reach the peak of the 3rd Order Saint realm. This was almost a legend. Throughout the entire Tong Xian realm, with the exception of a limited number of great forces, no force dared to guarantee that their disciples would be able to reach such a level. Facing such a force, everyone was more or less afraid. Under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, the number of Saint Realm Masters present was clear at a glance. There were at least 15. 2 of them were 2nd Order Saints, while the rest were 1st Order Saints. In terms of numbers and cultivation, 9 Heavens' holy land was at an absolute disadvantage. Su Hui, I have known you for nearly 100 years, but it wasn't until today that this old master learned that you were born in the year of the turtle. What's wrong? Do you think that by hiding in the barrier of the 9 peaks you will be safe and sound? Do you think that by doing so you will be able to wash away the sins of the previous generation saintess? One of the 3 large groups, an old man who was the leader of the group, shouted. As soon as his voice fell, it caused countless people to roar with laughter, shouting at the same time, ridiculing and cursing him. Su Hui's expression remained indifferent as he coldly asked, Zhang Ao, why are you acting like this? Hearing him call him that, Yang Kai's expression changed, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances at the old man. Zhang Ao, a master from Shattering Mystical Palace, a 2nd Order Saint. Su Hui had said a few days ago that among these 3 forces, the only one Yang Kai needed to pay attention to was Zhang Ao. He didn't put the others in his eyes, but this Zhang Ao had the same cultivation as him. So if they really fought, victory or defeat was uncertain. How is this old man? Zhang Ao coldly snorted. This old master has brought a group of friends to your 9 Heavens' holy land today to seek justice for their dead relatives and friends. Justice? Su Hui's eyes flashed with disdain. A despicable villain like you dares to talk about justice. Whether or not this old man is despicable is not for you to judge. Zhang Ao sneered. Your previous generation saintess was out there slaughtering countless innocent lives. Yet you 9 Heavens' holy land people just hide here and don't care. Where is the justice for those who have died? Did they ever provoke your 9 Heavens' holy land? What wrong have they done to offend you? It could even be said that they don't even know you. That's right, you allowed the previous generation saintess to continue tormenting innocent lives. You need to give us an explanation for this. If you don't capture the previous generation saintess and kill her, we'll destroy your 9 Heavens' holy land today. From what I can see, they're all cut from the same cloth. Perhaps the previous generation saintess was sent out by them to harm others. The crowd of heroes became furious and began shouting one after another. Although the words spoken were unpleasant to the ears, most of them were true. Su Hui and the other elders who heard them were furious, but they couldn't refute them. It wasn't that they didn't want to pay attention to Saintess Nan, but rather that they didn't have the strength. The old Holy Master had died, and the only remaining Saintess and future Holy Master had been brought back by them from the demon land. So how could they have the time or energy to deal with Saintess Nan? What's more, Saintess Nan was proficient in the 9 Heavens' divine skills, so Su Hui and the others weren't her opponent at all. Last time, when Saintess Nan had attacked, they had spent a great deal of effort to force her back, destroying countless of the Holy Land's foundations and killing many of its disciples. Taking in the expressions of Su Hui and the others, Zhang Ao became even more arrogant and arrogant, repeatedly shouting for Su Hui and the others to hand over the hidden Saintess Nen so they could kill her in front of everyone to appease the souls of the innocent people who had died tragically in heaven. Su Hui and the others had no way to defend themselves. The Saintess had not killed a single person when she was alive, but after her death, she had slaughtered millions of corpses. This was a secret hidden by the Holy Land. So even if they tried to explain it now, no one would believe them. Zhang Ao, do you really want to be so vicious? When the old Holy Master was alive, he treated your shattering, mystical palace very well. Su Hui shouted angrily before turning to the side and asking, Chao Guan, Wizard Jia, do the two of you want to do the same? Of the two people named, Chao Guan was the Temple Master of War Spirit Temple, while Wizard Jia was the Sect Master of Netherworld Sect. Both of them were First Order Saints. Chao Guan chuckled. Great Elder is too polite. I, Chao Guan, only recognize reason. Wherever there is reason, that is where I will stand. Wizard Jia was a thin man with pale skin. He cultivated some kind of evil secret art, and the black robe that wrapped his body gave off a dark green aura, making it so that no one could see within a few dozen meters of him. Hearing Zhang Ao's question, Wizard Jia grinned and said, My Netherworld sect only takes someone's money to solve their problems. If Great Elder can afford it, Wizard Jia is willing to help you right now. Wizard Jia. Zhang Ao glared at him gloomily. Enough with the jokes. Wizard Jia grinned strangely and shrugged his shoulders, no longer saying anything. Zhang Ao sneered. Su Hui, you just said that the old Holy Master treated us well, but I'd like to ask you something. Every year, our three forces must offer a variety of cultivation materials to 9 Heavens' Holy Land. But 7 years ago, when this old master wanted to enter your 9 Peaks 4 symbols cave to cultivate, he was refused. How is that not being treated well? Su Hui slowly shook his head. Your tribute is not false. But have you ever considered that without the protection of my old Holy Master, would your 3 forces have been able to develop so smoothly? That great senior of the Beast Sea Jungle would have already eradicated you. Don't even mention that great senior. Zhang Ao shouted angrily, his expression becoming violent. Don't think I don't know that your old Holy Master has a good relationship with that monster race great senior, and often goes to that Beast Sea Jungle. Humans and monsters cannot coexist. Daring to commit such treacherous acts. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Every year, there are disciples from my 3 sects who disappear for no reason. All of them being captured by those monster race bastards. An uproar broke out as many of the masters who had been enticed by Zhang Ao's words wore shocked expressions, as if they had heard some extremely incredible news. All of them turned to Zhang Ao and began asking questions. Zhang Ao laughed and said, And the old Holy Master of 9 Heavens, Holy Land, really has a good relationship with that monster race great senior. This old master has personally seen him enter and leave the Beast Sea Jungle several times, and even capture a monster beast, using a secret technique to see the memories of that monster beast. This is not something this old master is trying to smear on their heads. After receiving such an answer, the masters who were still hesitating suddenly became firm. Hatred towards other races made them feel that 9 Heavens' Holy Land really wasn't a good thing. And with Zhang Ao saying such a big thing, and Su Hui not refuting it, it was obvious he was telling the truth. In an instant, all kinds of hateful gazes began to sweep across Su Hui and the others. Su Hui, why didn't you ask that monster race great senior to come help your 9 Heavens' Holy Land? Zhang Ao looked at Su Hui triumphantly, his expression filled with ridicule. That monster race great senior is a 3rd Order saint. If he takes action, I think we can only retreat. Isn't your old Holy Master a good friend of his? Does the monster race also understand that a person dying is like a lamp going out? Su Hui's face went from blue to white. Obviously he was greatly angered, but he couldn't refute this accusation, only feeling his blood boil. It's useless to say anything to them. Yang Kai suddenly said, "There's no need to waste words with them. The more you argue, the more difficult it will become for the Holy Land. After all, Saintess Nan's situation is indeed the Holy Land's responsibility." Su Hui nodded sadly. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai stepped forward a few steps and arrived in front of Su Hui and the others. Several thousand pairs of eyes stared at him, all of them showing puzzled expressions, none of them understanding why this young man stood up at this time. Speaking of which, when the people from Nine Heavens' Holy Land first appeared, many people had been staring at Yang Kai suspiciously. Su Hui and the others were obviously masters from Nine Heavens' Holy Land, so it was only natural for them to appear at this critical juncture. And Ling Er was the saintess of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. This was something these people had all heard of, but Yang Kai's origins and identity were something they couldn't guess. So young, yet standing side by side with Su Hui and the others, and Su Hui's attitude towards him was also quite polite. Even Zhang Ao was a bit confused, searching through his memories, but unable to recall a young man like Yang Kai from Nine Heavens' Holy Land. "Everyone," Yang Kai shouted, "Saintess Nan's situation is indeed the Holy Land's responsibility, but the Holy Land is powerless now. Saintess Nan is already dead. She is now nothing more than a walking corpse, so the Holy Land cannot order her to do anything. On top of that, she also harbors murderous intent towards the Holy Land. Presumably, many of you know that Saintess Nan attacked the Holy Land a few days ago. And, in terms of hatred towards Saintess Nan, the Holy Land is of the same mind as everyone else and wishes to kill her as soon as possible. Therefore, I ask that all of you give the Holy Land some time so that Great Elder can give you a satisfactory answer and eradicate this scourge." After these words were spoken, the masters who had been enticed by Yang Kai all frowned. None of them were fools and could make their own judgments. Now that they thought about it, they found that what Yang Kai said was indeed reasonable. Not only did they not feel any vitality from Saintess Nan, they instead felt a faint death chi. Chapter 8:16. What's more, Saintess Nan had been killing people for 2 years now, not asking for their reason or identity. As long as she saw them, she would immediately kill them, as if her heart was filled with nothing but murderous intent. But before this, all of them had heard that this old saintess of Nine Heavens' Holy Land was a kind-hearted person. Compared to her, it was as if she was a completely different person. The matter of Saintess Nan attacking Nine Heavens' Holy Land a few days ago was also true. In the end, none of them were willing to become enemies with Nine Heavens' Holy Land. "Boy, you're spouting nonsense." Zhang Ao glared at Yang Kai and shouted, "You said that Saintess Nan is dead? How can a dead person kill people? What a joke! Do you think we're all fools, waiting to be manipulated by you? That's right. Since she's dead, how could she do such a thing? Then why is the Holy Land making things difficult for all of you? What good is it to the Holy Land to have Saintess Nan kill people outside?" Yang Kai retorted. Zhang Ao opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything for a while. Most of the great forces here had come here because of Saintess Nan, all of them wanting the Holy Land to give them a proper explanation. The ones who really wanted to eradicate Nine Heavens' Holy Land were the three forces, led by Zhang Ao. They were simply taking advantage of this opportunity to act. "Boy, I won't waste time with you. Who do you think you are to talk to this old master?" Zhang Ao disdainfully snorted. "The only one who is qualified to speak to this old master is Su Hui. Su Hui, have you gone senile? Actually expecting a little brat to stand up for you. How laughable." "I'm not qualified." Yang Kai grinned. "Sorry, but I really am." Zhang Ao frowned, not understanding what he meant. "I am the new Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Do you think I'm not qualified?" Yang Kai looked down at Zhang Ao and said lightly. As soon as the statement came out, everyone went silent and stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly. On the other hand, Su Hui and the others were all shocked, as if they had been struck by lightning, their eyes shining brightly as they stared towards Yang Kai's back, shouting in their hearts. He admitted it. He admitted it himself. He admitted that he was the new master of the Holy Land in front of thousands of people. Su Hui even had the urge to throw his head back and laugh wildly. During this time, he had been trying very hard to make Yang Kai feel a sense of belonging to Nine Heavens' Holy Land. But Yang Kai had stubbornly refused to budge. Although after returning from the monster race territory, Su Hui had felt that Yang Kai's attitude had changed somewhat, but it wasn't until now that he had finally calmed down. If he were to admit it in front of so many people, his status as the new Holy Master was already set in stone. He would not be able to go back on his word in the future. At this moment, all of the Holy Land's masters, including Su Hui, felt as if a big stone had been lifted from their hearts. Feeling extremely gratified, even the difficulties in front of them seemed somewhat trivial. Yu Ying was a beautiful woman, and her charming face glowed with radiance. Her beautiful eyes were full of vigor. Vaguely, they seemed to see the fallen pillars of the Holy Land standing up again, supporting the foundation of the 9 peaks. New Sacred Master? Zhang Ao's face suddenly went pale as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Chao Guan of War Spirit Temple also frowned, his eyes becoming cold. The wizard of Netherworld sect, Tribulation, let out a low chuckle, muttering to himself in a voice no one could hear. Interesting. All of our efforts to draw water with a bamboo basket. There's actually a new Holy Master. These 3 forces had gathered together to recruit masters from all over the world, not just to destroy Nine Heavens' Holy Land and occupy its foundation, but also to obtain the inheritance of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. This was an inheritance that could guarantee one could smoothly break through to the Third Order Saint Realm, who wouldn't covet it, as long as they could conquer Nine Heavens' Holy Land, capture Enling, and combine their elite disciples with her. It would only take them a few dozen years to produce a top master. At that time, their forces would be able to completely reverse the situation and become an existence not inferior to Nine Heavens' Holy Land. So when they heard Yang Kai say this, whether it was Zhang Ao or Chao Guan, both of them couldn't help feeling frustrated and annoyed that the treasure they coveted had been snatched away by someone else. Su Hui, is what he said true? Zhang Ao asked, his expression becoming fierce. Su Hui stepped forward and said solemnly, "And my Holy Land already had a new Holy Master more than half a year ago. But these days we have been busy dealing with external and internal problems, so we haven't announced it to the public yet. Now that things have progressed to this point, we no longer need to conceal it." Hearing this, Zhang Ao suddenly felt a little disheartened. His biggest goal had now been destroyed, and even if he could conquer Nine Heavens' Holy Land, he would not be able to obtain that mysterious inheritance. Seeing Zhang Ao's dispirited appearance, Chao Guan quickly sent him a divine sense message, upon which Zhang Ao's eyes lit up as he grinned meaningfully towards Yang Kai. Obviously, he had found a new goal. As long as he could capture Yang Kai and Enling, the inheritance would fall into his hands. The crowd began discussing this matter, many of the younger generation envious of Yang Kai's good luck, because once he became the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, it meant he would reach the heavens in a single bound. No matter what he did before, what kind of cultivation he had, or what his aptitude was, in the future he would definitely stand high above the clouds and overlook the world, becoming an overlord. Envy gradually turned into jealousy as they glared at Yang Kai with hatred, all of them thinking that this kind of good luck should have fallen upon them instead of this little brat of unknown origin. A few kilometers away, in a gathering of forces, 2 beautiful women stared towards Yang Kai, one of them with a look of curiosity and suspicion on her pretty face, while the other's face was flushed red and her breathing gradually quickened, clearly somewhat excited. "Hey, Yun Xian, why do I feel like this new Holy Master of Nine Heavens, Holy Land is the same person? Ruan Xianyu of Bold Independent Union, called out to Yun Xian as if she had discovered a new world. Look, look! Don't they look alike? They look alike, but it shouldn't be him, right? Yun Xian pursed her red lips. He should be dead already. Who saw him die? Wan Xanyu frowned. We only saw him being taken away. But if he's not dead, why hasn't he contacted me all this time? Yun Xian couldn't help feeling a little lost as a figure she had been thinking about for a long time appeared in her mind. This figure gradually overlapped with the new Holy Master in front of her, becoming almost identical. Her heart couldn't help trembling as she wondered if it was really him. Separated by a few kilometers, Yun Xian couldn't see him clearly, so for a moment she couldn't be sure. Wan Xanyu coldly snorted. That little brat must be a womanizer. After toying with you, he abandoned you. So how could he possibly come looking for you again? Don't speak so loudly. Yun Xian was startled, glancing over at the two middle-aged men next to her and lowering her voice. Don't let my father hear, he still doesn't know. Wan Xanyu snorted disdainfully. I think that person is definitely him. How could there be two people so similar in this world? Unless they're twins. He doesn't care about you anymore. Do you still want to protect him? I'm not protecting him. Yun Xian's expression became bitter as she continued to stare at Yang Kai. The more she stared, the more she couldn't look away. Whether it was his figure, voice, or temperament, he was exactly the same as the one in her memory, causing her heart to ache a little. Then, do you dare come with me to confirm it? Wan Xanyu asked. If you get closer, you should be able to see clearly, right? Now. Of course, right now. Saying so, Wan Xanyu grabbed Yun Xian's arm and dragged her towards the source of the sound. Xian. Bold Independent Unions, Union Master Yunqing called out. Where are you going? Union Master, we're going to watch the fun. We'll be back soon. Wan Xanyu turned around and replied before quickly disappearing. Yunqing shook his head helplessly and couldn't help glancing over at the middle-aged man standing next to him and asking, Jian, you've been staring at that new Holy Master with a thoughtful expression on your face. Have you noticed something? Hearing this, Jian quickly replied, Union Master, do you remember a major event I reported to you a few years ago? A few years ago. The year my raging flame city was destroyed was also the year Union Master and the young lady reconciled, Jian said. You're talking about that? Of course I remember. Yunqing nodded lightly. That year, under Bold Independent Union, a city had been destroyed and their losses had been heavy. But what made Yunqing happy was that his daughter, who had never spoken to him, had finally returned to him. Jian was Raging Flame City's city lord, and it was he who had brought Yun Xian back to Bold Independent City at that time. What's wrong? Yunqing was puzzled. Jian stared at Yang Kai for a moment before taking a deep breath and whispering, Union Master, if I'm not mistaken, this new Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land is the young man who was captured by the coffin-carrying man. What? Yunqing's expression changed. Are you sure? Jian nodded. It's definitely him because he came to Raging Flame City with the young lady at that time, so my impression of him was quite deep. I think the young lady should have also discovered something, so I wanted to get closer to observe him. Didn't they say he was dead? Yunqing suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. This matter was related to the mysterious coffin-carrying man. If this news were to spread, it would shake the world. The coffin-carrying man had existed for countless years, and everyone wanted to unravel his secrets. But no one had been able to do so, and no one knew where he was hiding. If this new Holy Master was really the one who was captured that year, he must know more secrets than anyone else. Perhaps even where the coffin-carrying man was hiding. We all thought he was dead. But now it seems that not only is he alive and well, he has also inherited the position of Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Yunqing's face twitched as he couldn't help feeling a bit pained. Because this new Holy Master may have once been a disciple of Bold Independent Union. But isn't his strength progressing a bit too quickly? Jian secretly muttered, when I first met him, he was only an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator, but now, after only 4 or 5 years, he has already reached the 2nd order transcendent realm, on par with me. Just how did he cultivate? The young lady taking a fancy to him is not unreasonable. Chapter 817. You said Xian. Yun Cheng heard this and frowned thoughtfully. Is there something between her and this person? Ji Yan let out a hollow laugh. And, according to my observations at the time, but because we all thought he was dead, we didn't report this matter to Union Master. Please punish us. Yun Cheng slowly shook his head. It's fine, Xian is a big girl now. It's inevitable she will have someone she likes. No wonder when she returned to bold independent city, she was so depressed for a while. I thought she couldn't let go of her past and had some kind of gap with me, but I didn't think it was because of this. According to your observations, how does this person treat Xian? Ji Yan respectfully said, Not bad, he doesn't show much concern for her, but as for young people, ha. Oh, Yun Cheng laughed. If that's the case, if 9 Heavens Holy Land doesn't fall this time, then my bold independent union will have an opportunity. What does Union Master mean? Ji Yan immediately understood what Yun Cheng was implying. Let's wait and see. Maybe they won't be able to survive this time, but if they can, then we'll talk about it. And we need to be careful this time. Just put on an act and don't get caught up in this storm. Union Master is wise. On the other side, someone was also looking at Yang Kai with interest. After confirming that Yang Kai was the young man who had been captured by the coffin-carrying man in Raging Flame City, this person couldn't help laughing and quickly walking forward. A short time later, this person arrived next to War Spirit Temple's Temple Master Chaoguan. Temple Master, subordinate, has something to report. Chaoguan was glaring at Yang Kai with a gloomy face and impatiently said, We'll talk later. Temple Master, this matter is related to the new Holy Master, the person quickly said. Chaoguan turned to look at him and nodded lightly. Yao Di, what do you want to say? The person called Yao Di quickly leaned over and whispered in Chaoguan's ear. If Yang Kai could pay attention to this person, he would definitely remember his appearance. When he encountered the coffin-carrying man in Raging Flame City, this person had appeared. Along with him were Su Qi of Bright Thunder Spirit Cult and Zhuo Xing of Profound Heaven Alliance. Yun Xian had specifically mentioned the identities of these 3 to Yang Kai. Back then, the 3 of them had followed the coffin-carrying man all the way to Raging Fire City. Later, Yang Kai was captured by the coffin-carrying man and thrown into the mysterious small world where the ancient demon clan lived. When he came out, he went to Grand Boulder City and was recommended by Grand Boulder City's alchemy grandmaster, Duan, to join Bright Thunder Spirit religion, causing Su Qi to lose his life. Hearing Yao Di's description, Chaoguan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He exclaimed, Really? Yao Di nodded heavily. It can't be wrong. This subordinate remembers his appearance. This is really interesting. Chaoguan grinned wickedly. It looks like this time I'll be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After capturing him, not only will I be able to obtain the inheritance of 9 Heavens Holy Land, I may even be able to solve the mystery of the coffin-carrying man. Excited, he asked in a low voice, Who else knows about this besides you? Yao Di frowned and pondered for a moment. That Ji Yan of Bold Independent Union should also recognize him. After all, he was also present when the incident happened. Bold Independent Union. There's nothing to fear. Keep an eye on them for me. If they dare leak this information, I'll deal with them myself, Chaoguan said disdainfully. Yao Di nodded quickly before turning his attention to Bold Independent Union. The most powerful master in Bold Independent Union was Union Master Yun Cheng, a 3rd order transcendent. They didn't even have a single Saint Realm Master, so Chaoguan naturally didn't put such a force in his eyes. On this continent, only a force with a Saint Realm Master at its helm could be considered powerful. Inside the 9 Peaks barrier, Su Hui sincerely said, I think you already know what happened to Saintess Nan. This was not my Holy Land's instigation. If you can withdraw now and not become enemies with my Holy Land will definitely compensate you for the damage Saintess Nan has caused. If you insist on becoming an enemy of my Holy Land, then we can only settle this once and for all. Compensate? You're willing to compensate for the lives of others? Zhang Ao saw many people retreating because of the appearance of the new Holy Master and immediately roared, Su Hui, have you really become senile? Since ancient times, a life for a life, or do you want to apologize with your life? Zhang Ao, don't go too far. Su Hui shouted angrily. Zhang Ao became even more rampant and laughed. I'm going too far? Clearly, it's your Nine Heavens Holy Land who is bullying others, not taking their lives seriously. We came here to seek justice. I've already given you justice. Why are you still so aggressive? What justice? Why haven't I seen it? What this old master said just now is justice. We will solve the problem of Saintess Nan and compensate all the forces that have suffered damage because of her. Zhang Ao, you still insist on bewitching them into becoming enemies with my Holy Land. Do you think this old master doesn't know what you're plotting? Having his thoughts pointed out by Su Hui in front of so many people, Zhang Ao's eyes narrowed and he sneered, suddenly nodding. Good, I believe what you said, but before you fulfill your promise, I think all of you who have come from afar will need some collateral. Even if I believe you, they won't believe you. What kind of collateral do you want? Su Hui frowned. Zhang Ao's eyes swept over Yang Kai and Enling. Grinning meaningfully as he said, Your new holy master and saintess should come to my shattering mystical palace for a while. Until you solve the problem of the previous generation's saintess, we'll take care of them. Hearing this, Chao Guan quickly echoed, Good, Brother Zhang's proposal is good. My war spirit temple supports it. Great Elder can rest assured. The new Holy Master and Her Highness the Saintess will be properly arranged. We will absolutely not harm them. Standing to the side, Wizard Tribulation surprisingly didn't express any opinion, simply letting out a strange laugh. Wishful thinking. Su Hui was furious. Although the new Holy Master was young, he was still the symbol of the Holy Land. If he were to fall into the hands of another force and become a hostage, Nine Heavens Holy Land would become a laughingstock. At that time, Nine Heavens Holy Land would no longer have a foothold. What's more, Su Hui was well aware of Zhang Ao's intentions, so naturally he wouldn't agree to such a ridiculous request. Then there's no need for any nonsense. Zhang Ao's expression became violent as he shouted, Just wait until we flatten your Nine Heavens Holy Land and avenge our dead relatives. With this shout, many people became agitated. Indeed, there's no need for any nonsense. Yang Kai took a deep breath and shouted, Since we've already spoken, those who intend to reconcile with the Holy Land will naturally reconcile. Those who do not are enemies. Saying so, Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression filled with amazement as his eyes fixed on a certain spot in the crowd. There, two women were staring at him, one of them gnashing her teeth and muttering something, while the other was staring at him blankly, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Yun Xian and Ruan Xianyu. Yang Kai recognized them at once. After not seeing them for a few years, they still looked the same, but Yun Xian looked more and more like a young woman, her body exuding a mature charm while Ruan Xianyu hadn't changed much. The only thing that had changed was the relationship between the two of them. In the past, they had been at odds with one another, but now they were as close as sisters. When their four eyes met, Yun Xian's heart trembled, instantly realizing that this person was definitely the one she had been thinking about day and night. Her expression and eyes became somewhat chaotic, and although she tried to conceal it cleverly, she couldn't hide it from Yun Xian's observation. What do you think? I told you it was him. Ruan Xianyu said bitterly, That heartless bastard is still alive and well. Yun Xian's mind was in a mess, and she didn't know what to do. If it weren't for this occasion, she would have rushed over and asked him why he hadn't contacted her, even though he was still alive. But now, she didn't dare show her emotions. Seeing that Wan Exenyu was about to shout, Yun Xian quickly pulled her back. "It's not him, although it's very similar," saying so, she turned around and walked away. Recognizing him at this time was definitely not a good time. It wouldn't be good for either him or her. So Yun Xian decided to ignore him. "Hey!" Wan Exenyu stopped in place and hesitated for a moment before hurriedly chasing after Yun Xian and angrily shouting, "How is it not him? It's clearly him. Even if that little brat turned to ash, I would still recognize him." "I said it's not him," Yun Xian said impatiently. "Fine, fine, fine. If it's not him, then it's not him. It's my fault for meddling in other people's business," Wan Exenyu said unhappily, looking at the backs of the two women gradually disappearing into the distance. Yang Kai quickly regained his composure. Although he didn't know how Bold Independent Union had been implicated this time, he guessed it was because of Saintess Nan. "Little brat, you're really pitiful." Zhang Ao looked at Yang Kai coldly. "You may be the shortest holy master in the history of the 9 heavens' holy lands. Although your holy masters never lived long. You'll definitely break the record this time." "Really?" Yang Kai sneered softly. "I'd like to see just how you'll take my life." Yang Kai's reckless appearance not only didn't show any signs of panic, but instead appeared calm and indifferent, causing many people to find it difficult to accept. Suddenly, a burst of hot yuan qi burst out from Yang Kai's body and rushed out of the barrier, transforming into a giant golden sword several dozen meters long. One of the 9 heavens' divine skills, profound heavenly sword. At the same time, from one of the 9 peaks, a strange and surging energy suddenly burst forth, like a giant beast that had been awakened from its slumber, bringing with it a terrifying aura. Under the influence of the 9 peaks' grand array, this aura and energy instantly merged with the profound heavenly sword. In an instant, the several dozen meter long profound heavenly sword expanded to several dozen meters in length, like a rainbow that cut through the sky, and slashed down toward Zhang Ao with astonishing power. Asterisk chi chi chi, asterisk space, seemed to be torn apart as a series of sharp explosions rang out. The profound heavenly sword was like a giant mountain falling down, causing many people to be unable to even think of resisting, their expressions changing greatly. Chapter 818. When the profound heavenly sword first appeared, Zhang Ao didn't pay much attention to it. After all, Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high and he was using it through a barrier, so it wasn't a threat to a second-order saint like him. But when it inexplicably expanded, Zhang Ao immediately felt a dangerous aura wash over him. It was as if the power of the profound heavenly sword had suddenly increased by several times. He simply couldn't ignore it. With a deep shout, Zhang Ao hurriedly tried to resist. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk, the giant sword fell, and a golden light burst forth, blinding everyone's eyes. Even someone as strong as Zhang Ao was forced to lower his body and was almost knocked to the ground by this sword strike. Beside him, many of the shattering mystical palace cultivators who had been swept by this golden light were instantly annihilated without even leaving behind a single trace, as if they had never existed in this world. Everyone paled. No one had expected that just a moment ago, the new holy master of 9 heavens' holy land, who seemed to want to reconcile with everyone, would in the blink of an eye kill them all. So resolute, so cold-blooded, and without hesitation. His face changed faster than one could flip a book. Roars and curses rang out from the shattering, mystical palace's camp. The eyes of these cultivators who had lost their friends and family instantly turned red as the anger in their hearts was ignited, all of them glaring towards Yang Kai. The cultivators from War's Spirit Temple and Netherworld sect retreated a few steps in horror as they felt the terrifying power contained in that strike. Seeing the damage caused by that sword strike, all of their faces turned ashen as they trembled all over, subconsciously wanting to find a safe place to hide. The formation suddenly became messy. The tremors of the earth spread out from underground, and the cultivator from the other forces who had been lured here wore complicated expressions. They were standing relatively far away, and Yang Kai's strike had been aimed at Zhang Ao, so it hadn't affected them. At this moment, they suddenly hesitated, not knowing whether they should continue to be enemies with Nine Heavens' holy land. The law of the jungle was an immutable truth. The previous generation's saintess of Nine Heavens' holy land had indeed incited the wrath of the heavens. But if these people from Nine Heavens' holy land were telling the truth, then it had nothing to do with them. Furthermore, they had also said that they would compensate the powers that had suffered losses. In this world, there were very few forces like Nine Heavens' holy land who would admit their mistakes. If it had been any other great force, they would likely have just accepted their bad luck and simply ignored them. If they retreated now, not only would they be able to avoid more losses, they would also be able to obtain compensation from Nine Heavens' holy land. Perhaps they could even use this opportunity to establish some friendship with Nine Heavens' holy land. For a moment, many people hesitated. Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, Wizard Tribulation, and the others were stunned for a moment, as if they were stunned by Yang Kai's attack. No matter how they imagined, none of them could have imagined that Yang Kai, who was only a second-order transcendent, could release such a tyrannical move. That blow was comparable to the full strength of a peak first-order saint, and although Zhang Ao managed to resist it, his arms were numb and his blood and qi were in turmoil. His face was flushed red, obviously not feeling well. As saints, they all felt that their lives were in danger under this kind of power, causing their eyes to tremble violently. Yang Kai, who had just released his profound heavenly sword, grinned towards Zhang Ao and slowly stretched out his hand. Above the place where the shattering mystical palace cultivator gathered, the world energy aura suddenly became extremely heavy, and after a brief moment of turbulence, a giant hand seal appeared high up in the sky. From another one of the 9 peaks, a mysterious force once again shot out. Under the support of this mysterious force, this giant hand seal became even thicker and more terrifying, obscuring everyone's vision, making it impossible to see any trace of light. Heaven-covering hand, a single hand that could cover the heavens. Zhang Ao finally recovered and joined forces with another Saint Realm Master from Shattering Mystical Palace, summoning their most prized artifacts and transforming into streaks of light that shot up into the sky. *Xiao. * 2 streaks of light pierced through the sky like bolts of lightning, piercing 2 holes in the giant hand seal. The giant hand seal that covered the sky suddenly showed a flaw, and its momentum was greatly reduced, but it still continued to press forward. *Kong. The earth shook violently as a giant palm print appeared on the ground outside the 9 Peaks barrier, occupying a radius of 1,000 meters. At least a dozen Shattering Mystical Palace cultivator were unable to dodge in time and were crushed into meat paste on the spot, their deaths extremely miserable as the stench of blood filled the air. Fierce! A few kilometers away, Yun Cheng's eyes shrank as he exclaimed, "So strong!" Ji Yen, who was standing next to him, felt a chill run down his spine. Although he felt that Yang Kai's cultivation was on par with his, the kind of attack he had just used was not something a cultivator of his level could display. Ji Yen thought that if he had been standing there just now, even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. By borrowing the power of this 9 Peaks Grand Array, he was able to enhance his attacks several times over. Yun Cheng immediately understood. Yun Cheng saw through the mystery at a glance. Although Yang Kai had only taken action twice, each time there was a subtle connection between one of the peaks and his moves. So naturally this couldn't be hidden from Yun Cheng's observation. Sighing softly, Yun Cheng's eyes dimmed slightly. It seems my bold independent union really isn't suitable to get involved in this mess. Although bold independent union had many disciples, there were very few top masters, not even a single Saint Realm cultivator. Under such circumstances, Yun Qing couldn't help feeling a sense of powerlessness and frustration, which only served to further stimulate his thirst for strength. What are you all waiting for? Break this barrier. Zhang Ao saw that many of his disciples had been killed or injured and roared angrily. Hearing this, the masters from Shattering Mystical Palace awoke from their stupor and quickly summoned their artifacts to attack the barrier. War Spirit Temple's Chao Guan also awoke from his stupor, the shock in his heart instantly disappearing as he hurriedly responded. Yang Kai laughed wildly as he stood alone at the edge of the barrier, constantly displaying his 9 heavens' divine skills. One after another, the peaks formed a wonderful connection with him, amplifying the power of his attacks several times over. Carefree and unrestrained, Yang Kai had never experienced such a powerful burst of strength before. He could clearly feel how terrifying his attacks were after being enhanced. His attacks were almost comparable to those of a second-order saint. Having shed all pretense of cordiality, Yang Kai no longer held back and went all out. After the profound heavenly sword and heaven-covering hand, Yang Kai also used the heaven-punishing spear, alluring heaven and imprisoning heaven chain. Yang Kai also used the grand heavenly shield, condensing a few drops of yang liquid to form a shield that directly covered the periphery of the barrier. After being amplified by the 9 peaks, this giant golden shield was like an unbreakable barrier. No matter how the masters attacked, it remained impregnable. Yang Kai, with his own strength, not only did he not show the slightest sign of panic against all the cultivators from Shattering Mystical Palace's great forces, he even seemed to be handling them with ease. Su Hui and the others were all dumbfounded. Originally, they had been feeling a little uneasy in their hearts, not knowing whether or not they would be able to survive this crisis. But seeing how outstanding the performance of their new holy master was, all of them put down the heavy stone in their hearts and instead stood behind Yang Kai as if they were watching a good show, neither moving nor speaking, just standing there silently like bodyguards, seemingly bored to death. Zhang Ao continued to roar as he was completely enraged. Waving his hand, he threw out a handkerchief-shaped artifact. This handkerchief was engraved with many lifelike patterns of exotic beasts. It was unknown what material this handkerchief was made of, but it gave off a 5-colored light and gave off a dense aura. Pouring his true essence into the handkerchief continued to expand as it fluttered in the air until it became incomparably huge, covering the barrier all of a sudden. The exotic beasts engraved on the handkerchief seemed to come to life as they rushed through the barrier without any hindrance, swaying their heads and wagging their tails midair before turning into sharp attacks that blasted towards Yang Kai. At the same time, Chao Guan of War Spirit Temple also summoned a long sword. This long sword transformed into a beam of light and followed the pattern of the strange beast on the handkerchief, breaking through the barrier and piercing towards Yang Kai's brow with an aura of death. The other masters from these 2 forces, as well as some of the hot-headed people who had participated in this battle, were also enraged, each of them condensing their own yuan qi and sending out a series of powerful attacks towards Yang Kai. These masters joined forces in an attempt to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. In their minds, Yang Kai had undoubtedly become the most dangerous character in this battle, and they all felt that as long as they could kill him, breaking through the barrier and destroying 9 heavens' holy land would be a cinch. The mysteries of the 9 peaks spirit array were all related to this new holy master. So obviously, as long as this new holy master had an accident, Su Hui and the others would not be able to resist. This was indeed the case. Without Yang Kai, 9 heavens' holy land would not last long. The roars of the exotic beasts shook the heavens as they unleashed a series of attacks, each one of which could not be underestimated. All of these attacks were from Saint Realm and Transcendent Masters, each of them seemingly capable of blotting out the sky. Yang Kai, on the other hand, showed no fear and didn't even try to dodge. Su Hui and the others who had been standing behind him all this time also moved, each of them condensing their own yuan qi and condensing it together to meet Yang Kai's various attacks head-on. A huge burst of light erupted a few dozen meters in front of Yang Kai, as if someone had set off a firework, sending out a brilliant burst of 7-colored light. When everyone finally regained their composure, they couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. Yang Kai stood in place and scathed, but the killing moves he had just displayed were once again like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. You want to attack 9 heavens' holy land with just this much skill? Have you all not woken up yet? Yang Kai taunted them, sarcastically. Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others all paled, wanting to refute, but unable to do so. Little brat, don't think you're all that. If you hadn't borrowed the power of the 9 peaks, you'd be nothing but a fart. Chao Guan roared, his face filled with unwillingness. Chao Guan really didn't put Yang Kai's true cultivation in his eyes. But this little brat was hiding inside the barrier and using the power of the 9 peaks to fight against them. Chapter 819. The 9 Peaks Barrier and Spirit Array were the result of countless years of painstaking efforts of the previous Holy Masters of 9 Heavens' Holy Land. These old Holy Masters were all Third-Order Saints, so the arrangements they had made were naturally not bad. Besides the special methods used by Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and a few other Saint Realm Masters, few attacks could break through the 9 Peaks Barrier. If they couldn't break this barrier, there was no way they could fight the people from 9 Heavens' Holy Land head-on. Realizing this, Chao Guan's face filled with unwillingness. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai just chuckled and snapped his fingers leisurely. No one knew what he meant by this action. But in the next moment, a series of screams rang out around Chao Guan as several dozen War Spirit Temple elites fell to the ground, dead, including 2 or 3 Transcendent Realm Masters. A huge panic spread in an instant, and everyone couldn't help distancing themselves from Chao Guan. Even Chao Guan himself couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. No one knew what kind of method Yang Kai had used to silently kill several dozen War Spirit Temple elites in an instant. In front of everyone's eyes, he hadn't used any martial skills or artifacts, nor had he released his spiritual energy. It was as if this simple action of his was a death sentence. This kind of unknown method brought great panic to everyone. All of them worried that the next one to suffer would be them. Whether I have the ability or not, it's not up to you to decide, Yang Kai coldly snorted. He didn't want to use the soul-devouring insects that were lying dormant outside. But if he continued to fight like this, he would feel it would be very difficult. Yuan Qi had plenty of time to spare, but connecting his divine sense to the entire 9 Peaks Spirit Array consumed too much energy, so he could only use this method to deter his opponents. The soul-devouring insects could kill any cultivator below the Saint Realm, so killing several dozen people was naturally a piece of cake. Yang Kai didn't release too many either. These insects weren't very obedient, and not all of the cultivator who came here were determined to become enemies with 9 Heavens' Holy Land. If he really wanted to kill all of them, it would be difficult to end the situation. What's more, he also saw Yun Xian and Ruan Xanyu here. It would be bad if there were any accidental injuries. Panic was still spreading. After the Hall of Heroic Souls lost a few dozen elites, no one dared to make any rash moves. All of them looked at Yang Kai with an extremely shocked expression. Light flickered in their eyes, and their feelings were extremely complicated. The strength and means displayed by Yang Kai had deeply shocked everyone, making them realize that even if they could capture 9 Heavens' Holy Land this time, they would have to pay a heavy price. Wizard Tribulation, why haven't you made a move yet? Zhang Ao suddenly turned his head and roared in one direction. In that direction, Tribulation, the wizard of the Ghost Sect, stood quietly. He had no intention of interfering from the beginning to the end. Wrapped in a green aura, he stood there like an outsider. The wizard, Tribulation, chuckled. I'm just looking for an opportunity. Then did you find it? Zhang Ao asked in a deep voice. Tribulation, the wizard, shook his head slowly. I'll settle this account with you later. Zhang Ao coldly snorted, his face filled with displeasure. From the beginning, it was his shattering mystical palace and heroic soul's temple who were fighting Yang Kai, although there were some hot-headed masters who were willing to help. Most of them seemed to be watching from the sidelines. Moreover, Yang Kai's attacks were directed towards the two forces, not even bothering to attack anyone else. This made Zhang Ao realize that there was no chance to capture Nine Heavens, Holy Land today. If this continued to drag on, once the people's morale dropped, Nine Heavens, Holy Land might even counterattack. That old dog, Su Hui, was not a vegetarian. After dealing with him for so many years, Zhang Ao and Su Hui knew each other very well. I'll let you enjoy yourself for a few more days. This old master will come back to exchange pointers with you some other day. Next time, you won't be so lucky, Zhang Ao said coldly, waving his hand and leading the shattering mystical palace people to quickly withdraw. Next time, if anyone dares to come, we won't be so polite, Yang Kai sneered. So arrogant. Ji Yan, who had witnessed the entire battle from a few kilometers away, couldn't help sighing. He's still young and full of vigor. Bold independent unions, Union Master Yun Chen chuckled. Let's go, there's nothing for us to do here today. Let's withdraw first. Ji Yan nodded and followed Yun Cheng's pace. Standing at the edge of the barrier, Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense, searching for a certain figure in the crowd, a moment later transmitting his divine sense to him. The young man who was retreating with the crowd paled and hurriedly concealed himself before hurriedly leaving. A short time later, the crowd dispersed, leaving behind only a pool of blood and corpses. Yang Kai let out a soft breath, feeling a little tired. The Holy Land's elders and protectors, on the other hand, looked as if they had just won a great battle, each of them in high spirits as they stared towards Yang Kai, their faces filled with worship and respect. Holy Master, can I call you that now? Su Hui said as he observed Yang Kai's reaction, and after discovering that he didn't try to deny it, he couldn't help feeling relieved and smiling. Holy Master is really not an ordinary person. In just a few days you were able to connect your spiritual force with the Nine Peaks. This Su is truly impressed. Yu Ying nodded repeatedly, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. I thought the Holy Land would not be able to escape today, but I never expected it would be so easy to force them back. Don't be too optimistic. Yang Kai frowned. Today they underestimated the strength of the Holy Land, which is why they suffered such a big loss. Next time, they won't be so easy to deal with. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, Su Hui asking, with Holy Master here, with the assistance of the Nine Peaks alone, we should be able to resist them. Why, how could I possibly have such great ability? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. You may not know, but the power of the Nine Peaks is not inexhaustible. I only realized this after establishing a connection with the Nine Peaks today. Ah, what do you mean? Su Hui and the others were shocked. At most, I can only use the same amount of power I used today before the mysterious power contained in the Nine Peaks is completely drained. At that time, it will no longer be able to provide any amplification to my attacks. On top of that, once the power of the Nine Peaks is exhausted, the barrier and spirit array will collapse on its own, Yang Kai explained in a deep voice. Everyone suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. Today they were able to force Zhang Ao back entirely because of the Nine Peaks. Without them, Yang Kai would still be just a second-order transcendent. Coupled with the 6 Saint Realm Masters present, how could they resist so many people and forces? However, after today's battle, I think half of the people who were enticed by them will probably leave. After all, no one is willing to become enemies with a force that may rise again. Yang Kai analyzed secretly. Half is good. If the rest dare to come, they will truly become enemies with my holy land. And next time, I won't hold back, Yang Kai sneered. Yang Kai sneered. In this battle, he had only attacked War's spirit temple and shattering mystical palace, not even targeting Netherworld's sect who had been biding their time. This was to create a clear message for these people that if they did not become enemies with the Holy Land, they would not be attacked. Knowing that Yang Kai had sent them this message, they still chose to attack, which could only mean that they wanted to destroy the Holy Land. How are the arrangements for the disciples coming along? Yang Kai asked. Everything has been arranged properly. Su Hui nodded, but soon became uneasy and hesitant. Holy Master, are we really going to give up on the 9 peaks for the time being? Yang Kai nodded. I've already reached an agreement with the monster race, Great Senior. There is no way we can go back on our word now. The Holy Land should avoid direct confrontation for now and let the monster race deal with those people. If they die, they will only blame the monster race. Otherwise, the Holy Land will make many enemies. Su Hui nodded sadly. This time, no matter what, the Holy Land would not have an easy time. If they stayed and fought with those people, if they won, they would create countless grievances, which would be detrimental to the Holy Land's development. If they lost, not only would they suffer heavy losses, they may even lose their foundation. Moreover, judging from the strength and numbers of the other side, it was very likely they would lose. If that was the case, it would be better to withdraw temporarily, bide their time, and leave this mess to the monster race to clean up. In any case, humans and monsters were enemies, so it didn't matter how many people the monster race killed. Holy Master, I still want to ask, where is the place you said could accommodate thousands of disciples? Su Hui looked at Yang Kai eagerly. I'll tell you when I'm done. Yang Kai chuckled. Good, you go inform the disciples first and prepare to evacuate. I'll be going out first. Going out at this time? Su Hui was taken aback, but didn't ask what Yang Kai was going to do, simply saying, Let Elder Yuang and the others accompany you. No need, if they withdraw now, they won't be back for a while. I'm just going to see someone. There's no danger, that's all. Saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from everyone's sight, even their divine senses unable to detect him. Flickering heavenly shadow, the only movement divine skill in the 9 heavens' divine skills. Su Hui and the others looked at each other, shaking their heads and smiling bitterly, none of them knowing who Yang Kai would go out to see at this critical juncture. A few dozen kilometers away, the many forces and cultivator who had attacked 9 heavens' holy land returned, each of them wearing gloomy expressions. Many of them were contemplating whether or not they should get involved in this muddy water, facing the once behemoth 9 heavens' holy land. So many of them had joined forces to barely contend with it. If they failed this time and allowed 9 heavens' holy land to turn the tables on them, what awaited them would be endless retaliation. This kind of revenge, how could they, who were not considered to be powerful forces, withstand? He was afraid that it would disintegrate in an instant. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan were particularly unhappy. Inside one of the tents, the 2 of them and the wizard Tribulation sat down, each of them pointing their spears at the wizard, cursing him for only watching the show today and not helping, causing the 2 of them to lose a lot of face. The wizard Tribulation didn't seem to care, simply chuckling wickedly, causing Zhang Ao and Chao Guan to become even angrier. Chapter 820. After letting them vent for a while, Wizard Tribulation said, Do you 2 think this wizard can save the situation? You saw that kind of attack. Even if this wizard joined in, I'm afraid it wouldn't have helped. At the very least, it wouldn't have put us in such a difficult situation. Zhang Ao shouted in a low voice. So many experts were defeated by a little brat. This is a great humiliation. As he spoke, he viciously slapped the chair under him, smashing it into fine powder. That little brat, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. Chao Guan also swore, his eyes spitting fire. After cursing a few times, his mood gradually calmed down. Chao Guan sighed. In the end, they're all in a state of disunity. If those forces could unite like me and Brother Zhang, why would they need to worry about not being able to take down 9 heavens' holy land? Zhang Ao nodded. Today, when Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple were fighting Yang Kai, most of the people who had joined them had simply watched the show, very few of them had actually helped. If those people had taken action, perhaps they would have been able to break through the Nine Peaks barrier today. Palace Master! Palace Master! Suddenly, a shout came from outside the tent, and a shattering, mystical palace cultivator rushed in. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Ao was already unhappy, so seeing his subordinates act so rudely, he immediately shouted angrily. The cultivator panicked and quickly bowed. Palace Master, a few people from small forces are preparing to leave. Leave. Zhang Ao's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed from the depths of his eyes. They said they don't want to be enemies with Nine Heavens' holy land and want to return home. What a joke! Chao Guan stood up and shouted, "No one is allowed to leave!" At this time, if anyone were to leave, it would definitely affect the morale of others. At that time, it would only lead to more and more people leaving. It looks like we should have a good talk with those who want to leave, Zhang Ao coldly said. As he spoke, he turned to look at Chao Guan and Wizard Tribulation. What do you two think? Exactly. Chao Guan nodded solemnly. Wizard Tribulation also shrugged his shoulders indifferently. The three reached a consensus and walked out together. In another nearby tent, the members of Bold Independent Union were gathered together to discuss something. Union Master Yun Cheng constantly turned his head to look at his daughter, a thoughtful look on his face. Yun Xian seemed a bit absent-minded since she returned from the battle today. This made Yun Cheng feel like something had happened between his daughter and the new Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Union Master Yen. Ji Yen tilted his head and listened to the movements outside for a while, then said, "It seems that the people from the Star Azura sect and the Snow Chill House are about to leave." Yun Qing nodded. "When I came back, I heard the leaders of the two forces discussing this matter. Speaking of which, our forces didn't suffer many losses at Saintess Nan's hands. Only a few ordinary disciples suffered. This time, we simply came here to join in on the fun. We only wanted to seek justice from Nine Heavens' Holy Land, not to become enemies with them. Today, after witnessing Nine Heavens' Holy Land's heritage, it's only natural they want to leave." "What Union Master says is right," Ji Yen nodded. "I heard that only a few forces suffered heavy losses at the hands of Saintess Nan. The rest are the same as us. Zhang Ao's actions are quite intriguing, though. They don't seem to have suffered any losses. Could it be they just want to take advantage of this opportunity to add insult to injury?" Yun Cheng sneered. "Of course their purpose isn't limited to just this. The Nine Peaks' massive foundation is enough to make them envious, but I'm guessing their main goal is the new Holy Master and the only Saintess. As long as they can control these two," Jian's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood. "So that's how it is. Their appetite is really big." Before today, I hadn't thought about it, but now I understand. All the forces involved in this matter are just chess pieces for Zhang Ao and Chao Guan. We're still too weak. If we had a big backer, my Bold Independent Union wouldn't need to listen to Zhang Ao and Chao Guan's orders." Saying so, Yun Cheng intentionally or unintentionally glanced towards Yun Xian. After discovering that his daughter was silent, Yun Cheng couldn't help smiling bitterly. Yun Cheng was still very concerned about whether his daughter had anything to do with the new Holy Master. "Then, Union Master, what should we do? Should we leave now?" Ji Yen asked. "Leave?" Yun Cheng sneered. "Do you think you can just leave like that?" "HM?" Ji Yen was taken aback, and his face paled. "Could it be? That's it, could it be?" Yun Cheng smiled lightly before suddenly frowning. "They're already here. Let's go out and watch the show." Saying so, he stood up and walked out of the tent, the others hurriedly following behind. Outside, the cultivator from Star Assembly Sect and Snow Frozen Pavilion, who was preparing to leave, was stopped by Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and Wizard Tribulation. No one knew what they were talking about. All they saw was Zhang Ao's gloomy expression as he exchanged a few words with the leaders of these two small forces before a sudden change occurred. Amidst a series of screams and howls, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others actually killed all the cultivators from these two small forces. In less than 10 breaths of time, more than 100 corpses were strewn all over the ground. All the onlookers were stunned, their eyes trembling as they watched this tragic scene, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, chills running down their spines. Looking around, Zhang Ao shouted, "Not only did you not seek revenge for your friends and family, you even dared to seek refuge with 9 Heavens' holy land, doing things that would only make your friends and family happy. These people are not qualified to live in this world. This Zhang is ashamed to be associated with them. The hatred of those who died. This Zhang will avenge them. All of you can rest in peace." Chao Guan continued, "Everyone, please calm down. 9 Heavens' holy land is just a grasshopper at the end of autumn. It won't last long. We will come up with a good plan. The next time we attack, we will be able to achieve our goal. Now disperse and have a good rest. In a few days, we will need your help." Listening to these two talking to themselves, no one responded. Only at this moment did everyone realize that they were in trouble. "Riding a tiger, haha." Yun Cheng smiled and shook his head, a look of self-deprecation on his face. Many of the masters and forces who had been enticed by Zhang Ao and Chao Guan understood the situation, but in fear of Zhang Ao and Chao Guan's strength, none of them dared to speak out. From the way they had treated Star, Assembly Sect, and Frozen Snow House, if they dared to oppose them, the next one to fall to the ground would be them. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, and someone came to collect the corpses of those who had died. After returning to his tent, Yun Cheng looked around and was stunned for a moment before asking, "Where's the young lady?" Yun Xian had been with them just a moment ago, but now she was gone. "Xanu isn't here either. She probably had something to do and left temporarily," Jiyan replied. Yun Cheng couldn't help feeling relieved and didn't ask any more questions. Somewhere in the jungle, Yun Xian and Ruan Xanu both vigilantly followed behind a young man until they left the gathering place and arrived at an extremely remote location. However, the young man's footsteps did not stop and he continued walking forward. "Hey, which force do you belong to? What's your name?" Ruan Xanu's patience was not very good, so after following him for a while, she couldn't help calling out after seeing him not say anything and only lead her and Yun Xian forward. This young man's strength wasn't high, so she wasn't worried he would do anything to her or Yun Xian. "Two young ladies, this one is Lu Gui, a disciple of War Spirit Temple." The young man responded quickly, his attitude quite good. "War Spirit Temple." Ruan Xanu frowned. "Why did you call us out here? What is the big matter you just mentioned?" "Haha, you'll know when you follow me. Please rest assured, I'm not a bad person," Lu Gui laughed. Ruan Xanu coldly snorted. "Hearing you say that, why do I feel like you're just admitting you're hiding 300 taels? Since there's such a big matter, why didn't you report it to your temple master and instead sneak us out? Tell me honestly, what are you trying to do?" "I don't have any ulterior motives." Lu Gui wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "I was entrusted with this task. That person asked me to bring you. No, bring this young lady over. It was you who insisted on following." Entrusted with this task? Yun Xian's heart trembled when she heard this and inexplicably felt a sense of expectation, quickly asking, "Who entrusted you with this task?" Lu Gui hesitated for a while before helplessly saying, "Young lady, please don't ask. This one has his own difficulties and really can't say. But you can rest assured we'll be there soon." Yun Xian quickly cast her gaze into the distance and released her divine sense, but couldn't see or sense anything. "Yun Xian, I think this little brat is a bit suspicious. Maybe there's some kind of trap waiting for us up ahead. I think we should go back," Ruan Xanu whispered beside Yun Xian. Yun Xian smiled lightly. "You're exaggerating. He's a disciple of War Spirit Temple. There's no reason for him to do such a thing. Then why did he bring you over? He clearly has some kind of ulterior motive. Maybe he's taken a fancy to your beauty. Don't scare me. Yun Xian hurriedly tightened her clothes. If the two of you really don't feel assured, how about restraining this one first? If we really encounter some kind of danger, this one's life or death will be up to you. Lu Gui listened to their whispers and immediately understood that they were still worried about him. So he took the initiative to propose. Good, then I won't hold back. Wan Xianyu immediately took action and sealed off Lu Gui's true qi in just a few seconds. Lu Gui's expression remained indifferent as he continued to lead the way. Seeing him like this, Yun Xian and Wan Xianyu felt relieved. After walking for more than a dozen kilometers, they came to a small lake nearby, and Lu Gui let out a sigh of relief, pointing forward and saying, "We're here. That person is waiting for you over there." Looking in the direction he was pointing, Wan Xianyu couldn't help covering her mouth and crying out in shock. Yun Xian also wore a look of disbelief, her beautiful eyes flashing a strange light as she stared forward in a daze. Chapter 8:21. The surface of the lake was sparkling, and the water was so clear that even the bottom could be seen, faintly revealing a few fat fish swimming in it. At the edge of the lake stood a man who was smiling at Yun Xian and Wan Xianyu, who had come with Lu Gui, raising his hand and greeting them. "Two friends, long time no see." Wan Xianyu and Yun Xian didn't answer, both of them dumbfounded for a moment. Yang Kai shook his head, helplessly, and stepped towards them. As they approached, Lu Gui, who was leading the way, hurriedly bowed, his expression filled with indescribable flattery. "Lord Holy Master." This lowly one had eyes but failed to see. "I hope Lord Holy Master will not take offense." "It's fine." Yang Kai shook his head. Lu Gui's expression relaxed, and he respectfully said, "Master, I have brought these two girls to you." "Good job." Yang Kai kindly patted the young man who had been controlled by the great heavenly attraction's soul brand, making him feel flattered, and quickly nodded. Of course, of course." After hesitating for a moment, Lu Gui asked hesitantly, "Master, you can see that I have no malicious intentions towards you, so can you first return that soul brand to me? Rest assured, I, Lu Gui, will not allow anyone to reveal even half a word about you. Otherwise I may be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." Seeing him making such a solemn vow, Yang Kai chuckled. "I can't promise you that for the time being, but I won't hurt you as long as you are obedient." How could this one dare not obey? Lu Gui said bitterly. Last time, when Yang Kai left the 9 Peaks for the Beast Sea Jungle, he and some of his companions had tried to intercept Yang Kai, but not only had they failed, they had also been captured by Yang Kai. Now he was forced to work for him. If the temple master found out about this, even if he had 9 lives, he wouldn't be able to survive. Considering all this, Lu Gui's heart filled with bitterness. Those who are obedient will get benefits. Yang Kai observed his expression and knew that he was uncomfortable, so he immediately threw a bottle of pills to him. Lu Gui reacted quickly and caught it. He opened the bottle and sniffed it suspiciously. His face was filled with ecstasy as he exclaimed, "Spirit, level pill!" "Keep up the good work, and you'll be rewarded in the future," Yang Kai praised. Yes. Thank you, Master, Holy Master." Lu Gui was moved to tears. As an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, his status in War Spirit Temple was low, and he was usually not valued. The pills used for cultivation were also distributed according to the number of people in the temple. Every month he could receive at most 2 to 3 mysterious grade pills, but now, just to complete a trivial matter for Yang Kai, he had directly received a bottle of spirit grade pills. This was simply a great thing. All of a sudden, it made Lu Gui dizzy. He didn't even care that Yang Kai had taken away his soul brand and controlled his life and death. Lu Gui secretly felt that following this master, Holy Master, really was a promising future. Yang Kai saw his expression and was quite satisfied, knowing that this guy was a vile character who forbade righteousness at the sight of profit. To deal with such a person, a little bit of sweetness was enough to make him willing to risk his life. Casually lifting the seal Yuan Xinyu had placed on him, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "You can go back. There's nothing else for you to do here." "Yes, Holy Master. Next time, if you have any use for me, please don't hesitate to ask," Lu Gui said seriously. "You will have that opportunity." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Lu Gui turned around and left. But before he left, he shot a particularly envious look towards Yun Xian and muttered, "Young lady, you are truly blessed." It was as if he felt that this young woman being able to have some kind of friendship with this new holy master was simply climbing up the social ladder. Yun Xian's pretty face blushed as Yuan Xinyu glared at him. "Shut up!" Lu Gui let out a dry laugh and quickly fled. After he left, Yang Kai turned to the two women in front of him with a smile. "After not seeing you for a few years, both of you are still as charming as ever." Glib-tongued, Yuan Xinyu snorted disdainfully. "You bastard, since you didn't die, why didn't you tell Yun Xian you were safe? You've made her sad for you for so long." "Xinyu," Yun Xian called out softly, pursing her red lips as her beautiful eyes stared towards Yang Kai, suddenly feeling that the man in front of her, who she had always been worried about, had suddenly become much taller and taller, to the point where she could only look up at him from afar. When she first met him, his cultivation wasn't even as high as hers, and he was dressed in old-fashioned clothes, as if he was an ignorant boy who had just walked out of some remote mountain forest. But after a few years, he had actually become the new holy master of 9 Heavens' holy land, and his cultivation was even higher than hers. Now, she was a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator while he had already reached the second order transcendent realm. Such a gap. Even if she worked hard for a few dozen years, she would still be unable to close it. Standing in front of him, Yun Xian couldn't help feeling a sense of inferiority, her heart filled with bitterness. Perceiving Yun Xian's abnormality, Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what she was thinking, letting out a dry laugh. "Don't you recognize me?" "Even if I turned to ash, I'd recognize you." Yun Xian forced a smile. "Then why are you looking at me like I'm a stranger?" Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "If you're angry because I didn't tell you I was safe, I apologize. I've been too busy these past few years, and there are some things I really don't want others to know." "Humph, I knew you were a heartless bastard." Yuan Xinyu snorted angrily. "You clearly just wanted to play around with others and run away, unwilling to take responsibility." "What responsibility do I have to take? What happened that time was just an accident, okay?" Yang Kai said awkwardly. Speaking of which, he really hadn't thought about Yun Xian these past few years. Regarding this woman, although Yang Kai felt guilty, he didn't compare her to his senior sister, Su Yan. If it weren't for the charm monster's divine sense poison, such an embarrassing situation wouldn't have happened. "Sure enough, you don't want to admit it, I really misjudged you," Yuan Xinyu said disdainfully, her eyes filled with disdain. Yang Kai shook his head, helplessly. Yun Xian, who had been silent all this time, let out a long sigh and smiled lightly. "Xinyu, don't talk about this anymore, it's meaningless. Some things, some people, it's enough to let them go. There's no need to dwell on them." "You're really free and easy." Yuan Xinyu looked at Yun Xian in surprise. "But you, why did you let a disciple of War Spirit Temple lead us here? Why would he listen to your orders?" Yun Xian looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Oh, I had a conflict with him half a month ago. So at that time I used some kind of trick on him so I can communicate with him using my divine sense. Seeing you today, I had him lead you here," Yang Kai explained. "Is your bold independent union also involved in this matter?" And Yun Xian nodded. "Your Holy Land's previous generation saintess went to my bold independent union's territory and killed some of our disciples. After that, Zhang Ao of Shattering Mystical Palace invited my father to come here and demand an explanation from 9 Heavens' holy land. My father decided to come here, but he didn't expect them to have no intention of reconciling with you and instead want to fight. They invited you here just to make up the numbers, Yang Kai sneered. That should be the case. In fact, many of the great forces suffered the same fate as the bold independent union. Before we came here, there were 2 small forces who wanted to leave, but they were all killed by Zhang Ao. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. They really didn't hold back. After this incident, I don't think anyone will dare to leave again. On top of that, Zhang Ao said that the next time they attack, they will flatten your 9 heavens holy land. Do you think you can stop them? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. If we really fight, the result will be either you die or I die. If the Holy Land has a hard time, you won't have an easy time either. Then what are you going to do? You should leave quickly. It's too dangerous to stay there. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with it, but you shouldn't get involved, Yang Kai said seriously. If you get involved, your bold independent union will definitely suffer heavy losses. What do you mean? Yun Xian was surprised. It's hard to say now, but in any case, after you go back, persuade your father to take his people away from here as soon as possible. Something big will happen here soon. Yun Xian frowned and nodded lightly, not needing any further explanation from Yang Kai. She chose to believe him. Wan Xanu sneered from the side. Aren't you being a little too confident? Although your 9 heavens holy lands barrier is quite good, and you have several masters. As far as I know, Zhang Ao's helpers have at least twice as many Saint Realm masters as yours. So what? Yang Kai sneered. If they don't leave, they'll have to pay the price. I really don't understand. Wan Xanu slowly shook her head. How did a person like you become the new holy master of 9 heavens holy land? Everyone has their own opportunities, Yang Kai chuckled. I'd rather not be the new holy master. Wan Xanu curled her lips, obviously not believing him. In her opinion, any man who obtained such an opportunity would be ecstatic. How could they be so disdainful, as Yang Kai said? This little brat is clearly trying to act innocent. Wan Xanu looked down on Yang Kai more and more, secretly thinking that the reason his strength had improved so quickly was entirely because of 9 heavens holy land's training. If 9 heavens holy land was willing to train her, she could also reach such heights. Is there anything else you want to say? Yun Xian looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. Nothing. Then we'll go back first. Being out here for too long will only arouse suspicion, Yun Xian said, looking at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. Saying so, Yun Xian glanced over at Yang Kai with a complicated expression before softly saying, No matter what, I must thank you for your reminder this time. I will definitely talk to my father about this matter. Also, you have to be careful. I know you're stronger than before, and your status is also different, but your strength alone is limited. If you encounter something you can't solve, don't force yourself. And I'll remember, Yang Kai nodded. Then we'll be going. If you can survive this crisis, you're welcome to visit bold, independent city at any time in the future. Yun Xian smiled and left with Wan Xanu, standing in place and staring at their disappearing backs. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. He hadn't expected this woman to leave so quickly, without the slightest hesitation. Originally, Yang Kai had been considering how to appease her emotions, but now it seemed there was no need for that.